Thank you, Mr. M. Hello,
Bye, Mr. M.
hello there, David. How are you doing today?
Yeah, hello there. Right? Yes, good. Today's been a good day. I've achieved a little bit more on my neighbour's hedge. Right, so everything's going well.
Okay. Oh, there you are in the co-host seat, David. Are you guys ready to start, Axel?
Not quite on the co-host seat on my phone, but eventually. But listen, I need 3 minutes. I'm putting a joint in the oven. Do I have 3 minutes?
Sure. I'm filling space here. Um, uh, I'm filling space here until you guys are ready to go with tank ruts, track ruts, uh, whichever the name is, and uh, I will get that right at some point. I'm just track ruts. That's it. Top of the hour track ruts. That's what we're doing. So, Carrie, I show you still spinning there. But in the meantime, I did find my notes on Ramstein that I took yesterday. So, there are some points that we can go over here. The priority for Ukraine now is ground based air defense systems to protect against the Russian missile attacks. Allies are conducting training for tank crews as well as air defense. Abrams tanks will arrive in Germany in the next several weeks, and training will begin for them also. About 25,000 Ukrainian military personnel are currently undergoing training in Germany, with around the 8,000 already having completed it and returned home. The West has provided Ukraine with over 230 tanks, 1,500 other armored vehicles to equip 9 armored brigades. Ukraine has received the green light for cooperation with NATO for procurement, and that is a big deal and very good news because they're going to need some things. And then the last point that was pointed out here was that partners and allies are ready to support Ukraine as long as necessary. So those are some highlights that I had noted for when this subject came up. So, Carrie, go ahead.
Hello, Prince. Nice to see you. So, I just thought I'd share with you. I've pinned it to my tweet, and I'm just wondering whether to do anything about it, like get the NAFO dogs on it. So there's a guy. I mean, this is the thing with Twitter and Twitter Blue now. You have absolutely no idea whether the person is where they say they are, if they who are they say they are. But I just picked up on a tweet from a guy that calls himself a journalist, has 75,000 followers, says he's based in England, and used the video of Zelensky coming out of the bunker that the entire, I can't remember where it was, maybe a Vidka, where the entire community was forced into a bunker. And he is using the video of him coming out of that bunker to try and say, Colonel Jeff responded to this, to try and say that he doesn't meet with his people, the Ukrainian people are scared of him, he lives in a bunker, just, going into his Twitter feed, it's extremist, obnoxious, pro-Trump, pro-Russia, anti-NATO diatribe. But yeah, just the frustration of being on Twitter, and I think this is where MriyaReport is so useful as well, because at least there's enough of a history between all of us now, and I trust that when people come up and they talk on here, that over time we get to know who those people are, and there's some level of self regulation between the community. But in the absence of that, it becomes harder and harder to know on Twitter who the hell is who's giving anything that is factual or informative or carefully analysed, validated. It's very frustrating. I just think, thank God that, you know, a year ago plus I found you guys, because how do you know in the contemporary world what is factual and what is a pile of bollocks?
Yeah, you know, it's the reliable, and I see several people here that I know and I trust with blue check marks, and that's all good. MriyaReport has a blue check mark. That's all good. But once they started charging for you to be able to get a blue check mark, the reliability of who has the blue check mark has sort of faded. It's not always number one on my list now for whether somebody is verified and a trustworthy person. I look to other things, and so it's, you know, it's in the news right now because the legacy verified check marks have been taken away. But just because somebody has a blue check mark doesn't mean that they are trustworthy. But at the same time, just because somebody has a blue check mark doesn't mean they aren't trustworthy. It falls upon all of us to do our own research and know who is trustworthy and who is not. And I think that at least within this community, we've been together long enough to be able to even rely upon each other to ask those questions of, do you see this person as a reliable person? Do you see this person as somebody who needs to be questioned? So I'm going to go to.
I think the key aspect there, Prince, is that essentially the new blue checkmark system actually is based on a subscription verification model where you need to have an ID and you need to present your ID in order to be able to subscribe with your credit card or whatever kind of function, or say Apple ID as such. Technically, there are ways around this, but then again, it is a very, very basic level of identification, which beforehand, funnily enough, at Twitter did not exist, because Twitter had anonymity for everyone, with the notable exception of those who attained the so-called blue check mark because of their public profile. So there's a difference between a publicly exposed person, or politically exposed person, politically exposed person, as one would say, as a public figure, on the one hand, a media organization, for example, as well, or an individual. And the concept is obviously now migrating away from the previous design, and that is a growing pain. And Twitter will have to find a way as to both engender trust in sources on the one hand, as well as, first and foremost, engendering trust in the community. Here, you quite rightly said, we have managed to create a community. We've been talking with each other. We've been sussing out who's who in the zoo, and that's good. But at the same time, the anonymity of Twitter in the past did serve various functions, and they have been helpful. But at the same time, the anonymity also allowed a lot of very, very unhelpful actors and very noisy fabrications of alternative narratives to come to the fore, which have to be eradicated in some shape or form. I think that in public, in the good old days, you could always send a letter to the editor. Yes, you could fake, so to say, the author. You could do all sorts of things, but people who've been engaging in public policy have always been able to say who they are and speak as that person. And I think we may have to migrate to that model, to simply say who we are and then speak as such. But there you go. That's just by the by. In the meantime, let's start, slightly belatedly, the track routes, because I think it matters a great deal that we can talk about what currently is happening in the Combined Arms Affair and Mechanized Infantry and Armor. David.
And yes, I've got the joint in the oven. It's all sorted with my if anyone wants to know, it's the sweet chili sauce on top of it. Because I'm sweet. There you are. I suspect you all knew that.
Oh,
But with
yeah,
my,
sure.
I was going to say, with my serious head on, I'm back in the room, Axel. There we are.
I'm delighted. Now, we had a conversation with the boys who are in our track rats community, and as David and I observe it always from the side, but discuss this matter in quite some detail. I thought it was a good idea if we could maybe just open the floor with one discussion, which people have been focusing on. Our friend William Attic and George and the others have had a look at that as well. And that is what Lloyd Austin commented upon yesterday. We discussed it to an extent already here in the space, but it merits a bit more attention and a bit more granularity. And this is why I'm very glad that Bearded Brit has joined the Track Rats and is joining us here today, because we would like to dissect the notion of those 9 brigades, because brigades are obviously different in the Ukrainian context. The setup of armor versus infantry, then the IFVs and how they operate. There are some indications which showcase how Ukraine is actually adapting its own force design and force structure with what they have learned during this campaign, as well as what the new equipment from the West actually opens as a horizon for them, plus the training they've been given. But it's all different now, isn't it, Bearded Brit?
Indeed it is. And aloha from Hawaii. It's coming up to 7:15 in the
Aloha.
morning and the sun is
Aloha.
shining. A beautiful day awaits. Anyway, to the task at hand. Yes, momentum has shifted and we are in a stage now where armchair generals, OSINT people, and blessed are the map makers, are looking at some of the released information coming from various sources and trying to decode the probable tasks or possible tasks of these brigades. Now, as Axel said, we've spent the last 24 hours or so mulling over things, and it'd be great for us to post into the nest some of the data we've got, but until we can find a source to attribute it to, I'm afraid we're going to have to sort of wing it a bit, and hopefully that source reference will come to us sooner rather than later. One of the immediate things is that we have the Ukrainians breaking cover and saying, this is what we've built from Allied support, but at the same time, don't forget all the other stuff that we've got as well, that is all going to be supporting what is about to come. For those people who enjoy parallel commentary, Trent Telenko recently posted 4 or 5 hours ago a very small thread on a Thomas Tyner larger thread where he has gone into some detail about possible total Ukrainian force composition besides these 9 maneuver brigades. So there's a lot to take on here. So more than happy to break it down and dissect it any way David and Axel want to, and questions from the floor will be most welcome.
Well, initially, why don't we dissect what Trent's got to say there, Beardy?
Okay, let me get that up in the. How do we get that up into the nest from here? Can you find it?
I think David can do that.
I'll try and find it and I'll put it in the nest. 1 second. You can, but it doesn't matter. Whilst you're talking, I will do.
Okay, so we have Thomas very much a 9-tweet thread explaining his analysis, and he's looking at about 30 combat brigades with artillery and territorial defense forces supporting as well across the whole theatre of operations. And he also goes into detail breaking down what those units will consist of, and also talks a little bit about indirect fire rocket artillery such as MLRS. It's interesting that he does go on to assume that the spring offensive will consist of 20 plus brigades. That's 9 NATO trained, 3 Ukrainian trained, and 8 offensive guard brigades. I'm sure these numbers are going through people's head and going, well, how many people is that? How many vehicles is that? That's one way of looking at it, but the numbers just become big. You've got to sort of try and break it down into what tasks and area of operation are these units going to be doing. And we can see there's going to be territorial defense, border defense, logistics, supply and security. Besides all the headquarters working from corps down through to the divisions to brigades to enable those combat brigades to actually go and do their work. Of course, what everybody's interested in is where are they going to do that work? David.
That's exactly the point. We're hearing numbers, we're hearing of different compositions of these brigades or combat teams, which all look slightly different than what many people expected. Many people projected that Ukraine would just adopt a NATO doctrine, which it hasn't. There seems to be, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but there seems to be a significantly bigger infantry component with each and every battalion as they have set it up, alongside a concentration of their IFVs, both the Western IFVs, which have come into theatre, plus the previous or legacy IFVs they have. But the infantry ratio to say, mobile forces is significantly higher. I said it before, it reminds me a little bit of the good old heavy mechanized infantry and armored, say, battalions which we had with the Panzer Grenadiers, but it's very strange if you look at the picture, but it does make sense to what extent, because if they have to clear space and occupy space and clear trenches and go through and pierce through, they will need that infantry. But they have taken that lesson, as it seems, because that changes the whole picture, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And I was just, perhaps we might want to delve into one of the brigades to give people a flavour of what you've just said there. And why don't we start with the 82nd AA Brigade?
That would be very good. And whilst I'm saying this, I would go, I've got the tweet is up in the nest now. It should be the first tweet that everyone should see if they want to look at it.
Excellent, Dave. Thank you. So, what can we see? Well, the first thing that hit me was not many tanks and a lot of IFVs. Initial thoughts, anybody?
Well, they trust that with these IFVs, they can make a lot of headway because the gunnery capacity and what they have is sufficient enough to pierce through the armor on the Russian side, isn't it?
That's one way to look at it, yes. Immediate things that struck me were we have 40 Marder infantry fighting vehicles, each with their own integral cannons, and 90 Striker. How many handheld anti-tank guided weapon systems and man-pads can you strap onto Strikers? So what we lack in
4 or 5, depending on the space.
Yeah. So you make up for, if you like, a smaller quantity of heavy armor to have a protective wrap of maneuver companies in armored infantry vehicles with quite a punchy direct fire cannon to utilize, but also the ability to put up a very quick anti-tank counter-penetration screen using handheld assets. Now, that still doesn't tell us what they're actually going to do. That's just speculation on my part of, so what firepower does this brigade actually have beyond what it's saying there in the headline cells of that spreadsheet?
Yeah, so they're saying they're making.
Sorry, Raver, you were saying?
How many tanks in that brigade?
14 Challenger 2s.
So we're looking at an armor company, a mech infantry battalion, and 2 motorized battalions.
Pretty much.
Engineer, REC, and organic artillery.
Not specifically mentioned, but they would be integral to the battalion structures, I'd have thought.
Yeah, I'd expect to see a maneuver brigade with some organic artillery, 122, 155, something like that, and then some dedicated engineering assets, probably in their own grouping, to be deployed where needed.
Yes, they're showing a battalion's worth of M119.
I had a comment and question regarding to what Axel said about this composition, force composition being infantry heavy compared to NATO standard. So tell me if this makes sense, but like, doesn't this make sense anyways? Because the NATO ground force composition typically relies on the assumption of having a hard air dominance, which is something that Ukraine doesn't have, and so they need to put more assets in the ground.
Yes, I mean, it's a good point, and it's something we discussed briefly yesterday, where it's a bit like in a game of chess. There is no air superiority. There seems to be air parity at best. Therefore, it's a bit like a queen v queen exchange in chess. You take some important assets off the playing board, but you're still able to actually conduct your game, so to speak. Now, one of the things is, as we see there, it's a sort of 2+1 infantry battalions mounted with what is a squadron or a company of armor, and those integrated close reconnaissance and engineer assets with the artillery. Because we can assume there is going to be indirect fire, some form of close air support, maybe standoff, to support whatever task this particular brigade's doing. And if we think about what could be a possible vignette for that sort of force composition at the brigade level. Raver, David, want to have a go at that first?
I appear to be having problems, Birdie. 1 second.
Okay, well, let's give it a go. Having 2+1 infantry battalions, as Raver said, makes it a mechanized infantry heavy brigade, with the squadron of Challenger 2s providing direct fire where required. Now, whether the brigade commander will use that armoured force and split it up piecemeal between the 3 battalions, or whether it will be grouped as its own entity and that is a reserve, it's going to be interesting. A number of possible tasks for it. It could be used to achieve the break-in on one of the areas identified using a fast mobile armored infantry force preceded by indirect and direct fire. And from there, create that little wedge, which can be expanded upon and allow other troops to move forward. One possible task for them. Alternatively, they could be out a reserve and they could be act as a brigade, high mobility, and be used as a reserve to actually achieve a breakthrough and to exploit. A number of options there. Comments, please.
Yeah, I was just in parallel chatting with Thomas Tyner and asked whether he could join up, but he is en route for dinner. And at the same time, there is another conflict going lightning hell in Sudan, as people will have followed during the day. So he apologized for not joining in, but he mentioned that he believes that the numbers which he has posted, by the way, in his thread, are very reasonably close to the actual reality, because the data he has, and he mentioned this also in his threads, is based on input he has been given by people on the ground and in the know. So as to your comment, I think that the punch power the Ukrainians are packing into this is based on the superiority of both the gunnery associated, I said this earlier, the gunnery of the IFVs and the mobile artillery, which the Ukrainians do have, plus the significant first and second strike advantage of both the Challengers as well as the Leopards. Having the infantry in such an amount stacked up just gives them the follow-on force that they can really break through. This is, yeah, I'm repeating myself, I apologize, but this is a proper heavy-duty Panzergrenadier brigade. This is exactly what you need to wage that kind of mobility, let's say, mobile and fast-paced attacking warfare you would have wanted to see in a, say, Western counter-strike against Russian forces having come through the Fulda Gap. This is how it should be done.
Well, there are some people who are looking forward to be schooled in how this maneuver warfare should be done, and the terrain lends itself for a demonstration of that. What is also of interest, I think, is here we are pontificating from our lazy boys, armchair generaling. What are the Russians doing? You know, there's an information war going on, getting informed opinion and commentary on these sort of circles. We have information coming out of Ramstein and elsewhere. So imagine you're sitting in a planning headquarters somewhere on the other side of the fence going, what way are they coming? What way are they going? And I think the discussions we have are not intentionally meant to be misleading, but by casting light on the potential options that the Ukrainians are arming themselves with, you get to a stage where you get information paralysis. Well, what are we going to do? How are we going to do it? Where are they going to come from? That story will unfold in time, obviously. So we can only give best guesses based upon all our experience. But you're absolutely right. The use of Panzer Grenadier type forces, almost shock action. And I think we're going to see a lot of that anyway. One other thing which nobody said anything about, it's not about Ukrainian forces, it's Russian forces. Where are the reserves? And what is the plan to actually maneuver to find them? I'm sure they've already found them with signals intelligence and the like. But how do we fix and how do you strike them and take them out of the game? comment?
I think, I mean, I observe this only because my older brother has been obviously has been a ground pounder for all his life, quite literally, up until retirement, and he definitely likes his tanks. I would observe this, so to say, from a more APR perspective, which unfortunately doesn't come into as much into this as we would like it, albeit that in the defensive version, we now have fixing this means being able to force them to remain in position where they don't want to be when you move. And keeping them there by means of moving your forces quickly enough. That would require mobile anti-air defense of the Ukrainian side moving forward quickly, whether it's Kotar, whether it's the Gepards in larger numbers, to move alongside those armored brigades moving quickly. You would want to make sure that you can move helicopters with air mobility, the air assault troops, further into enemy territory and drop them. This you can only do if you own part of the sky. And I'm just wondering how the Ukrainians will do that, whether they will be able to do it with the Gepards, Qatars and the likes, and whether they will be able to make sure that the Russian Air Force can't contest them properly in that during that time of the advance. Because they have to move beyond the sheer ground force. They have to move their air assault divisions and air assault brigades forward much more quickly than they ever have done it thus far. And our friends Goldman, from a helicopter perspective, has said this many times over here. They do have helicopters left, and their helicopter pilots are like, I mean, absolute bloody heroes. And they fly relentlessly. If they have still 2 squadrons of that left, and we have technically, potentially given them more Black Hawks, then hell have no fury. And the Russians will be quite surprised as to how quickly they can maneuver. But this is where I would see a significant lack thus far in terms of information. And when you talk about information paralysis, it's good to keep the Russians guessing. I like that. But it's even better at some point in time when there's a multi-pronged attack alongside the line of contact and they get confused so that they do not know exactly where the attack, the main thrusts are actually coming. And they mean fixed in place because of the ambiguity, fixed in place more out of lack of decision-making capacity and central decision-making procedures, which they have in place anyway, and not just artillery fire.
Yes, and while they're procrastinating and fixing themselves, there's some parallel activities going on. The decapitation of command and control elements, an inability to form situational awareness and understanding of the picture in front of them. I'm sure there's going to be a number of deception plans running, and we might not be able to clearly get a picture of where the main axes are and the supporting axes for a number of days. Again, it depends what the game plan is. But if you're fixing them and you're decapitating them, then that gives you a significant advantage in freedom of maneuver. Which again comes back to these force compositions of the brigades, and they're loaded for bear and they're going to go hunting, and regardless of the technical capabilities of those combat platforms, they are going to go at a speed they are comfortable with, addressing and mitigating risk, but still achieving effect. And it's something I know I harp on about, but the operational art and design in getting thousands of people and thousands of bits of equipment to move with common purpose is something which we definitely have not seen from the Russians, but based upon prior performance, we expect to see in the coming months. And I do say months, not weeks.
Yeah, I mean, look, one of the things that occurs to me with my engineer's head on, right, direction of travel, how do you get over there? How do you even get those challenges over those bridges that were designed for 50-ton T-72s, right? There's a number of quite significant problems in a country that has an awful lot of water, right? Rivers, quite some of them quite big, and how do you do that with the direction of travel that you need to be going in?
Yes, perhaps the context I was talking about in manoeuvre was at a larger scale. The freedom of action, the detail of how you conduct that manoeuvre, exactly, David, yeah. Some poor battle group brigade divisional engineering officer has had to do the ground trace and identify go, slow go and no go areas, as well as identified obstacles and the like that are going to be put in their way. And that counter mobility plan, a mobility plan, is going to weigh heavy into how these divisionally controlled brigades operate and maneuver. Remember, these brigades are not going to act in isolation. They're all going to be connected and joined at the division level, and the divisions are going to be joined at the corps, and those corps are going to be linked into the Ukrainian armed forces, so we get that simultaneity of effort.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it, right? So I have no experience of anything that would be at divisional level, right? It would be my part is, oh, right, okay, so this is the river. This is the best part of the river to get someone over. And by the way, right, there's 1,000 vehicles need to go over this part, right? What do we need to get that up and running? Oh, and by the way, where is the opposing force, and is there anything else we need to be looking at, right? Have they mined the area ahead or not, or and all those other little bits and pieces that go with it. Yeah, big problems for the people, because I always used to see it as that I'm sending problems to someone else as opposed to them giving me a problem. It would be, it's probably not going to work over there. You might not get your tanks through it.
Yeah.
Did we just lose audio?
I think I was about to say that my audio is going terribly. Is that have we? You're back in the bush, Bearded.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I was just saying that I don't know, commanding officer who said problems are just solution opportunities. Deal with it. You can't get better mission command than that. But you raise an interesting point. 9 maneuver brigades. How much fuel is that a day? Anyone take a guess? How are they going to get that replenishing?
It's astonishing. We need Craig at this point to be telling us. There was no way I'm going to be it.
And let's not worry about the numbers. My point is, maneuver brigades need fuel, they need ammunition, they need reinforcement, they need battle casualty replacements, etc., etc. Okay, what's the build to sustain them? What is the sustainment plan? What is the log plan? All these things are going to be tying together with phase lines and objectives and goals, and therefore likely follow-on potential replenishment areas. Axel raised a point about some air mobile capability, air assault capability. Is there a link up? Can they put a FARP in somewhere, a forward ammunition and refueling point, which create a link up operation which they can expand upon? as you can see, we're talking in generalisms, and the potential options available against a fixed enemy provides more maneuver, but in the mental space more than anything.
I think this is the interesting part. Can we see now, rather than in this always highlighted northern offensive, where essentially the Ukrainian armed forces exploited a specific weakness of the Russian forces and managed to destroy them in place in Balaklia, then in Izium, and later on managed to push through Liman, or Krasny Liman as the Russians call it often. If you think about that approach, they ran out of steam because they did not have the logistics for that at the ready. They also didn't have the kind of brigade setup, of course, at hand as they now have with different equipment. They simply lacked, for example, those Bradley Strykers, CV-90s and the like. Otherwise, follow-on forces could have pushed through. But what they definitely lacked at that point in time were tankers. They did not have enough tankers, even gas as an fuel tankers, to support their armored offensive. This has changed because alongside everything else which has been supplied, and what we've heard is that Western allies have supplied Ukraine with a massive amount of truck capacity, and not just armored trucks, but a lot of tankers. And Ukraine has bought up pretty much every single civilian available civilian tanker truck you can find in Western Europe.
Which are not necessarily ruggedized for forward combat operations, but
Exactly.
but can ferry fuel from fuel point to fuel point down safe supply routes. Again, we don't know how the Russians are going to counter this, in what way and with what. And one must take one's hat off to Ukrainian operational security here, that from our perspective and open source, very tight-lipped, just getting on with the work, continuing the corrosion, the containment in the south and the east, and getting ready. I've been very surprised at the lack of drone attacks. I don't know whether they're holding them in abeyance, the Russian armed forces, for identified areas of logistics in due course. But again, one of the things when you're doing planning is you war game it, you make a move, or they make a move, you make a move to counter it, and then they counter your move. So these sort of things will be going through planning cells and wargaming to say, how do we prevent or inhibit or mitigate the risk of Russian effects impacting upon what we're doing? But I see we've got some hands there. David, do you want to pick?
Raver had his hand up patiently before and wanted to chime in.
Yeah, so on those fuel trucks, since we're heading into the dry season, I don't know necessarily how ruggedized they need to be. It's going to be more about the throughput that they can generate. And as an aside, groupings of fuel trucks together would be one hell of a distraction as part of the deception battle. Let people catch a glimpse of what your right hand's doing so they don't realize what the left's doing. Going back a wee bit before I lost connection for a minute on that brigade with the Challenger, that seems to be really armor heavy, armor light compared to what I'm used to. And I'm not so sure that that's going to be a brigade tasked with a breaching operation. I would expect to see that type of a unit have more tanks, more engineering assets, and they'll do the break-in and then push something like that Challenger equipped brigade out once they're into the trenches and through the mines to start pushing out those shoulders, because it seems to be much better able to defend itself than to actually take the fight to the enemy.
there you go. It's it is tank light, and that's why I speculated about the use of handheld anti-tank, anti-air assets to provide them a bit of a punch above their weight for those sort of pursuit or exploit operations, Raven.
I mean, I was going to say what was obvious. Sorry, Raver, I'll let you go into when you were saying the question. I heard part of it, couldn't respond. That they're clearly trying to make up for it by having a large number of other things, like you said, strikers, people inside it with NLAWs or whatever they've got to make up for the bits they don't have, because we haven't got them. We haven't got them the numbers of big tanks that we should really.
No, we haven't. Although Ukraine is not necessarily tank poor with their pre-war fleet, what's been sent and what they've captured from the Russians. I expect they have a lot of very, very tank heavy brigades that will be doing the big part of the break-in or the breaching operations. The brigade with all those strikers and all that mech infantry is really most useful when it's got a chance to let those infantry dismount and bring their rifles and their NLAWs and their javelins and everything to bear. They can't really do that while they're under armor. And so this would, like I said, this is a unit I would expect to be building out a shoulder, exploiting, setting up in an area to receive the inevitable Russian counterattack when the Russians move their reserves, beat that off, and then follow on echelons would then renew the assault.
It is a punchy flank guard, that's for certain.
And we've got the question as to where the Russians are, whether they are just completely dug in and have no intention of trying to move out as well, haven't we, Ray?
I mean, I hope they're that stupid. I really hope that all they have is a crust and everything inside of it is about as solid as the inside of a balloon. But history is telling us that they're trying to juggle that math problem of what they put in the front to try and slow down and fix an attacking force, what they've got operating, say, 25 to 70 kilometers doing security. And then because of the reach of HIMARS, what they've got beyond 70 kilometers will be their operational reserve. That once they think they've identified the main Ukrainian effort, the reserves are going to move towards. And so that's where you really get into the recon battle, the deception game. If Ukraine can get those reserves to move to the wrong spot before the fighting even starts and, give them an extra 12, 15, 24 hours to get to the fight, that's a huge advantage to Ukraine right there. And I see Mehdi has their hand up.
Yeah, again, sorry. I've been just reading my feed, and there's a lot of bubbling in the Nordics. Reznikov has published something, and there's been from the other Ukrainian sides as well that the Nordics are coming to the rescue. And I'm sort of thinking that, Denmark wants to start the F-16 pilot training, which probably US is up upon US, and we've been talking about that. US
has. If we could stay on subject, that would be really good. If we keep, or if you've got other questions, we'll do those later, right?
It's just one point I have is Gripen. It's Sweden has.
Yes, of course, but we're at the moment you're sort of distracting from what we're talking about.
Sorry,
hold that question, and then we can answer that later, right?
Okay. Do you know if we have enough of these mine clearing bombs for the counterattack for the?
We'll get onto that.
Okay. I'll go back. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Wonderful.
So real quick, Bearded, if you let me jump back in real quick, to give people an idea of how important the deception and the recon battle can be. In June 1944, we're all aware of D-Day, and the Allies landed, and Rommel's troops were screaming, "This is the attack! This is the attack!" And Oberkommando West and Hitler is like, "No, we think they're going to land at Calais," and it slowed everything down. What a lot of people don't know is that roughly the same time in the East, the Soviets launched Operation Pakratin, and Army Group Mitte absolutely knew that they were going to be bearing the brunt of a massive Soviet attack. But once again, Obercommander here absolutely refused to believe that Army Group Mitte or Army Group Center knew what they were talking about, and delayed the release of the reserves, and it ended up in the Germans' biggest defeat of the war, when the Soviets absolutely smashed them and drove through Belarus and into Ukraine.
Deception, the root of all evil. 1991, the UK 1st Armoured Division, seen to be integral to the Allied effort for Desert Storm. And they were moved all over the place with recorded radio messages being played hundreds of miles away from where they were, who they were going to be tasked, organized with. And you're absolutely right, Raver. People can only make decisions upon what they see and hear, and deciphering the wheat from the chaff is difficult enough without an active deception plan in place, obfuscating what you're actually seeing. So what? I think this brigade we've been talking about, if you look at the way it's been generated with German, American and British kit, that's pretty much an international message, I'm sure. And we had early indications of what that brigade would consist of. So it's going to be interesting to see how they are deployed, and whether they're going to be in the van of the battle in some way, shape or form. Not wishing to appear to be jingoistic, but is waving the flag for the Western effort amongst all the other brigades that are going to be doing their jobs as well now, are just as important.
Every cog has an important has its own level of importance, doesn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. So I see we've got some more hands there.
Yeah, so go Benas. Look, but one thing, so we make sure we're clear here, though. So this is track ruts. So if anyone's got a question about something that's different, put your hand down, and we will answer those later, right? So if anyone's got questions about air and all the other bits, then they'll be fine. We can answer those a little bit later. But Benas, over to you.
Hey, hello, my dearest people, my dearest friends. I may call you that after listening for you for so long. I will put aside the Air Force question, but just a thought. Maybe the dry season will come with air support. Just a thought. And the question is due to this subject, is there any chance of Ukraine planning such a deceived attack that it will go a bit into Russia and use the portion of it as a bargain chip for its territorial integrity to get back? And another question is a bit different. What Russians might have up in their sleeve to counter the Ukrainian counterattack? That's all. Thank you.
Okay, so your first question we'll answer much later at the end of this, but your counter-attack question, let's keep on that. That would be good. So that would be over to you, Raver, or you, Bearded.
Okay, I'll take that. So Russia's going to have two main assets to react to the Ukrainian counteroffensive. Their Air Force, if they can get it to actually go in, we all seem to have serious doubts that they can pull that off. They obviously don't have a Chuck Horner or the necessary pilots to do it. And the other traditional response is the use of reserves. They've got to have built armored reserves somewhere close enough that they think can get to where they think the attack's going to go in fast enough to launch a counterattack before Ukraine can build out the shoulders, set up a new base of fire, and then continue the attack.
Yes. What are reserves doing? No doubt there's a number of photo interpreters looking at that imagery and trying to answer that exact question, and getting the Russians to commit the reserves at a place and a time of our choosing means we're going to be prepared for them. Because while we're talking about building out the shoulders, we've still got the deep battle going on, in whatever shape or form that's going to take. Hopefully to negate whatever Russia has got up their sleeve, because of the amount of raw data and information that's going to be coming into operational headquarters from various sources, and we haven't even touched upon the fifth column element in the occupied areas.
Yeah, because that fifth column and element is going to be very, very important to the coming offensive.
Yeah, Bearded, that was a brilliant point, is the role that partisans are going to have in that deep battle behind the Russian forward lines and between wherever they've stationed their reserves. Because a simple blown up culvert or a single wrecked tank at a narrow point of the road will stop their forward progress until they remove that blockage. And how many times do they need to be stopped before they can't get there in time to stop the Ukrainians from doing what the Ukrainians want and then seizing control of the timetable? We saw this in like Normandy, when the French forces of the interior came out and absolutely slowed down the German armored reserves as they were trying to move up and move on the beachhead. And it allowed the Allies to get firmly established. And from there, it was, we're just waiting on the fat lady to sing. It was over. We had won the war.
And we've had an example of that. I think 2 days ago, someone derailed a fuel carrying train, and there was a little bit of fire there, right? They haven't been able to get everything going, so that process has already started, right? So they're stopping the supplies getting to the places where they want them to be, because without a doubt, the Russians know that something's happening, something's need to get those supplies ready, right?
I think as well, we're going to see, as we approach the jump off point, a change to what is being targeted. Yes, within the depth environment, the deep battle, from logistics, but I think we'll see more and more going into identified troop locations and key terrain areas, again, just to disrupt any potential planning that has been made in the Russians' rear.
Raver.
Yeah, the more supporting fires for Bearded. One of the things we've been noticing with the Ukrainian efforts is they've really been going after Russian EW systems, which could very well be trying to pave the way to open up drones to get deep and either add to that deep battle or just provide a lot of real-time, video feed deep reconnaissance so that Ukraine can see what they're doing and what the Russians are doing, and hopefully keep the Russians stuck in the dark.
I hope listeners here are beginning to appreciate, if not have a growing awareness of the complexity we're trying to not gloss over, but keep at a high level. The amount of communication that's going on, formally, informally, across regimental and brigade boundaries, the rehearsal to ensure the right things happen at the right time against the checklist, the synchronized matrix of how things are going to happen. In the past, I was always told maneuver warfare is like an armored ballet. There are many moving parts, and they've all got to come together to create that desired effect on this stage. A bit theatrical, I know, but if you think about everything that goes into creating one performance of a ballet and the intricacies involved to achieve what they're trying to do, it's a good analogy.
And I can give an example of that. Back in the day, I don't know when you joined, but you look to be about the same age as me. The Lionheart biggest NATO exercise ever, and we were tasked with putting a big bridge across quite a wide river, right? And the thing was, how do you get that bridge finished just in time for when those things arrive, right? If you finish it 5 hours before or whatever, you get that wrong, right? And there are planes go overhead, they spot it, someone's going to be tasked to come and get rid of that bridge, right? How do you get it in time and make sure that you don't have an armored column waiting for you? Because guess what, right? Someone forgot the one pin that you needed to finish that bridge.
Yes,
I can still remember this, by the way, because I was young enough to then, at that point in time, go down south whilst you were shipping in your troops into Germany.
yes, I am of a similar vintage to yourself, David. I was on exercise Lionheart in a Chieftain Mark 10.
See, and those things, they I was going, they're still better than the T-72s, right?
Yes, a little aside. The Chieftain was a vehicle which you could locally modify. There wasn't a lot of stowage, and we used to take different bins off different vehicles and apply them to the hull and the backs of the turret. One of the things we found out from the British military mission in East Germany was that every time the Soviet SOX miss would see our tanks on exercise when they could get close enough, they would create a new mark of Chieftain based upon the localized modification of bin work. So you ended up with all these different variants of Chieftain, which were still exactly the same vehicle. Yeah, amusing times.
Very, very different times as well, right? This is the days of Klansman radios, as opposed to the sophisticated stuff they got now. And which all goes into the sort of thing you were talking about at the divisional level, the chatter that starts, right, when it all goes off, all those people communicating and making sure that they're trying to get there, right? And for the Russians to be listening to and going, what is all of this happening?
And as Raver said, the switching to specialist equipment such as electronic warfare, if they're directing finding stations, being able to blind them electronically or signals intelligence wise, again, creates another pressure point into the Russian decision making as to what's going on.
Yes, and I guess at this point, because we know the offence is happening, but obviously they don't want to be signalling anything. So at this point, the Ukrainians will be starting things like this just to confuse the Russians. But with this, Awana's had a hand up for quite a while. Awana.
Thank you, David, and bearded Brit and Raber. At the beginning of the week, there was an interview with a Romanian general that was published in the Romanian press. He's quite appreciated as an authority in combined arms and NATO warfare in Romania. And he said a lot of things. He even gave some numbers about the number of soldiers needed and equipment and so on, but it's not important. I just want to present you some main points, and maybe we can comment on them because I think it's interesting. He said that first of all, he thinks that Ukrainians need at least a month. So this put the moment of the offensive mid-May or later, because they need to gather all the soldiers, train them, gather the equipment, and of course take the weather into consideration. Then he emphasized the importance of the logistics, as you said. But it was very interesting because he said that probably Ukrainians are planning now in advance for stages of the offensive, where the control command posts will be, where the line of the communication will go, and they plan like plan A and B and C, because you never know what happened and happens when you are on the offensive, and you have to have an alternative if something doesn't go as you're supposed to go. And he explained this complexity of planning, and he said that they probably study multiple lines of offensive right now, maybe 6, 7, even more, and they probably even didn't decide yet about the main offensive or offensives that will take place, because they will like to have some flexibility and decide just a few days before the offensive, according to what they see, what intelligence they gather from the field. And he gave the example of Zaporozhye and Melitopol, which are the obvious lines that we imagine the Ukrainian will choose, but the fact is that the Russians build a lot of fortifications and have a lot of personnel there. So I just wanted to, and also the last point, he emphasized also the importance of auxiliary personnel that has to be prepared and go to with the soldiers. So what do you think?
Thank you so much for that summary. I was fortunate enough to have a read through that when it first came out, and absolutely concur with his statement. This is going to be well thought out, well planned, with the flexibility that comes from mission command at all levels, where each level of command will have been given their tasks, understand the commander's intent. They would have built up a number of courses of actions which will be analysed, war gamed, and a decision made. And there will be branching away from those main courses of actions, which can be brought into play to get what they, as in the Ukrainians, have decided to do, back on track. So he's absolutely right in his summaries. And one of the things which sprung to mind, which we were aware of in 1991 and 2003, is the prisoner of war handling chain. Not heard much about that yet.
No, we've not heard anything about it. What we do know is they're not telling anyone how many current prisoner of wars they've got. But to go to the, I guess the complexity of in terms of what even how they're going to start at the moment, we can see that they may not even know which direction they're going to start from. You know, we had last year we had the point where they moved south. The Russians moved 25,000 troops down towards Kherson and weakened themselves up in the north, right, which allowed them to make a move up in the northeast. But at the moment, they're probably still going, they're daring, the Ukrainians are daring the Russians to go, you're going to keep your troops up in the north, or you're going to come down and defend that area down for Crimea? Isn't that's where it'll start. If they don't move their troops, maybe they'll carry on and do what they were going to do, or they look like they were going to do last year. Or if they do move them, maybe they'll just do exactly what they did last year as well, and just carry on moving in the northeast. It all depends, doesn't it?
And this is why the study of the operational art is so engaging for nerds like me, I guess. It becomes more than just a physical activity. The thought process that you have to go through to come to something that is satisfactory for your command to then give a go on. It's fighting, but on a totally different level. Some more hands up there, David.
Yes, there are, and we've so we're going to Raver. We're going to go to Norbert first, and then we're going to go to you, Norbert.
Hello. My question's about numbers, because I like numbers, especially if the numbers are in the Ukrainians' favour, which it might be now. And that's looking at what Thomas Tyner posted. He suggests that there are about just over 150,000 Ukrainian troops in the rear lines now, according to those tweets that we were talking about. And I'm wondering how that stacks up against what's left of the Russian troops in the main areas of Ukraine. I think the numbers are quite similar from what I've seen, somewhere around 150,000-ish, probably, estimates of Russian troops. Just, wondering your thoughts on how they stack up and if there is actually a positive side, positive numbers on the Ukrainian side now.
Beardy, do you want to answer that first? I've got something to comment on afterwards.
Sure. Okay. Yes, if you count pairs of boots on the ground, then there might be some form of parity. It's how you use them. What can you do with that X number of troops to mitigate risk and maximize success? You use technology, you use intelligence, you use planning. You are very cognizant that you've only got this number of boots and this number of vehicles, but you have got missions to do. So yes, you can say there's force number parity, but it's how you use them, and we've seen that with indirect fire, fires in general. It's surgical when we see what the Ukrainians are doing. They identify, they prioritize, they confirm it's within their bigger picture to take something on, and they engage rather than a blind fire in the air at 7 o'clock every morning. So yes, you can only go so far with numbers. You've got to look at how that's going to be applied, and that's NATO Western/Ukrainian operational doctrine. How's that?
Brilliant. So I was going to add to that as well. The thing is that we just don't know what Russian numbers are. What we do know is what they're doing at the moment. When I say we don't know, that people speculate, but people speculate that I've heard all sorts of suggestions that the Russians have got, 50 to 100,000 in Crimea, right? Which doesn't make sense either, does it? Why they've been struggling where they are up in the northeast, but they've got all these people down there. I strongly suspect, when we look at the trenching lines and those trenches they've got, that they don't have the numbers that that have been suggested. So we just don't know, though, do we? What we do know is, as Bearded said, is that Ukrainians have been really, really surgical. They've got their fires, and they've got their long-range fires as well. We haven't. Every time something goes up, a rocket goes up in the air, everyone says it's HIMARS, but the Ukrainians got their own version, which has a 160-kilometer range. By the way, just doesn't have a CEP of 1 meter. It's got a CEP of 10 meters. But we don't know what they're using, right, and how they're going to use it. So as a numbers of people, and as Bearded says, right, what we do know is that Russians are very, very intensive manpower on their supplies, right? So when someone says, let's just say, for argument's sake, say there's 100,000, but is that 100,000 teeth arms, or is that 25,000 frontline troops and 75,000 in the supply chain? Raver, do you want to add to that?
Actually, I do. So we had a Ukrainian politician on the space 3 weeks, a month ago, and she said that Ukraine had 1.2 million men under arms. Now, granted, not all of those are going to be, opposite Russia. Some are going to be guarding Belarus. Some are going to be doing internal security. Some are going to be trainers, and a lot of them are going to be doing various support functions, for everything from clerking to cooking. But that's a number of people in uniform, 1.2 million. We know Russia has said that they want to build to 1 million. So we already know that all of Russia combined has an army smaller than what Ukraine has right now. And so what we're really talking about is what does Russia have in Ukraine versus what does Ukraine have opposite Russia for that counteroffensive. And here we see Russia early in the war to replace their losses. They grabbed all of their trainers. So they haven't had anybody really to train their waves of mobilization, which has left them, as they get bodies, they just shove them straight into the front. So Russians are shoving in raw meat. The Ukrainians are trying to shove in at least trained meat, if not experienced yet. And so there's going to be a qualitative disadvantage that's going to favor Ukraine. And Russia right now is going through another mobilization cycle that should net them 140,000. That might bring them back up to pre-invasion strength. But if the Ukrainian estimates are anywhere close to being in the same ballpark, we're looking at Russia that may have lost 500,000 men between dead, wounded, captured, deserted, and just quit. I doubt the Russian army is as strong now as it was in February of last year. It's burned through all of its equipment. Look at what Oryx has said. Its new tanks are gone. They've lost 141 confirmed aircraft of all types. They've shot off most of their artillery shells. They've worn out their barrels. This is not going to be a fair fight in terms of manpower numbers. I think Ukraine will have its 3-1 at the points where Ukraine decides to attack. I think it'll have at least 2-1 overall in usable reserves. And a lot of the equipment Ukraine's going to be doing this counteroffensive with is not shot out. It's still fresh. It runs right. The crews are rested. And it's going to let Ukraine keep up a tempo that I don't think the Russians can match.
Yeah, brilliant comments there, Raver. There's something I think it's really important that we all keep in mind, right? So for a very long time, we've had analysts around the world on TV and the rest of it all talking about the Russian army is 1.2 million. So I spent quite a bit of time because it didn't make sense, these numbers, because did they really have that? So I spent quite a bit of time, and if you look at some places, they go, no, the Russian army was not that big, hasn't been that big for over 20 years, right? So more around the 250,000, 350,000, and that's in total. Right, so they've reduced their numbers considerably, and guess what? The Ukrainians have reduced their numbers even more considerably. Their death rate, as we know, is incredibly high. I just think that as it stands, the Russian, their attempt to bring in 145, let's just say even an even number, 150,000. They want to bring 150,000 in, but how are they even going to get them in time for a coming offensive? Everything's too late with them at the moment. Biddy?
Yeah, Raver, I don't know what sort of era you're in or whether you're still serving, but we touched earlier on Exercise Lionheart and the sort of mid-1980s Cold War piece, and just listening to our discussions reminded me of an exercise I went on where we were at what was called a command and staff training, where the idea was that the battle group headquarters would spend 3 or 4 days planning an operation, going out and having a look at the ground, and then we would have a simulated battle with all the tank companies and squadrons in a separate area looking down on a big map. Now, this is the Cold War days. And we'd have our defensive positions. I'm thinking, oh, Russians have got defensive positions. And then the exercise would start. And on this huge map, we'd see these moving icons, which would be the Russian combat recce patrol, their vanguard, their lead battalion, so on and so forth. And we'd fight this battle for maybe 6 or 7 hours. And we've been able to knock out, at best, the lead battalion. And we've taken a bit of a thumping from indirect artillery. But because we're in this low-con room and we're watching this battle unfold and we can only communicate via simulated radio to headquarters to let them know what's going on, We then see the next echelon coming on, and then the next echelon. And all the time we're being degraded and attrited and corroded. And we're going, at what point are we going to withdraw? When are we going to be given those instructions? And that just came straight to mind of, well, that's what's going to be happening to Russia. That they might be able to take the initial bow wave, but with the numbers and the way they're going to be applied, it's the second, third, fourth echelons as they build out that shoulder and create a lodgement for them then to exploit on. But anyway, pull up a sandbag, I'll tell you a story.
Yeah. And anyway, Dry Fire, you put your hand up.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what do you think is a reasonable expectation for this offensive when it comes? I read Tyner's thread as well, and I've been listening to you guys this morning, and I really have no arguments with anything you're saying, or really even most of the commenters. I'd just like you guys to kind of, thumbnail what you think is a reasonable expectation, in part because I worry about people having overly optimistic expectations. I mean, it's still war. There's still going to be mess. There's still going to be fatalities. There's still going to be setbacks. So you guys who have been there and know more than the rest of us are the best judges of what you think would be a reasonable expectation, and I'll listen.
Beer, did you want to take that?
Okay. This will all start when the conditions set by the commander have been met. Now, that sounds like a Teflon answer, but that's the fact of it. When all conditions, or the majority of conditions, have been met to the satisfaction of the commander, then they will start the activity, which is the point of no return. If you were looking for a date, not before the end of May, from me. Rega?
Yeah, so I would this is just pure speculation on my part, not a general officer, not in the Ukrainian armed forces, trying to stay in my lane, but I do have a fairly good ability to use deductive reasoning, and I don't think Ukraine is going to be going for terrain features. I don't think they're going to qualify victory seizing this or that city. I think this is going to be a battle of annihilation, because the threat to Ukraine's existence, the thing keeping Ukraine from winning the war, is the Russian army. And I think Zaluzhny and his generals are looking for where they can find, fix, and destroy the most bits of the Russian army that they can for the least cost they can, to force Russia out of the war simply because she can't fight it anymore. So I would look for a battle of annihilation more than a battle of movement. And I have to go garden with my wife, guys. It's been a real pleasure.
The pleasure's been ours, Raver. Go get some nice tulips.
What about yourself, David?
Well, the garden. Yeah.
Come on.
No, so it's so your comment a little bit when you were talking about the how in the wargaming that they were talking about you taking a beating. It reminded me of just how how the belief was at the time of how they would just roll over us. So at the 1979, there I was in Nienburg am Weser, not that far away from Hanover, and pretty much every exercise we had was a race for how many bridges can you dem up quickly enough before the Golden Horde descended on us. Could we get down all of those canal bridges, all of those other river bridges before the tanks and the APCs arrived? It was just, and it was a phenomenal task. Every time it was, can we get to them? Can we get to them? And it's just something that makes me think that this is their problem that they will have at the moment. They'll be thinking, what waterways have we got? Can we block them? What can they do? and all those other bits to them, I suspect there are a lot of Russian officers who are sort of bricking themselves at the moment, or should be bricking themselves if they're thinking about it. But I think there's an extraordinary problem about to descend on them. They have we've got finally we're getting the equipment into Ukraine, and I'm hoping, right, because they didn't the 14 challengers haven't just arrived. They've gone away and they've done their training, and they've done their training with other vehicles, and they know what they're going to be doing and what they should be doing. But yeah, everything's a guess at the moment. Sorry, I'm thinking this through as I'm going. Yeah, it's all a guess, but ultimately, I suspect that, as Raver pointed out, at the 1.2 million, they'll have, let's just say 25% of those are people who are frontline teeth arms. Right, there is a significant problem that's going to be presented to the Russians very shortly.
Well, if Thomas, and Bearded, please correct me if I'm wrong, but if Thomas's count is not incorrect, and he already said that this is combat troops only, at least 155,000 combat troops is what he comes up with. There's a couple of other estimates, all in the range of between 140 and 180. Then follow-on forces, second edge, combat ready, being trained. 25,000 currently in Germany. 25,000. That includes a couple of maintainers, yes. That includes a couple of people who will not be directly, as you called, teeth. Let's say that only 1/3 of them is teeth of what is being trained in Germany. We know that another 10,000 are currently being trained by, shall we say, the British Northern Alliance with our Scandinavian and Finnish friends. There's a couple of them being trained in Poland. The Americans are training additional Ukrainian troops in Grafenwohr. Let's just say all of them together, combat troops in training, just combat troops in training, maybe altogether 20,000 across those nations, and additional parties being trained are maintainer support, logistics, which is extremely important, and the likes. So 155 plus another roughly 130 follow-on troops in Ukraine, plus those 20 being trained. You're talking combat troops of 300,000 plus. The Russian army does not have this. Thomas highlighted that, yes, they do have in the Southeastern Command, they have created a lot of obstacles, but not enough necessary to stop a proper combined arms advance. Yes, they still have troops and lots of mines between Kherson and Henichevsk and Armyansk. But in and around Crimea, they have anywhere between 45 and 60,000 troops. They are no match for technology and numbers that the Ukrainians can muster. The question really is just as to when and where they start, whether that is end of May, mid-May, or whatever. It doesn't really matter, actually. Yes, of course, if you are in a torture chamber currently somewhere in Simferopol as a Crimean man or woman, every single day matters. And that is the tragic balance the ZSU command has to strike. They know that in the occupied territories, people are being killed more and more, and the Russians are actually increasing this, of course, at this point in time, and they want to lure the Ukrainians, absolutely, no question. And they will commit many more atrocities. But the only guarantee of future atrocities being excluded is to win the war and win it decisively. Crush the Russians. And crush them before Macron goes completely nuts. And whether you start this at the beginning of May or at the end of May, I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, this this just circles us back to Raver's point. This is not just about Ukraine re-establishing its international borders. This is about Ukraine demonstrating that they have the will and the capability to not only defend, but to defeat any aggressor against them. And that's, when we talk about information war and campaign goals and the like, there's a lot bigger picture going on here. So the point is going to be proved. And, at what point do we start seeing the leafleting campaign across the line of contact? Start shaking them up a bit. Or in 48 hours, you're getting X. That's when things are going to start moving. And like I said, going back to the conditions, the date is immaterial. The key terrain and whatever, only valuable if it's in support of your desired end state, which is to fill in the blank, whether it's to annihilate in place. I don't see thunder runs. I'm seeing a slow, deliberate, we're coming for you now, it's our turn. And everything will be thought through to generate that maximum combat effect, as Axel was saying. There we go.
Yeah. So I was going to add a little bit as to, because I realised I hadn't answered the question about when. I'm going to avoid that completely and say I suspect the when will be when the Ukrainians see the conditions that they've set. Right, they've set up a proposition for the Russians to go, what are we going to do? Ukrainians are putting pressure down in the south. And they're going to wait and see and go, what do you do? Once those conditions that they've set for their different plans, then that will decide when they do something, won't it?
Absolutely. And I think it's worth perhaps framing now for hopefully what will be future track routes, is as this thing unfolds, I see our purpose here is to explain what we're seeing, not necessarily to speculate, but to actually enable listeners to come up and ask questions for us to delve down. That way we're being extremely focused on interpreting what we're seeing without too much extrapolation. How does that sound for a way ahead?
100%.
Sounds brilliant.
I think that we've also given, of course, the shall we say, the lack of momentum at this point in time. At the moment, the attraction of speculation is always there, and that leads to this roundabout. We're not leaving the roundabout. We haven't yet gone out for one direction, and sooner rather than later, this will come to an end. Shaggy.
Yeah, I'd only add one more thing just from my non-military point of view. Yeah, I agree with the waiting for conditions to be set and setting the conditions and whatever, but I'd also say it would depend on opportunity as well, and opportunity is going to depend on the weather. So if the weather's not on the side, then even if the conditions are all set, they're just going to have to wait for the weather, and that means the muddy ground. If it takes a bit longer to dry out, that's going to delay things a little bit, I think. And if it's so my calculation is end of May, early June. Well, what do you think about the conditions then? I don't really know.
Well, you know what I'm going to say, Shaggy. I was 3 meters away from the original meteorological forecast for D-Day, right? And that forecast pushed D-Day back. Right, that's how much conditions make a difference to what you're trying to do. There will be incredibly important. There will be meteorologists looking at these, trying to do long-range forecasts, short-range forecasts. What's the plan for this? What's the plan for that? And this is what Bearded was really saying: the complexity of what's happening. You're trying to get, 35,000 people with all of different types. I mean, more than 35,000 people to the same place at the same time, and all of the things that you need to be doing and all the things that need to be thought of.
Yeah, I mean, I've helped go lives and stuff and migrate systems in IT and some very big systems. It's yeah, there's lots of moving parts, and the more moving parts there are, the more things that can go wrong. So you can do dry runs, you can do war games, you can do go on test systems, but if somebody's assumed something incorrectly somewhere along there, then it can all fall apart. So yeah, it also depends on where they're going to do the counteroffensive as well. It depends on where the ground is, but that's been covered, I think. I've been on and off, but I've been working. Anyway, I'll shut up now and drop down.
And also one more thing. Then there is the element of luck and happenstance.
Absolutely. In regards to opportunity, again, what type, purpose, how do we exploit it, what's in it for us? Some people might be aware of something called TST, time-sensitive targeting. If there are opportunities that arrive, that necessarily doesn't mean we have to commit to something, then using a time-sensitive targeting procedure gets the right type of ammunition at the right place at the right time to achieve some form of effect. A bit like high-value targeting as well. If you see it, it goes to the very top of the target list and gets engaged. But the bigger opportunities are going to be intelligence-driven and then fed into the system for somebody to say, so what, and take it from there.
Sorry, it all went silent. I'm trying to tap my mic button. It's not tap. It's not. Wasn't doing anything whatsoever. Yeah. I'm trying to think of anything to say. Really, it's just I mean, you finished on the right scale. Other than, does anyone have any other questions? Messi, we can go to your questions afterwards, and I know someone else who put their hand up. I can't see it before. Has anyone else got any other questions? That's a no. Messi. Okay, right. Shall we wrap this up, Axel?
Absolutely.
Right, wonderful. Okay, Messi, you're going to have to remind us, Beardy. I thank you very much for all your help just now. It's been brilliant. I've really enjoyed this session. Very good.
You're all very welcome. And as things move forward, no doubt we'll have a lot more to discuss.
I think we're going to have a considerable amount to discuss at the moment. This is just speculation. We're just working on something. Nothing's happening, and we're just waiting to see. When's the off for the Grand National, isn't it?
So I just start. Can I start?
Please do. Say your questions.
And I apologize for mixing land, sea, and air. You know, I'm sort of, I hear something like counteroffensive, and I have something in my mind, and I just jump in, and that was wrong. We were talking about land, and I was talking about air. So, and as you said, it's speculation, and I read Thomas Tyner's thread today as well. So I'm sort of confident about the land. So it's still there, and as I said, there's something in the air with the Nordics at the moment. Of course, I'm not in the position to say anything, but figuring out from the, what Reznikov and some other people from the military have been praising Vikings and Nordics are saving things. I sort of think about first of all, the F-16 training is going to start because of Denmark, and but they, remember, still have the F-16s. So, and we have this Nordic coalition now with the air, and there could be an opening for the Gripens to come and rescue Ukraine, because they are not dependent on Joe Biden or anyone else in NATO. Sweden is not in NATO, and Gripen is their fabrication. The only thing I think we can easily, the rest of Nordics, we can secure the Swedish airspace at the moment. The only question is the pilots, and I'm sort of thinking, because Ukraine has openly said that they do take volunteer pilots, but I doubt if there are any Swedes here, or in this space, would there be enough volunteer pilots, and or how many countries have pilots that have flown Gripen? Because Gripen would be perfect for Ukraine, and if they can get it now until the F-16 thing is resolved by training, and
I can answer this.
Thank you.
I can answer this. There's far too few, because Sweden has been unable to sell the Gripen. They didn't manage to close the deal, quite literally. Therefore, there's far too few maintainers and far too few pilots. Therefore, it is not really an option in the short term, unless you would have started training them last year. That's exactly the biggest issue with this, and that's why the Gripen is a great plane. We would really love to have it. If Sweden were to say now to Ukraine, we are starting to train your pilots now, fantastic, no problem, but you have to take Ukrainian pilots for this, or you have to take in former pilots, of which there are few and far between, who are willing to do so as part of an international mission, but you still have the issue of having, for the supply train and for the maintenance staff and the dispatchers, you have far too few people to do so. You may be able to muster one full squadron, which is great in itself. Absolutely fine, no question about it. But it's not the game changer Ukraine will need. And with that, let's say hello to our colleague Verlaine.
Good night, good morning, if you're still awake. For those of you who are
Goody
still awake
two-shoes.
in Australia. How have you been, guys?
Come on, you know how we are. Uncrashable.
I think, for Lane, I can't hear you at the moment. I know that you were going somewhere, and you were concerned about your signal. I don't know if you're having connection issues because of a poor internet signal, or what. You want to try again, for Lane?
Only that can hear.
Yes, it's Prince who has an issue with this. Keep talking, Verlaine.
Okay, this is very strange. I'm just being unstoppable, indestructible, and at the point of no return resilient is now in your DNA after a year of doing the spaces non-stop without a break. We've been doing this for quite a while, and we have established a really decent community of the kindred hearts, right? And I hope that whoever joins us the first day is able to fully grasp the idea of MriyaReport, and the efforts of the team are also appreciated. Thank you for holding the space, and thank you, listeners, for just coming up.
Well, tell us more about it. You said you would be. We might actually have the luck that some of the members of the Rubish unit in the coming days would be able to drop by. I do understand that there's a lot of stress and a lot of commitment ongoing at the moment, but how does it look for us?
I stay at my apartment. I can turn it up any moment. moment. It's just I need to see that they are mentally moments to come up. I will try to sort it out with the whole team and with the guys as much as possible. I hope to bring them tomorrow, but that's it because I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like at least 12 parcels to send. Once we're done with the sending and once we're done with everything that they need to do for the trip, I will to bring them at least once per day for the next couple of days, or maybe every second day, so you can at least get an idea of how the UAV / recon groups of my brigade operate. Keeping up with the OPSEC, I will brief them on OPSEC as well. I mean, Oche is very talkative. He knows English. His English isn't perfect. I will be with him. We will definitely come in probably. I will let you know, and we're gonna have a proper card because I know that Forrest had already helped us of making the card for Ocha. Ocha is a call sign for drone operator. You've seen he's like a drone master. He's like, if you take a look at the nest, he is the first one in the lineup of the video, which my phone has graciously decided to make today, and I'm extremely grateful for AI sometimes. So I'm gonna try to bring the guys. They are fully on board of coming up because they appreciate everything we've been doing. I've been doing, the community, the support. They're like just it's really hard. You have to see them to actually feel that they know how hard it is just to keep on going. They are like absolutely mind blown, but especially seeing you in action, me in action, the rapid reaction of their volunteers and me especially. They call it supersonic. By the way, since the guys were able to figure out, I mean, the MriyaReport team, how to, it's possible, I've already bought one drone, sent it to the front lines. I will keep you updated tomorrow because I need to have a confirmation that it was received. But like in terms of having receipts, having the photos, having everything, I have it. I'm also buying a couple antennas, and I also paid for maintenance of another drone. So thank you so very much. Once again, there's like a full list, so we keep up with the fun for the month because I don't want to monopolize the space. I want everyone to have this idea.
Shush.
So
Shush. Don't say this. You never monopolize the space. Don't ever say this again.
Because I can't do that. So as I'm saying, like, guys, no one can monopolize
You
this
must
space.
do this. I require that you do this because I would like to have you more here. And by the way,
We demand
are you
it.
feeding the boys enough soup?
I feel like
feeding the boys enough soup?
This is the thing. Like they are having a blast. I didn't know that they would be so happy of just being here. So they have chosen my spot, my place, because I invited them, and they're like, okay, so we have Victoria. We have also have the options, but we also have Victoria. But there are other options. But hey, Victoria, which is my actual name, or they call me a saint. But anyways, there was they uh, they accepted my cuisine and my cooking if I eat with them. Because they saw that I don't eat and don't sleep, and there was like a joke, like, Victoria, you don't even need bed in your apartment because you fucking just refuse to sleep. So they got fundraise at some point, and I will try to probably just shut their mouth.
Do you have a cupboard in which you sleep hanging down from the roof?
I have a
because that's what normally happens to vampires, right?
Ryan has been in my apartment, so he knows. Yes, Ryan.
I was just going to say that if you don't monopolize the space, as you call it, they'll have to listen to me. And we've taken a vote in the background, and nobody wants to hear me drone on. They want to hear for Lane.
We've taken a vote? When did we vote on this,
Question, Ryan. I feel like you have a cough or something.
No, I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine.
just a little tired. We were out for quite a long time today and covered a lot of ground, but we're safely back in Kharkiv, and hopefully I'm going to go on that special mission that I was talking to you about. Actually, I'm 100% sure we're going to do that tomorrow, and hopefully we'll succeed.
You know that you like me anytime I am available 27.
100%, but you need your rest, and I have a very competent citizen of Kharkiv who speaks 3 or 4 languages, and I am very confident that she will be able to convince the individual that we're going to talk to tomorrow of how necessary our plan is.
Roger, but the plan is like this. The guys will try to force me to sleep no later than 11 p.m. So I feel I'm going to be awake not later than 8 a.m. anytime. Like, if it's fine for you, just ping me.
Will do. I'm going to be up about 8 a.m. tomorrow, and I plan on departing around 9. So we want to cover territory as quickly as we can, but I will keep you updated.
Just an announcement. Nick Brown, can you see the co-host invite? Nick, can you hear me?
Dispatch calling for Nick Brown. Nick Brown, please.
He has it. He has it.
Oh,
Everything's under
interesting.
control.
Wonderful.
Our Twitter Spaces actually
Well,
working today?
very little is under control, but that's
the
under
little Nick
control.
Brown, please, to the information desk. The little Nick Brown, please, to the information desk.
It's better than clean up on aisle 4, isn't it?
They could call you to the front desk to tell you that you need to pick up your lost child. So, I mean, things could be worse.
I did actually get called to the desk on a recent trip to pick up my passport that I'd managed to leave on a seat at baggage claim, which was pretty embarrassing.
Wow, what a rookie.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the situation when you're being like asked to keep up, like come up to get the child you've never had? You're like, oh. It was a dad's joke.
That sounds like my worst nightmare.
I refuse to believe that that's your worst nightmare, Ryan. And I don't even mean the Ukraine stuff. I'm sure you have some other extremely cute ones you could tell us about. All right, David, what's happening apart from teasing of Ryan?
David is still fiddling with his oven.
His what?
His oven.
Oh, oven.
Yes,
Oven.
he has.
It's written with an O, so of course it's pronounced with a U.
As long as there are no buns in my oven, I'm happy.
I think you're probably okay, Ryan, if I make a few simplifying assumptions, but I do get the drift. We're fortunately past Easter, so the UK can get over its obsession with hot cross buns, which appear to be just kind of regular buns with a tiny bit of sugar on the top. Never really understood them.
Those people eat beans for breakfast. What's to understand?
Breakfast is one of the most into what?
Explain this. It's beans on toast, which is the problem.
While we're here, what is a standard Ukrainian breakfast? Felaine, I want to know what would if you're a Ukrainian and you're on holiday and the breakfast buffet has everything you could want, what are you going to walk up and take from a breakfast buffet if you are Ukrainian?
I am the worst person to ask that question, but like I don't like eating breakfast at all, but I would say omelette, oatmeal, might be sirniki, which is like a cottage cheese pancakes with sour cream or custard. What else it can be? It can be something really simple like buckwheat, because we have like at least we had it for a really long time, and then unfortunately it faded. But mostly, if you live in the village, it's definitely going to be something with the potatoes, mashed potatoes. My mom and my late grandma really enjoyed making like we call it the картопля по-селянски. It's like basically potato roasted or fried in a very special way with lots of herbs and lots of oil. But they are like there's a process to that. There is a method to my madness.
But Fanaim, is it true that you also, like in other regions in Eastern Europe and Central Europe, you then add eggs and ham and bacon and things like that to it?
Yeah.
I mean, at least that's what I had in Uzhgorod and in Lviv. So.
Well, we have the same breakfast everyone has. Like, why not? There's a really big difference. Especially those guys who've been to Ukraine know this. Our products and our food is way more delicious and tasty than anywhere else. I'm not being even like I'm not even exaggerating. Vegetables and fruits here, top notch, top notch. I think
The dill here has completely changed my opinion of dill. That's just an herb, but yeah, the strawberries taste better. All the fruit tastes better. The vegetables taste better. If vegetables taste this good back in the States, I would probably eat more of them.
Welcome
to Europe. Welcome.
I was going to say, I wonder how much of that is Ukraine and how much of it is just like not being in the US. You'd need some intermediate places to compare. But you can get good vegetables across most of Europe, I think. Can you not?
Guys, this is a pro-Ukraine space, not a hate on America space.
Okay, but it's a hate on. Are we allowed to hate American vegetables?
Okay, I'll admit, produce in America is shit. It's even the stuff that's grown hydroponically is not so good.
We've done multiple home exchange vacations, which is a great way to get to learn a country, because you also get to, watch the TV and meet the neighbors and go shopping. And we've had some excellent meat and produce at American supermarkets. I mean, obviously you stay clear of the processed food aisles, but I wouldn't say everything we had was all that bad. I do notice that it's expensive. I remember the first time I was in Florida, and a pound of lemons in Florida cost about 2.5 times what it did in Holland, and they don't grow a whole lot of lemons in Holland. I was surprised how much fresh food costs in the US. That was a surprise, and of course, as a result, people, it makes it difficult to incorporate a healthy diet if the good food costs a lot more. But it was okay. But yeah, I am surprised how much Americans pay for groceries.
You and me both. You can get decent produce at a farmer's market, but the stuff you get from the big chain stores are not as good quality and definitely not as flavorful. They place an emphasis on the size and the appearance over the taste, at least in my opinion.
Well, also, how long it keeps is if you grow or do some, if you breed or GM or treat an apple or something such that you can keep it in storage 6 months, and then after 4 months you take it to the shop. It may still not be rotten in any way, but it's been sitting there losing aromatics for 4 months. My favorite fruit of all is raspberries, and even the freshest raspberries that you get in the store are missing a whole load of things at the top end that you would have if you pulled a raspberry off the stalk, off the plant, and ate it. There are some, those initial volatile compounds that are going to get lost. So I think part of it is that if you breed and keep and treat food for long-term storage, and then keep it long-term, as I say, it will remain edible, it will remain fit for human consumption, but it just won't have that zing to it that's something that is either literally off the plant or a day or two off will have.
We had some strawberries that I bought at an epicenter probably 2 or 3 weeks ago, so well before they're fully into season, and I suggested we cut them up and soak them in a little bit of sugar so they would have some taste. And the person I was talking to, actually it was Julia from Renegade Relief, looked at me like I was speaking sacrilege and said, "No, eat this." And honestly, I'm glad I didn't ruin those strawberries by putting sugar on them, because strawberries in the US, you have to put sugar on because they have no flavor, and you make a strawberry syrup, a little bit of sugar. These didn't need any sugar at all. They had all the flavor in the world, and we were eating them in mid-March, or I guess late March.
Is Epicenter a grocery chain?
Epicenter is, do you know what Home Depot is?
Yeah.
It's a Home Depot and a super Walmart and a sporting goods store and a restaurant and an outdoor garden center and a pet store, and all of that rolled into one, and a Hobby Lobby thrown in for good measure. They
So
have literally anything you could want.
A mega, bigger even than a French hypermarket. And I just like the name Epicenter. It's like, I don't know whether the epi is a Ukrainian word that comes close to the French word épicerie, meaning grocery, or whether they just thought it was a cool way to make it sound like the center of everything, because there's been a huge consumer earthquake there. Verlaine, do you know why it's called Epicenter?
Because it's epic.
Oh, Epic Center. That's also true. Yes.
I should probably hop off of here. I just heard a noise that I need to identify what it was, and I also need to make a phone call and do some planning, back-end planning for the thing we're going to do tomorrow. So I will hop off for a little bit, and I'll be back on. And Verlaine, feel free to take all the time you want on this space. This space is meant to promote Ukrainian voices, and I'm not a Ukrainian, and you are.
For me, Ryan, you are an honorary Ukrainian. I hope that noise is what you wish it to be. And I hope that your mission tomorrow that you're not going to talk to us about goes well.
I hope it does too. We've got some contingency plans made, but I hope myself and our friend Annika are as persuasive as we hope to be.
All right. Well.
I'll fill you guys in tomorrow, and I hope to be back on later this evening.
Well, be good then, Ryan. Be good. So I'm back in the bush there, Nick. The disaster has been averted. The joint isn't completely burnt, but the completely right. But that's okay. I can nibble on the burnt bits.
Did you get distracted? Was the temperature too high? What was it?
I think it was a little bit too high. But
well,
anyway,
what were you cooking? What were you cooking?
One second, let me finish this. So the Gunny, I'm trying to bring you up. I can't. I think you need to recycle. As soon as you do, I will. So I'm doing a pork joint, Nick,
okay,
with Thai sweet chili on top of it.
Does it have plenty of fat and skin on it? A nice, or have you got one of these horrible lean ones?
I don't do lean. Right.
Right.
You see my profile picture.
True, but that, well, yes, except I mean, one of the things that's very difficult in epidemiology and nutritional epidemiology is that larger people eat more pizza, but also drink more diet soft drinks. And so one of those has a causal relationship with their weight, and one of them has a highly confounded non-causal relationship with their weight. So it's always difficult to tell. So I am not going to infer from anything about your profile picture where I'm not going to infer from your profile picture whether or not you enjoy crackling on your pork. But I mean, who doesn't? I mean, really. All right. Katten Janssen had her hand up, and we rather shamefully ignored her, and she fell off. So while
we didn't
I
ignore her.
hope is
She came up.
recycling.
We were trying to organise something. Gunny's there.
Okay.
We can have Katten when she comes back.
Indeed.
There we are.
And in the meantime, Gunny, you're, that recent icon of yours is looking very fetching. Is that like some kind of party shirt?
I think that's the shirt he's going to be wearing when he does his burpees.
I also the stick he's holding with the crown on has a real Freddie Mercury vibe to it. Go ahead, Gunny.
Anyone who's seen me walk into a nightclub will appreciate there is a lot of Freddie Mercury in the way I walk around. Yeah. American food, New England.
Are you breaking free?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's going to make a supersonic man out of you, Axel. Yes.
Yeah, more about the one about someone killing another bloke. I felt like that all day. But yeah, New England food, absolutely fantastic. Last time we were there, got to say, Americans really catching us up on the real ale thing as well. Some fabulous beer. And I got to say, the food was absolutely exceptional out in the small fishing villages and the little towns, places like Camden. Yeah, the standard of food was exceptional, absolutely exceptional. Bit expensive. What actually hit us was the wine, cost of the wine. And I always wondered why, when you see Americans drinking or out to dinner, they only have 1 or 2 glasses of wine.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it, what they charge for even a mediocre bottle of wine in the States is $45 in a restaurant.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we normally do 2 bottles of wine with dinner, plus drinkies be first and a couple of whiskeys after. So it was quite an expensive holiday, that.
There are several places I know around here where for €12 you can have 3 home cooked courses, and they say, what do you want to drink? And the answers are either red, white, or rosé, and they put a bottle on the table, and if there's 4 of you, you drink it, and if you finish it, they bring you more. So it's 3 courses, as much wine as you want to drink for €12. But yeah, wine is basically free here. Wine is not even considered like a cost. It's cheaper. It's cheaper for the bars to buy in than either beer or Coca-Cola. So it's funny economics.
Isn't it the law that they have to give you a half a carafe with a meal?
In France, you're required to serve tap water. If people ask, there are no rules with compulsory wine. France has an amazing history, though. In the 1950s, elementary school canteens had wine on the table. Let that sink in. Elementary school canteens had wine on the table in France until the 1950s.
Yeah, I remember when the Royal Navy, in an attempt in the mid-90s to be more inclusive to the ladies that were coming to sea, decided to, in addition to the beer issue, because you used to get 3 tins of beer per man per day, although it was never controlled. So as long as you had plenty of money in the beer boat, you could buy what you wanted. We used to have crates hidden everywhere. But they introduced wine. And it came in plastic bowls. It was Romanian. There was red and there was white. And the first day that they introduced it, the boys down the mess decided they wanted a cheese and wine party with guests. And I was absolutely adamant that this was not going to happen, because they used to take the mess apart after drinking loads of beer. And I knew that introducing wine into the mix for a cheese and wine party would be an absolute catastrophe. So we had a mess meeting and I was overruled. Luckily, I was on watch that night till midnight in the ops room. And I came down to what can only be described as absolute carnage of a level I've not seen at sea. There were naked people in respirators. The bar had been disassembled. There was hardcore dance music on. There was hardcore porn on the TV. But remarkably, the single laughing cow cheese that we bought to qualify it as a cheese and wine party remained untouched on the plate. So that was our only experience with wine. Cheese and wine parties on board, never a good thing. And we went on a beer ban the following day for a month. So anyway,
All right.
moving on.
Ukraine segue time, Gunny.
It's not Ukraine, it's Sudan.
Oh.
Why is Sudan
still important?
Important because one side is being financed and equipped by Russia. The situation in Khartoum International looks pretty bad at the moment. It looks like it's under indirect fire. There are reports coming out that foreign nationals are stuck there, and there are allegations that they're being held hostage. So at least 15 heavy airlift flights into Djibouti past 24 hours. That's a lot of ground power being inserted by various countries. There's an RC-135 rivet joint up. He's over the Red Sea now. He seems probably to take up a tasking for the area. And it looks like the situation is deteriorating really, really rapidly. I would expect to see some form of military action tonight. Now, of course, I think the big worry for me is when one side is a militia that's Russian-backed, this is an opportunity for Russia to hurt the West and then throw their hands up in the air and say it wasn't us, governor. So I think we're going to see a display of overwhelming force. Either they're going to broker a ceasefire and they'll get everyone out. The Saudis managed to get quite a few people out from Port Sudan yesterday, various nationalities, Bulgarian, Romanian, Saudi. If they can't.
Oh, right. Am I hearing or Gunny's speaking?
No. Gunny's dropped, but I think.
Evacuees.
Oh. Gunny, you're up and down. You're making those noises like when a modem connects. Badoing, badoing, badoing. Do you want to cycle and try again? There we go. He'll be back up in a second. It's a very, very common pattern. That is, someone talks for a minute or two, and then the sound degrades into, modem noises.
Am I the only person who thinks that Elon's there and he's just going? He's got his finger and he's going. Should we screw with MriyaReport again today? Ding, ding, ding. Oh yeah, Gunny's on. Let's do the sound for him. Oh, Mr. M, look at him. Right, we can sort him out.
It's only that particular issue, I think, has only ever happened to me once. So, and I have you would not believe how terrible the phone is that I use to access this space. So, I don't know, but maybe there's some specific thing about someone's internet connection that. All right, Gunny, welcome back.
It's basically the getting this to work. They should have been very simple for them. But what they did is instead of building it, right, to do what it needed to do, they bought something in that they cobbled together.
Yeah, it was all woke Marxists, but they're the rightiest centrists of Twitter are now working on a better version, I'm told. Gunny, go ahead.
Where did we get up to?
Badoing, basically.
All right. So
you were starting the. Well, there you are. You know where you are. Badoing.
All right, so situation Khartoum bad, under indirect fire, reports of various nationalities stuck there or potentially being used as human shields. I would expect to see something happen tonight. They're going to have to secure either that airfield, or if there are people there, they're going to have to either improvise one somewhere, it's probably doable, or get them to somewhere like Port Sudan International or Kassala, something like that. There are reports that there's some movement in Djibouti. It's a very big airfield. There's lots of apron space there for a lot of aircraft, but there's been an awful lot of heavy lift going in the past 12, 24 hours, which says to me that there is a combined force protection probably in Djibouti ready to go. But I would just monitor it tonight. It looks like it's going south really quickly on us.
Yeah, it doesn't look good, does it, Gunny? Doesn't look good at all.
And there's a P8 is back where it was last night, so that has not quietened down. So whatever was happening last night, that's still clearly of interest as well. So just watching that.
I suspect that as things go along, we all of us should expect that the Russians are going to try everything and everything they can elsewhere in the world to divert attention and to cause chaos, right? It's all going very, very badly for them in Ukraine, so they will do everything they can. Can they start something in Zimbabwe? That mess there, heading its way down towards South Africa, possibly. Is it going to head north up to Zambia as well, right? Because the UK managed to burn its bridges 20 years ago there when they really shouldn't have.
The only objection I have to that line of argument, David, is that it implies that there are times when Russia is not trying to ask things up for everybody else.
So they'll be putting extra effort in. There we are.
Well, I don't know. It's like, are they? Do they sort of, do they trundle along at arsing up level 10 and then they just kind of turn it up to 11 occasionally?
Yes.
If I was them and I had the ability to turn it up to 11, I would turn it up to 11 the whole time. But obviously, the other thing is, of course, I don't know how much we don't know how much they have in reserve. I wonder if they are not already at 11, or at least the switch says 11, but actually, it's the juice is running out behind it. The voltage is somewhere below 230, and these things take time and effort and bandwidth. These things take up bandwidth within intelligence agencies, and the intelligence agencies are all a bit busy with ongoing disasters. So I don't think it's as simple as saying, yeah, we're just going to turn it up to 11.
Nick, it's pre-positioned. These conflicts
possibly
have all been.
Go on, let
do it
Axel
6 months
finish
ago?
what he's saying, Nick.
Or 4
Go on,
months
let him
ago?
finish.
I will try this. Good. They've pre-positioned a number of conflicts, and as always, their agent provocateur has a vote or has limitations. In Sudan, the dispute which has arisen there, yet again in between the various parties, had to be ignited. That needs money. At the same time, it needs also the failure of support from both Abu Dhabi as well as the failure of decisive action by Egypt. It's opportunistic. So even if you have pre-positioned, so to say, a conflict as an opportunity, you can only exploit it if and when the overall puzzle pieces come together. And the current divergence of interests between Saudi, Egypt, and Abu Dhabi, or the UAE, but Abu Dhabi, have led to this opportunity arising and them capitalizing on it. That's what I was trying to lead at. So it's not that they can only do it by themselves, but they can influence it when the right opportunity arises.
And I was desperately trying to get to my mic again. I was taking out the joint out of the oven, make sure it's not burnt anymore. So, and the important thing here, Nick, is the amount of money this requires, right? So because you're thinking of efficiencies and the rest of it of an engine, it's not an engine. It's basically something that to get this done soaks up considerable amounts of money. And if they were to just keep going at level 11, then the price is going to go up each time, right? So to get this sorted, they have expended considerable amounts of effort and huge amounts of money.
Yeah, as I say, we tell ourselves stories when these things happen. I would have thought, that if I would have been going for this, I would have been launching these things a lot earlier, unless it's been taking time to put them in place. And I think the advantage we have now.
The situation is not there. That's what I was trying to say. the situation between Egypt and Saudi in that form was not there. And since Abu Dhabi changed its position recently, this occurred in Sudan, and they cannot drive the situation alone. They can influence it.
Ryan.
300s were sent towards Kharkiv. At least one of them landed. It sounded like two of them landed, and I think they've launched some more. But air defense supposedly intercepted two of the three. I heard one, and then somebody was sending me a message when a second one had a report in the background. So I have an audio recording of a guy, a friend of ours that lives nearby, letting me know what was going on. And a second explosion was heard in the background of the audio recording he sent me. I don't know how to transfer that from one platform to the other, but I'll share it eventually. So they just set the air raid sirens off. Normally they don't leave them running the whole time. You get one to let you know there's an air raid. You get another one to let you know it's all clear. But the dirty fucking Russians are up to it again. Nothing new here in Kharkiv.
No, there won't be. But Ryan, it's very simple. If you were sent something on the whatever it was you were sent it on, all you need to do is just save it to your phone, create a tweet, right, and then you could put it up into the space after you've created the tweet and sent it.
I don't have anything better to do right now, so I actually already tried to save it. I just don't know where it's saved to on my phone. I'll figure it out and throw it in a tweet and throw it in the nest.
Your media folder?
If he has sent you a video with sound on it or something, then it's in your media folder where your photos are. And
No, it's not a photo. He was recording me an audio message on a different platform. So I've saved that audio message. I just don't know where I saved it to, and I don't know what the file name was saved as. I'll figure it out.
look in documents.
Yeah. Okay, joint goes back in the oven. That bit is sorted because I need to have my joint ready for later tonight. Right.
For our American listeners, David is not getting the mother of all recreational pharmaceutical-based cigarettes ready here.
You know what? This is how naive I am. I just think that, yes, considerably naive. I hadn't thought for one moment anyone would be thinking that I would be. I mean, who's going to put a joint in the oven? Oh, well, someone trying to hide it from the police, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Or yes, I often wonder if the Joint Chiefs of Staff occasionally they must have quite a good Christmas party.
And what do they do when it comes to the blood test, right? And they have their because we know what they also have. They'll have those electrodes put them for a lie detector test, right? Polygraph. Yep. We know how that works. Because it's simple.
Or 20th of April party. An important date where I live because it is not only is it 420 Day, but it's also the birthday of that well-known historical figure who Axel will know about. Joan Miró, the Spanish artist, born on the 20th of April. And I live just up the road from the Avenida Joan Miró. There is an excellent museum here of his pictures. He was a terrific artist, spent many years living in Mallorca, and a much better painter than someone else we could have mentioned whose birthday was on the
Mr.
On the 20th of April.
Schicklgruber.
Mr. Schicklgruber, who, to be fair, I mean, I have difficulty drawing a stick man. So Mr. Schicklgruber was a better painter than me, but I don't think he's quite in the Joan Miró class. So next time you all visit Mallorca, which I'm sure all of you are planning to do, I will take you around the Joan Miro Museum. Prince.
Yes. Why would you put a joint in the oven? Just really quick. There is a decarbonization process in order to activate the THC or the CBD. And so in order to do that, it needs to be under heat, which is why smoking it works. But in order to use it in some edibles and other oils and things such as that, it needs to go through a decarbonation process, which happens in an oven by heating it for a period of time. And so there you go. That's why you would put a joint in the oven.
Thank you, Prince. I should warn listeners in certain jurisdictions that the editorial board of MriyaReport does not endorse the consumption of substances that where they are illegal in your area or for your age group. So some of you may wish to forget what you just heard.
And may we just highlight that in those countries which prefer cricket and football over the wrongful terminology of soccer, most of these things are completely illegal, and we would always consider a joint being a joint of pork or a joint of beef.
Yes, although one or two senior England cricketers are well-known fans of the long white stick. Denjon, please give us some non-drug related input.
Please. I was trying to get up when Gunnar was talking.
I'd like to apologise. We couldn't see you. You were invisible to us, Denjon. Invisible.
Yeah, usual thing. Send us a DM. Loud and clear, Denjon.
I have. Yeah, no problem. Anyway, so so when Gunnar was up talking about Sudan, actually, the Swedish government has called for an extra parliamentary session tomorrow. And they will ask, there will be a vote whether Sweden should send troops to Sudan for evacuation. So yeah, things are happening there.
Maybe you can test some Gripen.
Yes, why not? But there are a few two-seaters, but I don't know how many, for evacuation. But yeah. But yeah, definitely. Maybe there was
or just put them up so against some MiG-29s and go, listen, this is how much better they are.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, why not? That's a good idea. Maybe they will.
Go down there, shoot down some former Russian-produced aircraft, and that's that.
On the subject of impractical methods of transport for passengers, did we have a discussion of that completely bonkers Ukrainian F-16 video?
What do you mean bonkers? It was perfect.
It was bonkers in a good way, but it was pretty full on, was it not? I don't know if people have seen it, but it's a Ukraine. Well, Ukraine. Which Ukrainian ministry was retweeting it? Defense or one of the Ukrainian ministries, and it's this absolutely amazing video, basically saying give us F-16s. As a kind of way of getting around, and what is it? We're from the government and we're here to help. It is impossible to describe. I will put it in the nest, I think, because it was like, what the hell is going on here? And we've come a long way in terms of official government communications, have we not? The Ukrainian Ministry of Defense is now sending out completely insane, again in a good way, videos. This is not your father's Ministry of Defense with 1.5-page memos with numbered paragraphs. This is an absolutely bonkers video. I'm going to go and put it in the nest. Did you see it, David?
It's thoroughly brilliant as far as I'm concerned. They need to do more of this stuff. And they should probably get them put onto DVDs and sent to every single politician as well.
I totally agree with you.
They've started the campaign, the info campaign with our to the politicians in the West, haven't they? Get the message across, right? got most of the people believing in it. Right now, all we need to do is to get the politicians to believe in it. That, of course, is a bigger problem. If anyone heard, if anyone listened to Mockers' letter, the response to her was a little bit namby-pamby. It's the only way of describing it. That, you know, to a way that I can hear on a space where people might get offended. I would leave the offended bit up to Gunny.
Namby-pamby. Is that an American? Is that an American English word, or is that just a British one? I mean, it does have a wonderful sort of derisory tone to it. Okay, I've just put that video. I've just put that video in the nest. I mean, it has. It actually says, "We know how hard you work, and how hard you play." So it's, you know, we know you're afraid of sending us fighter jets. So why fly commercial? Introducing the all-new F-16 supersonic business jet. It's when you absolutely positively have to be there in minutes. Perfect for defending against hostile takeovers. Ho ho. Picture of a missile slipping off the rail. 30-degree recliner seats, baby. Spectacular panoramic views. And captivating in-flight entertainment, which is accompanied by a pilot checking out the missiles. The F-16 Fighting Falcon, where the only class is first. Just absolutely, yeah. I mean, I don't know whether, I wonder if somebody made it for them or made it sort of, you know, as a homage and sent it to them, or whether they commissioned it, because the people who did this, they must have some native speakers there. The quality of the timing and the humor and everything is just absolutely spot on.
Had a bit of a Saatchi and Saatchi feel to it.
Yeah, but that's my point. It is the old private aircraft advertisement from those days of RGR, Nabisco, and Barbarians at the Gate on the one hand, plus the musical trend and look and feel of the various Tom Cruise and John Hughes movies, plus, of course, specifically Top Gun, all rolled into one. It's perfect. It's a kaleidoscopic view of the 1980s feeling, look and feel, impact.
Oh, the haircuts, the hairdos are just amazing, aren't they? Yeah. No, it is a pop culture classic. It is 1 minute, 10 seconds long. And if I didn't want people to come up and hear and talk to us, I would say to everybody, go and watch it now. But maybe some of you can watch it a bit more slowly, or maybe you've already seen it. Denjon, talk to us for 1 minute and 10 seconds while everybody else goes and watches that video and then doesn't hear you, I suppose. What a shame.
I'm Swedish, Nick, so then I really need to speak slowly. But yeah, there was a letter mentioned, well, a letter received back from one MP. Am I correct? That Mokos got a response to a letter she sent.
Oh, yeah, no, I heard the comment, but I don't know any more of the details.
Okay. Yeah. No, because I also sent an email a few weeks ago, or maybe a week ago, just to the government, not to an MP, directly to the government, to minister. And I got a really good response, actually. They described what they've done, how much they've spent, which is a little bit of a bragging, I guess. But even so, I mean, good response. And also, this was obviously my email was to ask for more help, more support for Ukraine, and ask them what they're going to do and how they're going to use the presidency in the EU currently. So yeah, I got a really good response, surprisingly. Was that a minute and 6 or whatever you said, Nick?
I didn't have my stopwatch out, but thank you for that. Thank you for that, Den John. I've just been going through. I've got a couple of people trying to come up. Laughing Tommy is trying to come up. Hopefully, he will be here shortly. Something I hadn't appreciated until recently is if you need to ask for an invite to come up and speak, it apparently works best if you leave the space. And then you can click on that invite, because then that's when you arrive in the space and it says, do you want to come up as a listener or as a speaker? Which I used to only get when there were bugs going on. So just a tip there. The other day, so I was trying to get up and the co-host sent me about four invites before I realized that the status I was in meant that the invites then didn't work. So you have to, you need a bit of experience. And something I've said before, if you want to have an idea of what it looks like being a co-host or host on a space, you can start up, if you've got a couple of phones or a couple of phones and a computer or a couple of friends, you can start your own space. And if you put crypto in the title, maybe some people will come up and have a party with you. And to get an idea of the relatively crude level of technology that we use here, notably the fact that about 3 millimeters under Laughing Tommy's icon is the mute everyone button. So I'm going to very carefully scroll the screen up now, and then I can, yes, Laughing Tommy, you can go ahead by yourself, but if I needed to click on you, I would be in severe danger of hitting the mute everyone button. And if you ever get frustrated when the hosts do that, and you go, you know, what are they doing? Start a space, have a look and go, oh, okay, yeah. You would have to be careful, like if you needed to pick the phone up, you can easily smear your thumb across that button. So Laughing Tommy, go ahead, please.
Hello, sorry, my phone is also acting weird when it comes to the Twitter app. So I think I missed Gunny. I wanted to ask him if he's tracking the situation in country in Sudan, because from what I've been trying to for the last 4 or 5 days, and from what I'm seeing, it's not going well for the RSF. If you imagine all of Sudan's roads are like a right angle that goes north to south and then east to west. And basically where the right angle is the capital, and everything upwards of the angle is under army control. Everything west of the angle is under RSF control. And as far as I know, the RSF doesn't have any air assets, etc. They managed to capture a couple of anti-air, SHORADs, the OSAs, the short-range and medium-range air defense. They don't seem to have anything good, so I'm wondering if he has any impression of how things are going, because it's been very tough to gain a handle on the tactical situation there, since it's not like Ukraine where you have established sources that you can trust.
And Gunny's gone. So I was looking at Al Jazeera. That's the only one I can think of, really. But Al Jazeera, as you know, can be hit and miss, really.
I think that since it goes out of the Emirates, as far as I know, I don't really trust Al Jazeera, because when Russia in the first hours were pushing the narrative that the RSF had already taken over all critical points in the capital, the Republican Palace, the army headquarters, etc. The first and I think only mainstream media station outside of RIA Novosti that picked up the story almost immediately was precisely Al Jazeera.
Yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it? Really. Look, it's wait out and see at this point, isn't it?
As far as we control them. Simple. It's a manipulated media source. We know this.
Absolutely, Axel. I was just trying to figure out if somebody has a reliable source on what's going on the ground, because Gunny seems to be tracking things on the air picture, you know, the transponders, but I don't know of a reliable source in country, because all I'm managing to do is basically collate a bunch of stuff from a bunch of different Sudanese social accounts, but it messes with my timeline, because when somebody uploads a video, I don't know what video is from when, whether it's from when it's just been uploaded. And since it's not like Ukrainian where I can pick it up because I speak a Slavic language too, and because I've listened to a bunch of Russian, it's Arabic where I am just lost in the woods. I have no idea. So I'm generally looking for a source.
Sadly, laughing Tommy, can't help you, I'm afraid. But if anyone does have a source or have any ideas, then you know, contact Laughing Tommy. Give him a hand. Right.
I made a cheese sauce earlier. Does that count? It was very good too. There were 6 cheeses in it.
By the way, Nick, thank you for the explanation, because I was one of those people who was absolutely baffled as to why David continuously talked about his drug habit on air today.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yeah. No. It was a phrase my mother used. She would regularly, you know, she would cook a roast dinner, but she would say, "You're going to put the joint in the oven." And these were in the days before I had heard any other possible or most of the popular alternative uses of that particular word. And the American term, which is the word blunt in usage in US English, or is that more of a British thing? Anyway, the American term for
it's used.
Okay, for an extra wide cigarette was at that time unknown to me, and I can guarantee you that it was unknown to my mother.
And for clarity, for anyone who is listening here, was not and have not ever put any drugs into an oven. There we are.
So that's not quite the denial we were expecting, David. You can that's quite a good one, isn't it? You can run for elected office, and when you run, they always say, "Have you ever taken illegal drugs?" And you can go, "I can say with confidence that I have never placed any illegal drug. I've never put any illegal drugs into." And then maybe there's a power cut, and everyone says, "Oh, he must mean my body. Jolly good. He's a fine, upstanding chap." And actually, he said an oven. Yeah.
Exactly.
Or, at least, and not when it was on, and you weren't kind of hiding them from law enforcement or something. My true statement is that I have never placed anything in my body into my mouth that was on fire. That's as far as I'm taking it.
You sure you don't want to elaborate? I'm thinking, what can that be?
Well, a cigarette, for example. I have never attempted to smoke a cigarette. It's like it's on fire. Why would I place that item into my mouth while even the other end is on fire? It seemed an entirely...
Well, see, that's why I was confused, because you're not putting the fire into your mouth, right?
No, but I have not placed anything in my mouth, any part of which was on fire.
No. Oh, right. Well, there we are.
You know, and I think in 50 or 100 years' time, when smoking has died out, people go, "You did what?" Bob Newhart, the American comedian, had a lovely one of his monologues on that, and it was Queen Elizabeth on the phone to Walter Raleigh, who was talking about stuff he was going to bring back from the colonies, and Walter Raleigh was explaining tobacco. You cut it up, chop it up, and then you roll it up, and then you put it in the mouth, and you set fire to it. Right, yeah. We will look back at the historians will look back at this period, and we used to trundle around in vehicles that sort of had huge exhausts and puffed and ran people over and killed them, and it's just going to be what a bunch of crazy people we were for the I mean, from the 1500s on, I guess, but certainly from the 1500s through the 20th century. What a strange set of ideas we had about how to run a. But you know what? I'm going to bet that in 100 years' time, we're still going to be having wars, because that's about human nature as you can get. And
There will still be people claiming that climate change isn't man-made. Yes.
Yes. Well, it'll be sort of 8 degrees warmer than today, and it'll be yeah. It's cooler than this on Venus, and they don't complain, or hotter than this on Venus, and the Venusians don't complain.
Yes, we're sort of struggling for topics here, aren't we, at the moment?
Well, since we're there, what's the weather like in Ukraine? I looked a few days ago. It's been a few days have gone by. Are we looking for a dry spell? The weather appears to have been just in the critical areas of Ukraine. Appears to have been kind of drizzly, standard Northern European April sort of meh weather. Sun not really out. Temperatures crawling up to about 14. Damp, down to 6 or 7 at night. I'll go and have a look at I have a speaker. I'll go and have a look at what the weather forecast is. Where shall I look at? Bakhmut or Donetsk?
Both.
Okay. Weather Donetsk. Yeah, more. Just a whole week, according to the forecast, a whole week of greyish clouds, some dashed blue dots coming out of them, highs of 13 or 14, lows of 7 or 8. Even if there wasn't a war going on, you wouldn't be heading there for a 4-day mini break of sightseeing. And the ground might not be getting more wet, but it's not going to be getting any drier. And it doesn't look like armored offensive weather. So maybe we have another week to wait.
You need to look at Kherson, Nick. It's a big country. Kherson has 17 to 20 degrees in sunshine. South of Zaporizhia, the weather is already better.
It's better. Well, it's better.
It's fucking awesome there.
Well, it's better, but it's sun with clouds.
Which is great in this area below.
There's 2 or 3 days.
You should look at the photos. Look at the photos Thomas Tyner posted of northern Crimea, which are pretty similar to the flatlands south of Kherson and southeast and southeast of Kherson. This is how the weather looks like there, and this is how the land looks like there. If you have, like in Frisia, I'm sorry to say, if you have, the Dutch flatlands, if you have 17 to 20 degrees, that's high summer weather. And with wind, that clears off what? Humidity. That's the key aspect.
Well,
it's further to the east. It has rolling hills and everything. It has a lot more foresty areas. It has a different microclimate. It changes off Vuhledar. Look at Vuhledar to the east, and then you can compare it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking, but the wind is 6 and 8. I know what you mean, but it's not that huge quantitative step change. There's going to be a few showers. It's going to be a little bit warmer. It's not 4 or 5 days of sustained above 20, but we'll see. Anyway, interesting. There is a certain difference, isn't there, between Kherson and Donetsk? How far is it between them? 350?
There is a big difference, isn't there? Especially, what's the nighttime temperature in Kherson at the moment, Nick?
It's showing 6 or 7, and actually Donetsk about the same. We're at the time of the year where even if the daytime temperature is higher, the atmosphere just is not keeping in enough of the heat to stop it becoming cool at night.
No, of course, but if you're on the ground, for instance, if it's a little bit warmer, getting a little bit drier, then that will make a big difference to you on the ground, right?
Yes. 7 after a day of sun versus 7 after a day of drizzle. There is no comparison, of course.
And it's important because there is the suggestion that there is a the Ukrainians have across the Dnipro by the Antonovsky Bridge, and then across the Dnipro in more than one place. I don't have, this isn't confirmed by anyone at the moment. They're just a couple of messages that I've seen, but it looks like that might be happening.
I heard that going past, I think yesterday evening. So I don't know if
so this is a new tweet I've seen.
Okay.
From David, I can't remember his last name, but I mean, it was all in Hebrew, but there was a nice little map of how it was, and that was from today as well.
Oh, okay. Alex.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry earlier I wasn't able to. I was
Alex
driving and there was a
Gaftari.
question.
I see you,
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear Alex.
Yeah, Mr.
Mr.
M, I
Alex.
think you're suffering from room split.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Earlier I was driving. There was a question for me. I couldn't really answer. Or couldn't hear the question, but I guess it will come up later. There was interesting comment made by Prigozhin. I think by now everybody knows who he is. About events in Sudan, he says he knows both parties very well, which is I'm not sure how to take it. I guess this is a compliment for both. So looks like Prigozhin is willing to take a new job of restoring peace in Sudan, and he knows how with his Wagner and mass murdering and torturing. So looks like there is some good company of all these parties in Sudan with Prigozhin between them. I will see where it will go. I'm not sure what the other party is, but looks like he was doing some stuff. Prigozhin was doing some stuff in Sudan. He was involved in some mining there. Apparently, there was information earlier. Well, yeah, I don't want to start to speculate, but that's his words, that he knows both party and is willing to promote truce in Sudan. That's some food for thought there.
Quite a bit of food for thought, especially as Prigozhin also did another video, which is along the lines of "We're screwed," right?
Yes, yeah, he's looking for. I guarantee he would be happy to go back to, to Africa, but I don't think he can anymore. I think he's. The days of reckoning are coming, but we'll see. It would be interesting to understand what's going on there, but yeah, it's like this is a classical case and it was big risk for Ukraine to fall into that category, that this is too far, we have no idea who is fighting whom, and they are both screwed, and we don't even care what's going on there. And that's kind of dangerous attitude. But I'm happy Ukraine is not in that category.
Yeah, I mean, look at I mean, what's going through Prigozhin's mind? There's the interesting one. Maybe the reason why he's causing the fuss and making these statements is because he wants out of Ukraine, right? And so he's going, listen, I want to be out of Ukraine. I'll go to Sudan and do whatever it is. But until you do, I'm just going to carry on causing you problems. Maybe that's what he's doing.
Yeah, I think that's very much the case. You remember about a week ago, he put on Twitter, no, not on Twitter, but he made a footage of he found the building on Bakhmut, put their flag and said, okay, Bakhmut we took Bakhmut, basically job done, leave me alone. To that end, so yeah, he wants out. He's not getting anywhere. He will be he wants out of this whole Ukrainian thing, and looks like he's missing his happy days in Africa.
Yeah, well, he screwed things up. He's probably thinking he'll be much safer in Africa, won't he? If he's in Africa, the chances are of someone else getting to him whilst he's got his close protection team around him will be significantly great. His survival chances in there will be much greater, because they'll need him. That's the point. He's creating a need, and that need is in Sudan. At the point where someone says you can go, right, then he's increased his survival chances, because he's really screwed otherwise, isn't he?
Right, but at the same time, I don't know. I think it could be delusional that he will feel safer in Sudan. He thinks he may know and have connections there, but I think they will turn him in for like $30, maybe 35.
He's a wealthy man, though, isn't he, Alex?
He is, but yeah, I think the world will be changing, honestly, and this change will affect one way or other many countries. Sudan will be one of them, at least because Prigozhin has some connections there or links there. So I don't think Sudan will be left out of everybody's attention. At least Prigozhin's interests there will be under focus.
Yeah, maybe. Laughing Tommy.
Yeah, just to tell Alex, whoever wasn't listening this morning, basically Wagner has been in Sudan since 2014. They have been have struck some sort of deal with the government there to extract gold so they can go use it to move around sanctions because of Crimea. And Wagner was providing training to the RSF, which is the Rapid Support Force. So what happened is that there was a CNN report today of transport aircraft basically shuttling between one of the Russian air bases in Syria and two of the bases in Libya that are controlled by the pro-Russian faction in Libya. So, and it is assumed that and suggested by sources that spoke to the CNN reporters that the Russians were airdropping surface-to-air missiles in the northwest of Sudan to aid in this coup. A couple of days before things started, Secretary Blinken, I think it was him, it was a U.S. official, came to speak with the general in charge of the armed forces, and I assume warned him of the impending coup. And that is why when the Rapid Support Forces start moving around the country without orders from the army was ready for them and issued a statement that told them to return to their positions because they were in violation by moving without orders. And on the next day, the force-on-force conflict started with substantial support in the information space by Russia. And that's the situation we have now. But the army was far better prepared than they were going to be, because they were, I think, essentially tipped off by the Americans that something was coming in. And now, after things have gone on for a while, we know that even though the United Arab Emirates was part of the Quad, so the Western group that was advocating for a civil government, so that's the United States, United Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. Even though UAE was part of this group, it turns out that they were supplying 120 millimeter thermobaric shells to the RSF without the army knowing. And that's where we stand. Currently, the army has been regaining control. As far as I have been able to track, they have regained control north of Khartoum and to the east. Basically, if you draw a vertical line across Khartoum, everything to the east should be under army control. The problem is that in the capital, Khartoum, there's a lot of heavy fighting, and to the west, in the next big city, El Obeid, there's also fighting there. And for now, the army has an advantage in having the Air Force on their side. There have been a lot of videos confirming that they are taking control of RSF installations and bases, but the RSF countered this by retreating into the civilian population areas of Khartoum, and basically they're entrenched in civilian buildings, and it's very hard to get them out of there without hurting civilians. And the army has been mustering and putting more and more troops into Khartoum for the last, I think, 3 days at least. The situation to the west is more fluid, and there's not a lot of clear sources about what's currently happening in Darfur and in the 2 states between Darfur and the capital. So that's North Kordofan, South Kordofan, and West Kordofan is the area between Darfur and Khartoum.
Could it be instigated by Russia using their proxies to divert attention from Ukraine, or that's? I'm not sure. Like, I don't know much. I was reading about the country just half an hour ago, but still too many gaps to make any conclusion. But like, was this Prigozhin's? Was Prigozhin dealing with the? So my understanding is the army on one side and the FSR on the other side, and the army, like, this must be some military junta there. So like.
So both the army and the RSF together took power from the previous regime, and now the RSF with external support is trying to push the army from the top. Now, what is interesting, because the RSF was the paramilitary organization that aided the army in the war with South Sudan, and they were the ones that were messing about in Darfur with the massacres, if you remember that, from 2003, I think. But the point is that Sudan is part of the Russian strategy for Africa. But basically, Russia has been trying to get the base built in Egypt, Sudan, Eritrea, and Mozambique and Madagascar. So basically, all along the eastern coast of Africa. and probably to get them a position on the Red Sea, which they can then combine with the position in Syria so that they can somehow force project. And I think that maybe the government of Sudan, specifically the general in charge of the armed forces, was maybe trying to got a better offer from the West, and the RSF got a better offer from Russia, and in order to preserve its interests, Russia basically told them to move now while they still had a chance before the supposed transition to a civilian government took place in July this year, when it was supposed to.
So it looks like it is instigated by Russia to achieve some of its. I'm not sure what their calculations would be, but okay. Well, thank you. I think I have some understanding now.
Russia wants to build a military naval base in ports next to Port Sudan. They concluded the negotiations a couple of months ago. And I think that now the guys in charge, the armed forces, had a shift to the west, and the RSF didn't want to follow. They wanted to keep being in charge, and they wanted to get money from their illicit activities with Russia. That's how far I've been able to go down deep. Maybe something comes out about the armed forces, but for now, the information suggests this.
Things that I would suggest is if we're looking outwards and going backwards in time, that part of this has been enabled by the West's lack of ability to solve Ukraine quickly, right? As a result, we've had attention diverted elsewhere. People with Ukraine and the people who should be looking at these areas who are then going, no, look at China, instead of the bigger picture, which is we need to stop these things. And that our geopolitics, since 2014, since before then, but 2014 specifically, where we ignored what was happening in Ukraine with Crimea, and we've just ignored all of these nations that were incredibly important. We've done it. I say we the West. The West has ignored many things. The UK screwed up 20 years ago in Central Africa. All of these things have given these avenues for these things to happen. As you discussed, Madagascar, for instance, which has a real problem with Islamic fundamentalists. I don't know if they're ISIS or whatever, but there's hardcore Islamists. And that's the problem. That's what happens when you take your eye off the ball and you think these things don't matter. They have a huge knock-on effect around the world, which is why this whole mess that we have created in Ukraine is just so. I'm struggling to find the word. As a politically disappointing, it's just an absolute tragedy for Ukraine. But if they hadn't have taken their eye off the ball, we wouldn't be in this situation now. The world destabilized because guess what? A couple of people, we've got some countries that were playing geopolitics. Some of them got it really wrong and won't admit it. The other ones just, going, oh, we only need to worry about China, which was never the case. So I stopped because I was going to get into a rant. But it's just so stupid. History tells us that this is what happens when you don't. If you're a superpower and you don't keep your eye, if you want to become isolationist, go become isolationist, but don't meddle in things and just let the world, fall apart as it sort of is at the moment, and we've enabled it.
we believed that history was over, did we not? We read Mr. Fukuyama, who told us that history was over. We believe Rupert Smith, who told us that the age of industrial war was finished, and we forgot about that awkward little thing called human nature. We convinced ourselves, your and my generation, David, I think we convinced ourselves that we'd learned all the lessons from the past, and that the following generations and would pick this up by some sort of collective osmosis. And it didn't happen. The young people of the Middle East, upset with their governments, turned to all sorts of things, and it went better in Tunisia than in some other places, but they turned to fundamentalism.
Yeah, but we fucked it up in Tunisia, we fucked it up in Egypt, we fucked it up in Libya. It is our politicians after 2001, after 9/11, who messed this up, who are so stupid trying to meddle in this with aggressiveness. I mean, the insanity which we allowed ourselves to drop in.
But 9/11 didn't come. 9/11 didn't come from a meteorite strike, did it?
Wait. Hold 1 second. 9/11 could have been stopped. There is an American president who knows exactly what happened in the 1990s, so we can talk about this at a later stage when we have all won this war. But let me just highlight this, that there is a blind shake which we captured for good reason. And there was no need for this to cook up that way. There was no need to ignore the Wahhabism. There was no need to do this. There was a possibility to deal with all these things in the 1990s, and we fucked it up. Because as David, and I think you also quite rightly said, we took the foot off the gas. That was a major mistake. And I'm sorry, I don't know. Let's not go there. I have a major issue with the nihilism of the Raging Cajun and his campaign. I will always have that issue. I will also have a major issue with the guy who convinced someone else to make the chicken Kiev speech, because that was the start of all this passivity, from my point of view. But it's a different thing. The key thing is that after 9/11, you never have an excuse that, oh, we already messed this up, or no, this didn't come out of, say, left field. No, it didn't come out of left field. On the contrary, the event itself may have come out of left field, but the threat itself was not out of left field. And
who's the Raging Cajun?
Our meddling, Raging Cajun?
Yeah.
You need to you need to go into your campaign history of the Democrat Party.
Yeah, just tell me who it was.
So
who was it?
No, you cutting a blank. Wait, Jesus Christ! You asked me, and now it goes away. Hold on. Campaign manager of our friend Bill Clinton, Axel, please. Carville.
No.
He came up with these absolutely crazy and radical, shall we say, campaign issues, yeah, we had a very boring, very boring, but still very decent man in the elder Bush as a president, and James Carville, with his aggressive campaign, did things which you should never do again. But then again, don't forget, Stephanopoulos lied through his teeth.
Yeah, and the whole point about Wahhabism and the rest of it is not as if the world doesn't know what happens when we have extreme religions. History tells us. Look at what Christianity did, right? 1,000 years ago, right? Hunted people down, etc. Extreme views in religions never go down well, right? We've had it through history. We know it, and we had something. We could have done something about it, but for whatever reason, we didn't, right? And it's just astonishing. Maybe it's just 1992. They just, oh yeah, Russia's gone. China seems to be doing this, and then just took the foot off the gas. It's incredible. I'll give a little anecdote because I think yesterday we were talking about one of the things that we were talking about on the space about the Russians. I can't remember who it was who was saying that, basically most people in Russia thought that the West was going to attack them. Right, this is how good their propaganda was. Right, people in Russia actually thought they would. And I remember there was a so 1987. I was at a competition. As this is the days where there'd be the CCP and people from Kazakhstan all over. You had some Ukrainians, Czechoslovakia, and the Russian team was there. I remember chatting to them. This is 1987. And we jokingly used to call them one of the guys Spets, because we were certain he was in Spetsnaz, and loads of them were. Anyway, roll forward, to 1992. There, just before the Olympic Games, I'm at a competition chatting to them. Of course, Russia is changing. I remember chatting to them, and one of the things we were going through was I was going, well, at least you didn't you didn't attack us. He said, what do you mean? You were always going to attack us. There was one of these moments I had. It was clarity where I went, really, gosh, they really thought that we would. So, and then I asked the question. So why is it we're always practicing defensive maneuvers as opposed to attacking maneuvers? For which there was little warning in his eyes. No, there was never ever an intention, right? That's why we had the fence and the rest of it.
But David, they were given this. This was central ordering and central propaganda, and that propaganda fed its way through the ranks of generals and everybody else.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It's just how effective it was. People who had brains should have known better, but they'd just been. That's what they thought, and this is what we have. Same situation. We foolishly thought that because there was a semblance of democracy, laugh, that the Russians had learned that they haven't. Because guess what? The same propaganda has just been put to them. It's just that there was advertising with it as well. Alex.
Just a quick comment. People who have brains, they leave Russia. It's some of them are sooner, others later, but one of criteria whether a person has brains or not is like where he chooses to live and what place he chooses for his kids to grow in, etc. So, but with regards to that conviction of Russians that the West is going to attack them, I was just as amazed or appalled, because during late 80s, actually it was already very late 80s, beginning of 90s, there was a discussion like in the public, like why would Soviet Union go into Afghanistan? I asked the question and the guy answered, and it was a major of military, and he answered like he was pretty sure he was giving a good answer, even though this raised more questions than answers. But what he said is, had we not attacked Afghanistan, Americans would have attacked us in Afghanistan. And if you listen to Russian propaganda narrative today, they're saying the same thing. Had we not going into Ukraine, Americans would have got us there. And therefore, by attacking Ukraine, we are really defending ourselves. So, like, Ukraine doesn't exist. This is all America. And had them not attack or prevent American invasion against Russian-speaking Ukrainians or some. So, do people ask questions because this makes no freaking sense? No, they don't. And this is what happened when you are, brainwashed by propaganda. Basically, as soon as you start walking or, understand human speech, they are trained like dogs. Sorry, but that's very true. Actually, they had this Pavlov who made his tests on dogs, which I don't know, very 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 brutal tests. But at some point, I was questioning myself, like, had given the regime Russia had, would they would they stop short from making any kind of experiments on humans? And I can guarantee no, there were no stops, and they were like social engineering. These things they were trying this stuff long time ago. Anyway, it's people are not trained to critically think, are not trained to question anything. It's looks like this is important skills that people need to acquire. So somehow you can make them believe almost anything. Really, this is 1984. This is really not an exaggeration. Very. Again, there are exceptions, but I wouldn't say this is 5 to 10%. And if you add to the mix the ability of people to leave the country, there is almost no brain left on the ground.
I was struggling to find my mic. Yeah, little brain work, isn't it? And when you said that they were like dogs, my immediate thought was yes. They've been trained with a Pavlovian response, isn't it, to what they're doing, which is exactly what they emphasise all the time. You must do what the motherland wishes. You must do this. You must do that, and that's all in their advertising, isn't it? They spread the fear. Which involves, and the answer to that is Pavlovian response to doing whatever Putin or the people in charge want. Right? Doesn't matter what the individual wants. It's only what the motherland wants, and you need to listen and you need to obey, because if you don't obey, there's going to be a problem.
Yeah, it's like really breeding animals. It's I don't think there is big difference, at least from KGB point of view. And this is tradition from Russian Empire during, even before communists.
Yes, I mean, whilst I've competed all over the in the Iron Curtain, I was never never went to Russia for any competition, so I don't know. But I know a little bit of the history, not huge amounts, but it does appear that this is going back a very long time, hundreds of years, and how do you, because when you have parents who have been taught to respond in one way, they teach their children to respond in that way as well, right? And then how do you then break that cycle, right? Because essentially it's a cycle of abuse that we're seeing. We know that these types of cycles of abuse in the normal world take a very long time to address. Oh, Gunny, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, changing subject slightly. Whatever it was, very odd, went off in the Baltic last night is happening again tonight. So we've got a P-8 maritime patrol aircraft range of about 1,400 miles, untanked. Same as yesterday, same area. Looks like roughly the same type of patrol trace. And another, it's indicating P8 has flown direct from the US and looks like he's relieving him. And it's something very weird. There's something happening here. I think this is probably spoofing. Probably something a bit more exotic is now up, and they are both off Kaliningrad looking. So clearly, whatever it was that was interesting last night is interesting tonight.
That's quite a long flight, isn't it? All the way from the United States.
Yeah, well, I mean, think about it. First of all, there's lots of countries got P8s in NATO, so why does it take one from the US? Why would you fly one all that way? So obviously he's got to fuel somewhere, so I suspect whatever it is, either it's got phenomenal range because he's going direct onto tasking, or he's tanking somewhere over the Atlantic. Why not just fly to Mildenhall? Why not fly to Lakenheath? Why not fly to Fairford? Why did it have to, the one yesterday, why did that have to recover in the US? Why couldn't it just fly to the UK or Ramstein or somewhere like that, stick it in a hangar and crew rest and everything, and then take off for tasking tonight? Why does this thing, whatever it is, have to come from the US and have to do whatever the mission package is in one long hop? I think the answer is sort of obvious, really.
Yeah, so there's something on it that needs to be, that can only go to the United States or come from it, right?
Yeah, and it's something that they don't want some nerd with his camera parked at the end of the runway taking snaps of.
Yeah. Yeah, so then
That's a good sign, Gunny. That's a good sign. People have their big boy pants on.
Well, it's a good sign, depends what it is. But it's clearly either a special fit P8. There's a version knocking around that I've not really read about. I know there's a mission package for the P8 that's sort of more SIGINT, that kind of thing. But hey, look, it would land at Lakenheath. It's a US airbase. Well, it's got an RAF station commander, but it's a US airbase. Why does this need to go to and from the States? If it's just an underwing load, you'd have to be really, really nerdy to take a photo of a P8 and go, oh, that's something very unusual there. So this is something that they don't want. Either they don't want people in the UK or in Europe seeing, or as David says, it's something that cannot recover into a NATO country for some reason, even if it's a US Air Force base. It's really, really interesting. Whatever is going on off Kaliningrad, I think is massively important, but what I have no idea.
Well, do you want to? You have an idea of what it's looking at, though, don't you, Gunny?
No. Is it Russian ships? Is there a vessel over a pipeline there, and they're monitoring that? But to be honest with you, put a ship out. I can do that from just across the horizon, and use a UAV or something like that. Lots of countries around the Baltic have got UAVs. You could send something not something fairly cheap, and it could go into orbit and it could watch them. So I don't think it's that. I think it's something within Kaliningrad itself. To be honest, it's a Baltic. The Baltic is a NATO lake, so and there's plenty of assets there, surface and subsurface, to look at vessels. That oceanographic survey ship carried on his happy way. There's a Russian dredger, fairly substantial dredger knocking around. But there's also the timing as well, the timing of this at night, so after sunset. Yeah, I think it's something within Kaliningrad itself.
And
Well,
people
they're moving
move.
assets, and they move them at night. That's it.
Yeah, you stole my thunder there, Axel.
Yeah, but
I apologize. I shall shut up.
yeah, but the thing is, fellas, you can map that with an RC-135 or a J-Star. They're on the ground in Europe. There's no end of assets available to do that.
There's a
This
lot more
requires
tech in the US.
no, this requires something else. And again, if that's the case, then why are they using a P8? I mean, you know, the first one, if that is a Poseidon, that is a maritime patrol aircraft. So that kind of flips the argument on its head. All right, the radar on there is apparently it has got the capability to do ground mapping. But there's J-Stars in Infinity. Use J-Stars or you use RC-135s. Why does this take a P8? So if you look at it that way, the P8 is not really designed, although it can do, it's not really designed for this. Then you could say, well, you've just argued against it and there must be something happening at sea. But there's lots of maritime patrol aircraft in NATO. So why does it need something from the US to fly directly across? Unless this thing recovers somewhere after tasking, I suspect it will probably fly direct back. That means that it's mission specific, and that means it's something that hasn't required this sort of effort before.
Well, I would look. My what did I find there? That's interesting. Right. Anyway, my initial thoughts are, and they've not changed, is that there's some technology on there that they don't want out of their hands for any moment in time. Technology is there in the plane because we know what the planes do, right? And if they feel this is the thing they need to be using, but they don't want it out of their sight. But, and is there any other logical conclusion, or even an illogical conclusion?
The only other thing I can think of is it's not P8. What could it be though? I mean, if it was something super duper duper secret, it wouldn't be on FR at all, so you wouldn't be able to see it. So I don't know, but an aircraft with a nominal range of 1,400 miles, of which there are already many in Europe, has flown over seemingly from the US, same as last night, to conduct a tasking and may well recover back in the US, which is a phenomenally long flight. That's demonstrating global reach. No real need for it. There are, if it's ground-based, there are aircraft probably better suited, like RC-135 and J-Stars. Therefore, whatever is on this platform is mission-specific and has not come up before that we've seen.
So the only other thing that wouldn't be technology would be people, right? There are people on it who have to be back in the United States.
Yeah, but what, I mean, what kind of aircrew would you be talking about? I mean, all signals intelligence aircraft carry cryptologists, don't they? Linguists, all that kind of thing. So who?
Senior people, maybe?
Senior people to fly a patrol trace off Kaliningrad?
I was thinking, are we talking about more senior people who might be three-letter related? That was my thought.
No, I think in this day and age, I mean, data transfers, secure data transfers, immediate, isn't it? So, no, I think this has got to be payload, and I mean, the only thing I can think of is it's a constant Phoenix flight, which is spoofing again in order not to panic everyone too much. I think if you saw constant Phoenix constantly flying the same area, that would start to get people a little bit worried. So could it be a constant Phoenix? And there are indications they're moving stuff around and they just allocated it a different tag. Yeah.
But that's what I just said 3 minutes ago. They're moving stuff around, and they're moving stuff almost likely of a bloody sub. And the stuff they're moving around, we'd like to see what it is, and we have tools with which to see better.
No, I don't think so. Because if they're moving stuff around on land, that's JSTARS RC135 kind of thing. If I mean, you're talking about a nuclear submarine or a submarine coming into Kaliningrad to offload nuclear weapons? No, that would happen. There's absolutely no rhyme or reason behind that.
Just the harrowing tale of a completely, utterly bereft of any sufficient maintenance nuclear submarine because the dang thing couldn't escape from the NATO lake easily, and they have an issue, and they are trying to actually relocate whatever load there is on that nuclear submarine onto the base, and we like to see because we have the respective signaling beforehand. There are also many opportunities, and yes, of course, you would probably send your best people and your best tech. I'm not completely befuddled. I think this is completely normal. This is completely within the realm of the possible. This is why it's happening.
No, it's not about, and besides which, some OSINT nerd would have got overheads at the port there, and we'd be seeing a Borai or something like that tied up alongside. And anyway, again, you could map that with a JSTARS or an RC135. Why fly something in from the States? Why? I could do that with an RFP8.
Yeah, but evidently you can't, because otherwise they wouldn't do it. They're not stupid.
Evidently they can't, or evidently that's not what it is, and they need something else on task. Look, Axel, you do not see, it's very rare that you see P8s over the Baltic, and particularly in that spot for any period of time. Yeah, we see them occasionally, and we can derive it's either surface reporting, or they're on exercise, or maybe they're tracking a boat, but not to this extent. Now, we've seen them moving, or what we can confidently say, moving SRBM forces around, because at one stage we saw 7 ISTAR up and they boxed in Kaliningrad completely. So that said to me that they had a major all-hands exercise on, and NATO was sufficiently concerned that they put all these assets up, which are accruing substantial hours, to box it in. This is different. So it's at night and it's an asset coming from the US. Never seen that before. And God knows, I've spent enough time with my thumb up the arse looking for patterns and unusual assets coming in and out. And I have never seen this before. And it is a platform.
But that's fine. Don't you think it's fine? It's completely fine. We are, turn it around, Gunny. The West, in this case, the United States of America, is capable of doing it. They're doing it as part of protocol or extraordinary circumstances. They showcase that they have the reach, they have the tools, they protect the tools. That's that. I find this very comforting.
For me, it's like flying an F-15 to do air policing over Lithuania for 3 hours and then flying it back to Fairfit. Something like that. That's a level of effort that's involved. And as I say, P8, it's a maritime patrol aircraft. Therefore, common sense would dictate it's something to do with a track at sea. It doesn't look like an anti-submarine profile. You can do all sorts of things with all sorts of different aircraft that don't necessitate you using one of these platforms, and definitely not flying a P8 in from the US. You just wouldn't do it. It'd be like the RAF flying a P8 across the Atlantic to track a suspicious subsurface contact in the Caribbean. Well, there's plenty of American P8s that would do that. So
are you not protecting the Turks and Caicos anymore?
No, we gave them back that responsibility. See how that's going. But yeah, it's really, really interesting. I think there is something of quite substantial importance going on up there at the moment. What it is, we simply don't know. But I think it's more. I don't think it's to do with them moving short-range ballistic missiles around. Or if it is, there has been decided there's a requirement for something very exotic to be up. And then if that's the case, then, well, you draw your own conclusions. But this is clearly very mission specific and on the face of it, it cannot put down anywhere in NATO, or they do not put it down.
Can we just say it's posturing by the Russians and we address it? Let them, as Bearded, by the way, quite rightly said a little while ago, we had a little chit chat, that the Russians are together with the axis of weakness and evil, Iran and China are cooking off every single hotspot where they have their fingers in, and they're doing all sorts of little gimmicky because they want to create diversions. That's fine. So the Russians have this wonderful nuclear narrative. They need to reignite this on a regular basis, so they need to move some material. They move some material, whether it is a long range or short range, doesn't really matter. They move some material. We have to be up there, eyes in the sky, and doing all sorts of things. Sometimes we want to show that we can do more than that. Fair enough. That's fine. That's the game. It has always been the game.
No, definitely not. Axel, if I want to hunt a submarine, would you send me a Hercules?
No, I don't. But I don't think.
Right, there you go. That's what this is. That's what this is. It's if it's a P8, right, it is not something ordinarily that you would use to look at land units moving around on the ground.
But if they're looking at the marine units in the harbour and things being transported on and off, there you have it.
Well, look, I think the Russians are stupid, but I don't think even they're stupid enough to try and adapt a torpedo for land use by sticking 4 wheels on it and a bloke with a flying helmet on. So
yeah, you say that. They might just have actually completely different things in motion.
Well, like it's not a port under blockade. So why would you sail a submarine in to offload something? Like what could it possibly offload?
Oh, did you just say it's not a port under blockade? Interesting.
Well, it's not port under blockade. Ships can come and go as they please. Same as flights are going in and out. So you'd be talking about a nuclear submarine or a submarine sailing into Kaliningrad to offload something that I could fly in on an IL-76 or in a ro-ro container vessel. So no, I don't think so. And again, it's, you know, great. A P8 can map a harbour area.
You're having a hawing. What do you mean? Can you be straight for a second?
Can I be what?
Can you be straight, direct? Tell us what you think it is. 1, 2, 3. 3 options, and then let's take it from there.
Or if it's a P8 that's got an extremely exotic capability that they're not prepared to put on the ground anywhere except the US. It's not a P8, and it's something spoofing, something that is probably, if not prototype, then it's an extremely rare aircraft, and they don't want the risk of anyone snapping a photograph of it. Or there is a vessel or something at sea which is causing a great deal of concern, necessitating it being followed, shadowed, but that doesn't really work for me because the RAF or the German Air Force or the Italian Air Force could easily do that. There's loads of assets in. So I would go with 1 or 2.
And with that, I'm interested to hear what Michael's got to say. Michael.
Yeah, hi everyone. Am I audible?
Sure.
So I've been trying to get into the space to speak for like 4 hours, and Twitter's just having a conniption, I guess, on my end. But
I would check your update to make sure you're updated. But there have been several changes to even the point now where you before, if people were sent invites, they could just come in, but now they have to close the app and all sorts of things. I've taken to switching on my phone, switching off my phone and turning on. There you are. I'm back to 1995.
well, that's excellent advice. I have killed the app probably 24 times, but either way, it's a pleasure to be in. It's an honor to be a part of the conversation, and thank you all for what you do. So I've been listening to Gunny and DMing him, and I think he's beating around the edges. We can't know, we shouldn't know whether his theories are on the right track or not. But if you look at the ADSB exchange website and follow the track, if that is indeed a P3 or P8, a couple of interesting things I noted. It's flying these headings. It's in a racetrack pattern. It's repeating them. It's basically going roughly 60 degrees, and then the reciprocal, when it turns, going 240 degrees. And then it has a more southerly track that it breaks off to on occasion, or at least has. It's been tracked at least a couple of revolutions. That's roughly 330 degrees, and then the reciprocal 150 degrees. That tells me that this is a SIGINT operation, because what they're doing, if it's a SIGINT operation, because bear in mind, I'm a SIGINT guy, I'm a National Technical Means Overhead guy, and what I see going on is triangulating intercepts, communication intercepts, and they're changing their track. I mean, if you're sitting one spot, if you were a helicopter, if you were stationary, trying to geolocate a signal, you need to move. You need to detect a signal, and then you need to move somewhere else, detect it again, or continue monitoring it. But you have to move in that racetrack pattern. These P8s that are SIGINT configured, and understanding what Gunning was saying, if it's a maritime patrol P8, that's completely different. If it's a SIGINT bird, basically an extension of the old P3 Orion or the EP3 Ares 2, some of which apparently are still in service. And I had 350 combat hours in the Gulf War flying on P3s, EP3Es that were SIGINT configured. Okay, these are national assets. They're not maritime patrol assets. A national asset like an EP3E or a P8 SIGINT configured bird can't land in just any country without diplomatic clearance. It's a major deal, okay? Because it's essentially it's a spy plane, okay? Let's just go ahead and call it what it is. And what I see in these racetrack patterns, and it's turning again now, and it's headed southwest. It's on a racetrack pattern. It's most likely, in my opinion, collecting signals intelligence, and then it will turn on an exactly or close sort of a 90-degree track, which helps it to more accurately geolocate those signals that it's collecting out of, most likely, Ukraine. That's what I think is going on, but that's just an opinion, just a theory. I just wanted to offer that up.
Yeah, he's cross-fixing, isn't he?
That's what it looks like to me, yeah.
So, yeah, but given this is the first time either it's a capability that's just been developed, which I would be very surprised, or it's a capability that's been deemed important to make this kind of jump across the Atlantic, do taskings, and then come back. And that says to me something's going on in Kaliningrad. And I think we all have to accept the fact this is to do with short and intermediate range nuclear missiles. Let's just say it. That is the only reason why this degree of effort would be going on, and why this degree of effort has been seen with a maximum of 7 ISTAR platforms simultaneously.
As I said, it's cooking. They're cooking the narrative. That's what it is. They're never going to use nuclear, but they're moving things, so we have to check it. Simple.
Yeah, I can agree with that. The mysterious thing, as Gunny had said, is why she didn't sit down at Lakenheath or refuel. Did she refuel? I didn't track it on its way over, but and perhaps they had their transponders off if she refueled. I know they can make the trip. They can make the trip all the way over to the UK, but to Gunny's point, why would it recover at Lakenheath, Mildenhall, Fairford, or any number of other places The Azores, why does it have to go the full distance transatlantic? That's a little bit mysterious to me. That also tells me that it's a SIGINT bird.
Or something we haven't seen? Is that a possibility? Something no one's really seen, and they're giving it a run.
Have you
Quite
seen the whole
possibly.
flight track from the US across? Because it can always have a little look-see at Greenland or Reykjavik.
Yeah, I'm looking for it now, but there's just 10 million aircraft. I exaggerate, but you know, I'm trying to declutter the map here, but no, I need to go back and find
Yesterday's
that.
also did a funny loop over Germany first, which I assumed was there's something there where they do a diagnostic and ranging check after the transatlantic flight. So what did we used to call it when we did EW cows? So I wonder if there's an EW cow station there, and then they've transited it across, do their EW cows and everything, and then they go on tasking from there.
Well, I don't think that with today's technology, and this is just ancient radio theory, you just really have to have known emitters to do that kind of thing, right? You just have to have television towers, microwave communication towers, cell towers. You just need to localize on them with your, as you know, Gunny, this plane looks like a porcupine, right? It's got blade antennas hanging off of it ad nauseum. So they just need to pick some emitters, and they just need to move, and they are moving, and they can calibrate their gear in flight. So it's a bit weird to me. I don't know why they wouldn't be able to set down, or who knows, if you're not in the Five Eyes community, right? So and we know who those nations are, then you just can't recover at any airfield if you're a SIGINT bird. A SIGINT bird, again, is a national asset. It's like an aircraft carrier. You just don't pull it into any port. It's considered a threat in a sense, and so therefore this diplomatic clearance thing, you can't just overfly any country without permission, and you certainly can't recover or land in any country. So thinking of the Five Eyes community, Great Britain, we haven't seen it set down there. And this is the second instance, second sort of conversation. Several months ago, when the Nord Stream pipeline was blown up, and I don't know the veracity of that report, but someone had tracked a very similar aircraft, a P-8, that flew VFR direct all the way across the Atlantic, was in the Baltic, and then making these sort of racetrack patterns. And the next thing you know, the pipeline was blown up, and the plane exited the theater, and it did not land it did not recover in the UK. It went back to the United States. That's, to me, I don't know if that was information warfare going on there with that report or that email. I'll try to dig it up and maybe send it to you, and whoever wants it, direct message. But it was intriguing, and we know these aircraft can carry. They have their payload is actually quite impressive. They can drop torpedoes, they can drop any number of weapons from their bomb bay. But again, that was the previous instance that I saw a P-8 fly direct from the United States into the theater and exit the theater and not recover in the UK, Greenland, Iceland, the Azores. It came right back to the United States.
I think he's tanking now, isn't he? I can't see him. Which follows yesterday's pattern. He tanked and then went on station and then flew home. And then I think there's a KC-135 knocking around the UK as he was transiting over. So I do wonder if he maybe tanks over the Atlantic before he does a long hop back. But yeah, it's I don't know. I mean, who would know though? I mean, I've seen the P-8 with with a mission package on it, and if it's dark, land at Lake and Heath, I I doubt anyone would know. I don't see why. You could probably explain it off. So, yeah, by that reasoning, it's got to be something so sensitive they just will not put it down anywhere but the US, which means it's something pretty damn exotic, which means that the situation in Kaliningrad has caused enough concern that this asset's being deployed.
Well, I'm sure, and I'm going to use this expression again. I do not like it, but I guess I haven't been creative enough to come up with another expression. The capabilities of the P8, just like the old EP3 Ares 2, the capabilities are eye-watering. They are fantastic. We're talking about IR, EO, infrared, electro-optical, SIGINT, MASINT, measurements and signals intelligence. They could electromagnetic. They're incredible platforms, and the mind can only wonder about what they could be doing, or what the mission is, what the concern is, and how they can deploy and prosecute, or basically take care of business. They can do it, from what I understand.
So it's yeah, I'm coming on board with this. It's a P8. It's a derivative. We know nothing about that. Has some kind of mission package on board that probably eclipses even an RC-135 and a J-stars, and that's why it's being deployed. So by that rationale, help me out here. So the second one is something exotic. The first one is a standard one, because that's running the same kind of profile. Off what you said, it looks like it's running a cross-fixing profile. Or is it maybe a slightly less capable version, the first one, but one that can put down in NATO countries with no dramas?
Well, I can't answer it directly, but I mean, if it's got linguists on board, cryptologists like myself back in the day, they're not going to sit down in a country that they don't have an agreement with. It's not only the concerns, even our Five Eyes friends. It's a spy plane if you have linguists on board. Okay, certainly the systems are on there. The other derivative is an ASW platform. Okay, that's vastly less sensitive. But if you've got cryptologists on board, you're talking about a mission that's driven by the National Security Agency. Okay, and it doesn't really get any more sensitive than that. So you can't. Maybe you don't even want to let a country know that you're an extraordinary P8. Maybe you want to go in and advertise, broadcast on ADSB that you're just an ASW platform. I mean, that's a spoofing thing, right? I mean, you're talking about, as Axel was saying, that things are afoot. We can't know, but we can see. And here's the other thing. They could have their transponders turned off, and if the transponders are turned off, then we wouldn't see it at all. But they leave them on, I suppose, for one reason, is for deconfliction air traffic wise. But they also want to be seen, right? It's a matter of presence, projecting potential intent. So it's just it's a chess game.
I'm just looking to see where he is now.
And I've lost him.
I've got him. He's feet dry over Poland.
Filters.
Yeah, I've got him. He's feet dry over Poland. I think he's just tanked. Yeah, he's broken away from the KC-135R. So yeah, he looks like he's going on tasking now. I hope they've got crew bunks on there. It's going to be quite a trek for him.
Yeah, I mean, they would have, so the EP3E, we used to have 28 souls on board, right? That's nearly 30 people, obviously, and I don't know what the complement on board a P8 is, but it's a Boeing 737-800, you know, it's a sizable aircraft. And because, again, if they have linguists on board, then we know what the tasking is coming from. We know what the mission is. We know it's driven by NSA. We know that they're not going to overfly. They're going to follow very strict flight routes. Even tanking over a country or near a country, that's kind of sensitive, because that country, the adjacent countries they're going to be concerned about that. Are you spying on us? And of course, no one can answer that, right? But it's a trust and verify kind of thing. But it's more sensitive than most people would understand when you put a SIGINT bird in the air. The RC-135, same thing. That's an Air Force SIGINT bird, and you just can't fly it anywhere. You have to fly it in places that you have already gotten diplomatic permission to get near, or as far as I don't mean the adversary countries, but I mean, you know, overflying our friendlies, because they're sort of all seeing, all hearing.
So I'm going to interrupt a little bit. I have a question from someone who's listening in about what's the sort of range on these things?
Range as far as their hearability of signals or their flight range?
Oh yeah, as in how far do they have to be away, or how close do they have to be picking up this intel?
It depends on the power of the emitter, and it depends on the altitude of the aircraft, and it depends on the direction the aircraft is flying, which we were alluding to earlier. You can see the flight tracks there were a couple of racetrack patterns going basically northeast and then rotating around the racetrack pattern back to southwest. And then he changed at some point, because it's archived, you can see it, he changed to a perpendicular pattern, flying basically northwest to southeast, which was basically exactly 90 degrees off of what he had been doing. So that's a triangulation move to tighten up the fix. So the detection range is a factor of, or depends on the type of signal you're listening to and the power with which it's being broadcasted, whether it's a cell phone tower, a walkie-talkie.
Okay, I get this. So I think for the civilians here, right? So approximately, so this plane is flying a pattern, right? I think most people here will understand the point of triangulation, etc. But how far away, can this look? I think that's what they're trying to find out. Is it 100 miles? Is it only 10 miles, right? Or is it 200 miles? How far will they be able to look? And we're not asking exactly, but just a ballpark figure.
I'll cover that. Listen, even if me and Michael knew,
you wouldn't be able to say, which is why I said a ballpark figure, right? Give some idea.
Not even probably a ballpark figure, because technology is, look, what you see about capabilities, right, and what actual capabilities are two completely different things. Anyone in the military knows, as you know, David. You've probably seen stuff on Wikipedia and you've burst out laughing and gone, yeah, really. So I would just suggest that capabilities for these kind of platforms are by an order of magnitude better than you in your wildest dreams. And it won't just be signals intelligence or radar mapping. There are probably things these platforms can do that would absolutely blow your mind. So But I mean, the short version is, as Michael says, it depends on the power of the emitter, and it depends on the sensitivity of the receiver. You know,
Would you say
if
hundreds of miles in some cases, depending on the altitude of the aircraft? Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in the Gulf and I've listened to HF frequency transmissions of ships in the English Channel through bizarre atmospherics. You know, we haven't been able to transmit back to them, obviously, but signals are a very, very strange thing. You go into the world of continuation through precipitation and propagation of radar and radio waves, all of that kind of stuff. And the kit's going to be a zillion times better than the stuff that we were using for EW. And even then, back then, you know, the world of EW was, and you know, what we used to call the golly world, the electronic warfare world, was some of the stuff when you got the CT guys on board and things like that, especially if there was a porter cabin that was put on, the things they could do were absolutely incredible. And I'd still not talk about it even now. So whatever this aircraft's got on, it's going to be space age, but it still begs the question: what on earth is going on there that the US has decided necessitates the deployment of this kind of platform when it's probably needed in quite a few other places as well, unless they've got quite a few. So I don't know, or there's something happening at sea. But I'm with Michael. On the face of it, it could be an ASUW kind of profile, but the way that the aircraft's tracking, yeah, no, I don't think so. That was my assumption yesterday, but the Russian ships just kind of happily carried on. So, I mean, he might be able to dual task, of course. Depends what the mission package is like. If that Russian dredge is still knocking around and is over a undersea cable or something, that aircraft can probably do dual tasking if it's in the right place. And it's interesting that he tanked over Poland, which, yeah, that's interesting as well.
Well, if I can add into that, Gunny, as you know, these aircraft have, how do I put this? The CTs that are on board, the experts that are on board that aircraft. It's variant. That there are multi missions going on or capable of being undertaken on these aircraft. You can't really do ASW or anti-submarine warfare work when you're flying at 28,000 feet or above. You need to be close to the ocean using your magnetic anomaly detector to try to get submarine hits and what have you. But if you're at altitude, there's a broad range of talent on board the plane. There's a broad range of systems on board the plane to do multi-mission prosecution of the target. And the fact that they cannot, at least that we see or that we're aware of, they can't overfly Ukraine with this kind of asset, because that is, again, a national asset. If it's a SIGINT bird, they would dare not go over Ukraine. But the fact that they could be doing that from the distance they're doing that speaks to the capability of the aircraft. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I think he tanked over Poland because why would you deviate from the Straits course? I mean, he could have tanked anywhere over the Baltic, really, couldn't he? But that's because that's international airspace. Yeah, of course. Yeah. So you tank somewhere where there's no danger of a Russian aircraft coming along and doing some nosy poking round, don't you? Especially when you're tanking.
Well, I don't imagine that it would be totally unescorted, or at least not have some alert fighters in Germany or Poland ready to assist, but I don't see them on ADSB. But necessarily they might not be broadcasting. if they're escorting because of the MQ-9 shoot down, or not shoot down, but the in the Black Sea, when they lost the MQ-9 Predator. I would assume this aircraft has escorts, but we don't see it on ADS-B exchange, just because of those pesky Russians. But then that would require a mission across the top of Ukraine to get over there to do something about it. And I would say she's pretty safe operating the way she is.
Yeah, I think they intercepted a coup a few days ago over the Baltic and turned that around. So yeah, I think he probably tanked over Poland because it's sovereign airspace, and then carried that out unmolested. And I would, yeah, I don't know. Well, it's really interesting whatever's going on in Kaliningrad. I'm
What's going to
surprised
be
no one.
interesting? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just surprised no one from the OSINT community has paid for some photographic overheads of the nuclear weapons storage area in Kaliningrad. Because I mean, you can see it on Google. It's pretty obvious what it is. Yeah, nobody seems to have taken a sort of over interest in that. I mean, it might be quite difficult to derive any sort of conclusions just from a satellite overhead, but I mean, usually people are doing the Baltic naval bases, occasionally St. Petersburg, certainly Sevastopol, and yet no one's really thought to, unless there's a block on it or something like that, which I doubt, but no one's really thought to have a look at that big storage area in the enclave. So
yeah, I'll say this and can't say any more. That's a completely different realm of strategic monitoring. We have collective assets. When I say collective, your country and mine, that are capable of keeping an eye on things. I don't think we would ever rely on P8's airborne assets necessarily to do that kind of mission. That's being taken care of by another means.
no, I'm talking about the OSINT community on Twitter, mate. The ones you normally bang out the photographs and have a look at.
Yeah, my apologies. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just surprised no one's had a kind of a thought to pay for a couple of overheads of that area and just have a little look, see what's going on. Because I mean, you can see it. You can see the submarines alongside Northern Fleet submarines alongside. The shots are pretty much out of date because it's typhoons, but they've left the hatches open. So obviously that's part of the strategic ratification thing, that you've got to leave your missile hatches open for overhead satellites, etc. But yeah, well, it's really interesting, but I've got to go and actually do some work now because my employer has.
Before you go, can you quickly answer why are you presuming the target is Kaliningrad?
Because I don't think there's any need for the US military to spy on Finland or Sweden at the moment. And I don't think Latvia, Lithuania are going to invade Kaliningrad. And as Michael said, if you look at it, it's a cross-fixing flight profile. So a cross-fixing is you take a bearing line. This is how we used to do it. So I'm not giving any secrets here because things have massively improved now. But you establish a bearing line on something of interest, a signal. You just give it a plus or minus 2 degrees. Then you move your location, and then you take another bearing line, plus or minus 2 degrees. And where those lines cross, you will end up with a kind of a slanted square. And the cross in the middle is your cross fix. And then the area surrounding it within the 4 lines is an area of probability. Now, obviously, they'll be able to narrow it down a lot more these days. But if you look at the flight profile, that's like a cross-fixing sort of bearing. Now, you can do it just in a straight line. But what you would do is you would fly slightly different profiles, and then you would just carry on cross-fixing. And if you do it enough times, say it's on board, say you're on a ship and I detect, I don't know, like big net radar. So it's transmitting, and it's just like a someone's striking a match in the distance on a pitch black football pitch. Yeah, so I can tell it's roughly down that direction, but I can't get any more information. If I move, and then I do it again, and then I do it again, and then I do it again, not only do I get sequential position fixes, but if it's moving, I can derive a course and speed from it. So,
wonderful. Now, and final question then: why don't they just do that from Poland? Why do they need to be over the Baltic?
Because it's far easier when you're up, isn't it, Michael?
Yeah, it's again, I think it's related to, so Poland is not part of the Five Eyes community. Five Eyes is United States, Canada, Great Britain, New Zealand, Australia. And that's our intelligence sharing community that goes back decades. And there's probably a diplomatic reason, as stupid as it sounds, that we can't put a SIGINT bird over Poland or France. Absolutely not over France. They wouldn't have it. So I think it's a diplomatic thing. I think they're collecting long distance. They have the capability. I could be wrong, right? But it's and now that I see another one, I see another P8 that's maybe relieving this one on station. It's going to be interesting to watch. There's exactly two in pretty close proximity, but that's my answer to your question.
Okay, so then may I add a little bit to this, if I may, or just carry on with it. It's another question. It's sort of statement question, because obviously you would go, if it's over sea, then you're limiting the amount of rubbish you're getting as well, right? If something was near the sea, right? So if you were over a heavily an area where there was lots of stuff happening, a lot of chatter, then obviously you would guess if something you were looking at was by the sea. If you were over the sea, then you're not getting all that other peripheral chatter that you probably wouldn't need, right?
Yeah, but don't forget he's going to be using a variety of sensors. So I couldn't, if I'm radar mapping a convoy of short-range ballistic missiles on the road, I can't do that from Poland. I need to be high up, and I need to use a synthetic aperture radar to do it. Therefore, you've got to be airborne. If I've got some kind of incredible electro-optical equipment, I can't climb on top of the tallest building in Warsaw and look into Kaliningrad. I need to be up in the air looking down. And just as a rule, it's easier because you are clear of I don't know, interference like radio mass, you know, telephone radio mass, all that kind of things. The electromagnetic spectrum is absolutely log jammed all around you right this minute, unless you live in Cornwall.
That was my point, right? So if they're over the sea, then they don't have that. They won't have that.
Yeah, I mean, you get electronic listening posts. There's, you know, there's a sovereign UK-based Cyprus, isn't there? That's a part of the Five Eyes, and that's a huge, big listening post. There's the one up by the M4 motorway. There's a very substantial American establishment. There's somewhere else as well. I can't remember the name. That's got the huge big circular array, or it certainly used to. But as a rule, airborne, if you're using radar, and they probably will be using radar, they'll be mapping stuff, and it's just easier. You just get above all the crap, and you can use all kinds of phenomenal bits of kit to sort of suck in information.
And don't forget the fact that with what we call fusion of information, fusion of data, and fusion of intelligence data, meaning all this data coming in from all these sensors on all these platforms, whether it's P8, you can bet your house or houses that not only do we have these airborne platforms that we can see in public on ADS-B exchange, there are things that we're not seeing and that we shouldn't see. And there are ground-based guys. They're thick as thieves, I'm sure, over in Poland. Then we have the overhead assets, or what I call overhead, the satellite-based assets. constellations on top of constellations on top of constellations, depending on the orbit, right? So you got your low Earth orbit signals collection satellites. You've got your medium orbit SIGINT satellites. You've got your highly eccentric orbit or HEO satellites, which the Russians have to use, but that's a geometry thing. And then you got your geostationary national technical means or satellites. And all of this data is focused not only on Ukraine, but at other problematic areas of the world. And all of this information is being fused together in various places, especially in the Five Eyes community, of course. And there are experts looking at this information, and they are finding and fixing targets on the ground. And I think the big game, the big match, is about to kick off, as we all know. And just if you could just expand your mind and think about that, do some Google research. It's incredible what we can bring to bear to this problem that needs to be solved, and I think will be solved in the coming months. So
yeah, and I think both sides are moving chess pieces around now, aren't they, Michael? I don't know if you saw a surface action group sailed past Gibraltar today from the Russian Med flotilla. So one frigate and 3 corvettes plus a tanker. Where are they off to?
Well, I mean, is that any different than a Russian BTG that's moving across Ukraine anywhere? Are they going to be able to coordinate and take the necessary actions to do whatever it is they need to do? We've seen such a confusion of command, confusion of orders, confusion of action, and failure on the battlefield when the Russians are moving chess pieces around. And I used to worry about stuff like that, but now I'm just kind of concerned more about their ability to handle, hey, the kids have found the matches, right? Are they fully capable of doing anything correctly? Because it doesn't seem like they are. And I do not dare hint at underestimating them, but it's all just, to me, it's just a lot of smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, surface action group. I wouldn't be surprised if they sail them back up north and go for the English Channel and then try and do the "aren't we big and strong" type thing. And they were escorted out the Med by Santa Maria, the Spanish Perry type frigate. So, but only one tanker with them. So I don't think they're planning on an extended deployment. So I do wonder if they're heading back up north. They've just decided that the Med's just not worth having ships in now, and they're reshuffling everything. And these are either going to go Pack Fleet or back up to Red Banner Fleet to reinforce that.
Maybe, but the key thing, as you would know, they don't move without us knowing that they're moving.
Yeah, I mean, the Daily Mail will love it. Three Russian warships and a tanker in the English Channel. Jesus Christ. That's going to be people having palpitations over that.
Well, they do, but it's from the Russian standpoint, it's power projection, right? But can you name one aircraft carrier battle group that the Russians have deployed anywhere in the world right now with any substantial? There is not one.
Well, there's a reason for that, and that's that they don't have any functioning aircraft carriers.
That's right.
It's kind of difficult to have a carrier group, and if they did, it would be visible literally from space.
Exactly.
All right, I've got to go do some work. I shall try and listen in a little bit later.
And I have to go cook dinner. It's been a pleasure, and everyone have a great evening. I will be tuning back in, but thank you all so much. I've just been, this is the closest thing to being in an ops center at work. Everybody's doing a fantastic job. This is so important. Everyone, please retweet this space and donate, because it's all going to pay off. Everyone, have a good evening.
And you too as well. And thank you very much for your very kind words, Michael. Listen, I followed you back, so getting a message to me won't be so difficult. If you do get a problem, just DM me. I mean, this is assuming I'm looking at my DMs. But when I do eventually, sometimes it might be 48 hours later, I will answer you. You have a good day, Michael.
No worries. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Yeah, how interesting was that? As someone messaged me, said, "Who would have thought listening to two guys talk about this stuff would keep so many people interested?" It does, right? And with that, I need to remind some people. I've put a couple of tweets into the nest. There's one is for Mick Ryan, which is post is a logical proposal on learning from Ukraine. The fact we are 14 months into the large-scale invasion by Russia, and this hasn't started, is a terrible indictment of current affairs. I don't think this is current affairs, but that's what it should do. I'm just doing his grammar checking there. But it would be very good if everyone could have a read, right? But give it a retweet. We like to keep giving Mick Ryan some love. And there is also a tweet I've put into the nest from Rick the Ukrainian. Right, he does a marvelous job. I suspect most here will have seen the YouTube or some of the videos of the POWs and people who aren't POWs, Russians who have been interviewed. Right, so have a quick look at that and give it a retweet. I'll take it out the space shortly. Alan.
David, yes, I've been here listening to this fascinating conversation, and proof that I've been listening is here I am.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, well done. Right. Yeah. It was actually I was going to, but Gunny carried on talking. I was going to point out one of the things he was talking about was him being, I think, in the Med and him being able to listen to stuff that was happening around it in the English Channel, and that's to do with frequencies and the rest of it. Back in the old day, I used to lug around a HF radio. Yeah, you don't want to be sending with that on your back. It cook you, but you get considerable distances from them. Obviously, the amount of data you can send them is a little bit different. But yeah, that's how far these things can go. You know, if you get your if you get your antenna right, or then you could be talking to someone the other side of the world by bouncing signals off the ionosphere. Interesting stuff.
It is interesting, and of course, it's interesting whenever planes are up, eyes in the sky are up, looking at Kaliningrad, which is a problem that really has to be solved. How this enclave was created and remains, I guess there's nothing to do about it. But Russia does use Kaliningrad to threaten the heart of Europe. I mean, they have Iskander missiles there, unless they've moved them to Ukraine to fire onto Ukraine. But it's a problem. It should go back to being Königsberg.
Yes, she goes back to something, right? Go back, or get rid of that Russian disease, right? Yeah. Oh, and that reminds me. So I did get a message from someone who was asking, would any of this be looking north to where the problems with the moves by Russian trawlers, we call them trawlers, right? And the rest of it up in the wind farm areas or the oil fields, highly unlikely that's where they were looking. The issue is more Kaliningrad, right?
But I assume that there's been plenty of looking down on those Russian ships up in the North Sea, taking this circuitous route from wind farm to wind farm to wind farm, and over internet cables and also gas pipelines run through the North Sea from Norway to the Netherlands, I believe.
Yes, they do, right? So there's the question, isn't it? Because this is all part of the look. I think hopefully everyone here knows that I liken this to the dickhead bully in the pub who causing problems, and their reactions are very, very similar to it, right? And that's what they do, isn't it? If you the gang leader in the pub who's used to bullying people, right, and then things aren't going so well because there's someone staring him down, then he'll go and do other stuff. He'll go and key your car, right? Or he might go and let your tires down and all these things. So this is Putin's version of the idiot in the pub. So his keying the car is going, look, I'm looking at your wind farms. This is what we're going to do, and it's all designed to distract us from the things that that we want to be doing, right? And his thing, he knows these things works. They work because they have worked in the past. We've done it now. We've allowed our eye to be taken off the ball sufficiently that Sudan, look at what's happening there. Look at what's happening in Africa and all the other places. Because guess what, right? We had people who we were trusting. Because let's face it, it's not our jobs to do this. It's our government's job to do this, and we trust them to do it. And they really took their eye off the ball. Laughing Tommy, I saw your hand go up, but G-Man and Nick also have their hands up, and there's a perfect segue for me to go to G-Man. Alan, you gave it to me when you were talking about looking down. Hopefully, we're not looking down at you in your bath, G-Man, but feel free to talk away.
Yeah, I hope not. I hope not as well. Yeah, certainly wouldn't be very civilized at all. Yeah, no, I'm deserving a bath today. I spent 6 hours today on a 100-year-old armored cruiser in Belfast. While my son was working as a guide, I had my daughter, and we did the whole museum things. I think we must be around the ship about 3 times. I mean, it's only 1,600 tons. It's HMS Caroline in Belfast. It's the last survivor of the Battle of Jutland.
My grandfather was in Jutland. He was on HMS Lion.
Oh well,
he survived.
He survived. Yeah. I tweeted out the video earlier on that they played in what was the drill hall when Caroline was a reserve ship. But they have that as sort of the first stage of the tour, and you sit down and watch about 11 or 12-minute video of very good atmospherics and sound effects, what have you, and very poignant at the end as it plays the last post and goes through the roll of honor, so to speak. But it was closed for a long time, and they've just reopened it. So I'm very pleased so far, with what they've done. So there was rumours that Belfast might lose it, but we didn't. We got a stay of execution, so that's all good. That's not why I come up. I was just looking at the nest, and I see Thomas Heiner's tweet talking about the list of the combat brigades, and wow, this offensive that's coming is going to be some storm, and I think he ends up he finishes up with my tip to Russian troops: start shooting your officers and flee to Russia. It's your only chance. So Very well said, I thought. Fascinating discussion about Gunny and Michael. I had been listening for the past hour or so, and it was extremely detailed and extremely, some people might say nerdy, but I will not say that. It was just fascinating, and great radio. So that's brilliant. Please retweet the space and donate if you can. And we are the MriyaReport. We are the Hope Report, advocating for Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Herem Slava. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Yes, so anyone here listening, so G-Man, obviously, I say obviously, that I lived in London for a very long time. I used to go to HMS Belfast quite often. So HMS Lion, my grandfather was in Battle of Jutland. It got an absolute kicking. A lot of them died on the ship, and one of the a captain in the Royal, I think a captain in the Royal Marines. Anyway, he was in the Royal Marines, received the Victoria Cross on it because Lion may have been destroyed completely because there was a fire in the magazine with one of the guns, and the person in charge of it elected to flood the magazine and thus killing everyone inside it, but saving everyone on the ship.
Yeah, completely. The heroism is, yeah, a lot of these stories don't get told enough. And the sacrifices that men made for their mates. I think it's whenever you start talking about why men fight, clearly they may have joined the services for king and country at that time, but they ended up fighting for their mates. And that's what I think that's consistently seen through any of the accounts of warfare. You join because of the love of your country, but you fight for your mates.
Yes, no, exactly. Although interesting, so I joined. I'm go to my great grandfather. There's a history of service and further back. But I joined. I mean, 1978 wasn't that long after the Second World War, because I just thought that people needed people to do the things that needed to be done. People needed to be safe. There was still this thought that, in those days that, we needed to keep the world safe. But that's where we've taken our eye off the ball, isn't it?
100%, definitely. Yeah, no doubt about it. I was born in 1972, and at the time, I mean, obviously, when I was growing up in the 70s, I thought that the Second World War was an age away. Little did I really realize until now, looking back at it, it was it was only 30 years. And that's a blink of an eye now. But then it was different, and the troubles were happening in Northern Ireland, and the 6 o'clock news every night was another atrocity somewhere, and it wasn't even that. It could have been in your neighborhood where we lived. People across the street, 4 doors down. Half the family were in jail, being in loyalist paramilitaries, one ilk or another, and it was all out there. And I was army nut, and we talked about, you and I have talked about one time. Maybe I was throwing stones at you, but no, I would probably be.
Yes, yeah, you sure? I'm pretty certain you weren't you, G-Man?
Yeah, I don't think so. I was more likely to be the one pestering you for your cap badge or any bit of military gear that you could give me. And invariably, you couldn't. I think the only thing I got, I got the odd spare stripes and maybe a field dressing or two. So
yes, well, we did have those. That's the British Army field dressing from the 1970s and 80s was a miracle of medicine, not right.
Yeah. Fanny pad is for the.
No, exactly right. Yeah. Well, if you'd have asked me for my cap badge, I'd have given it to you.
Oh, I appreciate it.
I always had a stash because I just always lost them, right? And it was just, oh, I've lost another one. That's another 50p it'll cost me.
Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, thanks.
No, thank you, G-Man. With that, let's go to some hands. Nothing, Tommy, I'm going to make you wait because I've no idea who put up their hand first. But Nick's at the top, and he's being polite. Very first time in a long time. Don't say anything. Nick, over to you.
I heard that. Pardon. Just supposing that tomorrow the Russians went home from Kaliningrad and it went back to Germany or Poland or Lithuania or whoever, and they had to put their Iskander, nuclear-tipped Iskanders elsewhere. How much difference would that really make to the security of the West? They're
ICBMs, but they're
not, are they? They're hypersonic. My understanding is that they're not ICBMs in the sort of traditional sense. They're not intercontinental, are they? They're intermediate range. So they go very fast.
Are they?
Yeah, Kaliningrad.
They've only just trialed. They've only just used their hypersonics. So.
I don't think
Iskander is a medium-range ballistic missile. It's not like there's a hypersonic glide vehicle or in the place.
Thank you very much.
If they have to pull these weapons back, either to Belarus, which is 200 kilometers away, or to Russia proper, how much extra time would that get the West in the event of an attack, and how much difference would that make?
Because if you
that's what I was thinking. Yes. In which case, that I wonder then why we would be that interested in them, given that they, as I say, it gets us 3 minutes more. So obviously 3 minutes is nice to have, but I wonder why we would be quite so kind of interested in those, given that we don't presumably fully know exactly what they've got, elsewhere in Russia. So, and we can assume that they will be, fairly close to the Belarus or the Lithuanian border, as opposed to sort of being, somewhere beyond Vladivostok. So, I'm just wondering. It seems to me that we're getting excited about Kaliningrad for all kinds of jolly good reasons, but it doesn't seem to me that removing those weapons specifically from Kaliningrad is going to be the kind of huge increase in security for the West that we might like. So maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm not understanding something, but
intel accumulation,
it seems a bit marginal.
Yeah, but
it seems a bit marginal.
Yeah, but Nick, I think you're conflating a couple of things. One is intel collection, right? The sort of thing that Michael might be doing, but that isn't necessarily all about nullifying a nuclear threat, right? So intel collection will be many things, right? It isn't just about what that nuclear warhead's doing. Maybe they'll be interested in what that nuclear head is doing, and intel that might be coming in and around about that, but they might not be one and the same thing. Michael, go on.
I caught the tail end of that question, and so I didn't get the full question. I'm very sorry. Can you repeat the question?
The basic question is, okay, we don't like the Russians having Kaliningrad, and we don't like them having nuclear weapons there and whatever missiles. But if they were to, close down Kaliningrad tomorrow and move all of those weapons back to either Belarus or to Russia proper, how much of a huge hit would that be to their capability? Or put another way, how much would NATO and the West say, okay, that's a significant reduction in the threat? Because it just seems to me if these missiles are as fast as advertised, that gains us about 3 minutes or something, which is, these things are always nice to have.
Enough time to have a good time with.
Sorry, David?
I think you heard what I said.
I heard I had enough time to have a good time
before,
and then
right.
I will refer you. I will send you a clip that you will appreciate. So yeah, I mean, is that the kind of thing we? Yeah, I mean, like I say, obviously every little helps, but it doesn't strike me as something that you would be particularly, that you would sort of be punching the air a lot if you got it. So I wondered how much difference it makes, the fact that these things are in Kaliningrad rather than in Western Belarus, or perhaps
Can we please ask Bloke, because he and I have an answer for this. Bloke.
Is he here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Had my hand up.
Anyway, Michael, just so I say, Michael, that was my question, and you were about to give an opinion. So
Michael, finish.
I hope
yeah,
you'll allow.
let Bloke do it and then give you.
Michael,
Michael
finish.
go first then.
No, I will defer. I want to hear Axel and the other gentleman because I have an opinion, but I'll wait. Thank you.
Let's start with Bloke and let's go to Michael after, because then we can round it off. And I think we all three will come to a good mesh, which is quite overlapping. Please, Bloke.
I'd like to split this question into two categories. One is deterrence, and the other is, tactical interest, right? So, from a strategic point of view, Nick is sort of right. I mean, it's not going to make that much difference strategically from the point of view that the Russians know full well that if they do something stupid, it'll be the end of their country, right? So from that point of view, I guess you could argue that it won't make much difference. But 3 minutes is, or actually 2 minutes is a long time. And there is the possibility of interception, and that's important. So from that point of view, it does make a difference, right? So just let's divide it into two. And then I'll defer to Axel. I have some other points to make, but a lot of them are already made. So let's go to Axel or Michael next.
I think the intelligence picture matters a great deal more than Nick is making it out to be. I spoke about the projection and therefore deterrence before, and I think that still remains valid. Michael, I think it's fair that our interest, our constant updating interest, is vital. It's absolutely vital to gain those few little nuggets which we need in order to have a better granular understanding, and therefore can subsume better data, because otherwise it's garbage in, garbage out, and we will never make a good decision when in a tactical fix. Michael.
Well, I couldn't agree more. I mean, hypersonics represents sort of a grave threat to national survival in a sense. It's not that we cannot detect them. It's more about reaction time. You have a decreased reaction time. And nations know that if they seriously deploy hypersonics, that's up in the ante. That's an arms race. It's a new arms race, right? I see a lot of chess pieces being moved, a lot of adverts, if you will, talking about advanced hypersonics. And even in the United States, years ago, we launched one in a test, not just one, more than one, out of the Pacific. And then they supposedly shelved it. But what a lot of people seem to lose perspective on is that hypersonics have been around for decades, right? When we launch people into space, that vehicle is moving hypersonic. So you see it in Congress now. You see this push to catch up with the Chinese and catch up with Russia on their hypersonics research and their deployment of hypersonic missiles. And I think that's all, pardon the expression, bullshit, because we've mastered the ability to put carbon on the nose cones of our ICBMs as they re-enter the atmosphere, if they should ever have to be launched in that mission. So hypersonics has been understood for decades. The fact that we have unshelved it, in other words, it was shelved because it was expensive, and now we're having to supposedly catch up. Again, that's bullshit. in my perspective. And I think that the Russians, that they're projecting a threat. It's all a projection, because they know that if they, from a deterrence standpoint, you cannot overtly bring a missile system out, deploy it, project it under satellite recovery or reconnaissance, and have it be seen by the West, and then be taken seriously, because that is an existential threat to every other country in the world, especially the West. So I think it's all just BS from the Russian side. And I think we are fully capable of dealing with it. There is the technical challenge of tracking them and knocking them out. But I think we're well ahead of all of that. But we shouldn't, and we won't know the full extent of our nation's capability to do that. And the Russians know that, because we keep close tabs on them. They keep close tabs on us. They may be deficient on the battlefield, but they do have enough technical capabilities to understand, at least to some extent, what our capabilities are. And we certainly have an eye on what theirs are.
Thank you very much for that. That's quite interesting. Yeah, I mean, look, for me, I just look at Laughing Tommy. I haven't forgotten about you, by the way, despite your arm is almost falling off because it's been up for a very long time. Look, the most of these things are with the Russians. It's all about them threatening. That's what they do. They do an awful lot of bluster. We, for whatever reason, take it in as being de facto really, we need to be worried about everything they do. I've no idea why we do this, because we have to look at it and just go, if we moved let's just say we did what the Russians do, we pushed the nuclear warheads into Poland, they would be very, very upset. But we allow them to do this quite often. They push us. We generally give ground for whatever reason. Maybe that's going to start changing. Bloke, and then Laughing Tommy.
Well, I mean, we don't have to use bluster. I mean, the Russians do that.
Well, I don't think we do bluster. That's my point. They do.
Yeah.
Stuff, right?
And just to add to this, like all their nuclear threats, it's like watching a 5-year-old child take a tantrum and say, "I'm going to hold my breath until I get my way." There is utterly nothing they can do, right? If they know this, we can see a lot more than is, public knowledge of what their capabilities are and what their force posture is, and they know that. The target audience for that sort of bluster is not the military, it's the civilian populations of the West, to try to frighten and intimidate and reduce support to Ukraine. We just have to, smile like you would, smile with a petulant child, and just say that now, you know that you're not going to do that, because if you do, it's over for you. So just quiet down now, and the adults will take care of supporting Ukraine. It's that simple. That's the way I look at it.
Of course, the problem is that, I mean, the reality is they're not doing this just to the public, are they? They're doing it to the politicians, who are essentially civilians who don't get it. And the reason why we are reacting in the way we are is because politicians do the strategic stuff and everyone else follows. And for whatever reason, our politicians believe that there's a credible threat. Anyway, Laughing Tommy, to you.
Yes, so sorry, I was away from on the phone.
No need to be sorry. We kept you waiting an extraordinary long time.
It's not a problem. It's been a very good discussion. I love this space because it's sort of a sporadic military university. Basically, we talk about different historical stuff, and then all of a sudden we're in an hour-long discussion about signals intelligence. And as a civilian, everything is sort of fascinating to me, especially since we have people who are way more informed than most public sources are. But people like Michael and Gunny and all the other people like Yehuda and so on, it's a very good place to learn. As far as I've understood the entire hypersonic discussion, basically the newfound or sort of newly rediscovered utilities that they're a good means of attacking ships. If we had hypersonic air-to-air missiles, those would be a good means to attack other airplanes. So that's why we're working on them now. But as far as the ballistic weapons, the nuclear weapons, most air defense people I have seen talk about it say that it's basically not a problem because, as we've already said, most theater ballistic missiles and ICBMs are, by their very nature, hypersonic, up to Mach 24 and above even for ICBMs. But the problem would be what Russia is saying that they have is the hypersonic glide vehicles, which are maneuverable. So you have instead of something that you can get a track on and then send a kill vehicle after, you have something that basically detects when it itself has been detected and therefore can maneuver and change its trajectory. And that's why it's as far as I can understand the idea behind it's so dangerous, even though they speak about a lot of other, frankly, ridiculous stuff like the plasma sheet that makes hypersonic glide vehicle invisible, which an air defense person explained that basically that is something that a problem that has been solved since the 60s. But with the phased array radars, but still it's difficult to intercept such a fast munition if in reality it has such an ability to maneuver. So that's where the danger comes in. Plus, something that size moving that fast has a big kinetic impact, yada yada yada. But as with all things that Russians declare to be extraordinary in their ability, I don't believe in it until I see it, because the S-400 was supposed to be the most amazing air defense system ever, and it can't stop hammers. So,
Tommy, can I add on to that?
Yes, please, of course.
So I think you're exactly right. What I would love in this space, and I'm sharing it, I have a vast community of friends in my community because I'm still active, folks from, say, Los Alamos and other places, to sort of expand on this topic. This notion of people can go to, and listeners can go to the RAND Corporation, rand.com. It's just another think tank. Well, it's actually not just another think tank, but it's, there are many think tanks, and you can get many and varied opinions on this topic about the threat from hypersonics, these wave riding vehicles, anything. And Tommy is exactly right. And as I said earlier, we've been putting hypersonic vehicles into action for decades. by the sheer launching of space vehicles and boosters and such into space. And when they re-enter the atmosphere, now a ballistic arc object is going to be moving at, well, if it's orbital, it's going to be moving at least 17,500 miles per hour. When it enters the atmosphere, the heat buildup, the plasma shield, imagine trying to fly through that. So if you think back to the space shuttle came in on a certain glide angle, and it was covered with heat shields on the bottom of it, that as it decelerated, as it entered the atmosphere, the heat built up. And remember the old days, they solved this problem, but in the old days, when the Apollo missions were ongoing, you lost contact with the returning crew as they re-entered the atmosphere because of the plasma shield that built up, and they could not communicate. But then when the space shuttle came along, the space shuttle was communicating with a transmitter back up to something called TDRS, a satellite system. And so they could communicate constantly by radio with the ground as they went through this dynamic change when they re-entered the atmosphere. So if you think about trying to fire or launch a hypersonic weapon at a country, whether it's 1, whether it's 10, whether it's 50, they all have to undergo this almost well, it's basically a furnace, right? And this vehicle is going to have to come in, and now you talk about maneuvering that vehicle and how you have to track it with ground-based air defense systems. Well, when you maneuver a vehicle through the atmosphere, whether it's upper atmosphere or lower, anytime, if you watch a fighter jet at an air show demonstration, every time they turn or bank and go another direction, they're bleeding energy. So this hypersonic vehicle concept, these things decelerate dramatically when they have to turn. When they decelerate, they vastly increase the resistance of the atmosphere as they're maneuvering against the air molecules in the atmosphere just to make that turn. So this whole notion from Russia that, you know, they have these devastating hypersonic weapons, and again, pardon me, it's bullshit. They may have it, but tracking them, the more they maneuver, the more brilliantly they show up on detection systems. The more they maneuver, the more they slow down. So if people will go to rand.com, or is it rand.org, or any other think tank website that has looked at this problem, it's a bit overstated, in my opinion. I'm not an expert. That's why I said I wish there was someone from, say, Los Alamos or other research organizations that could pipe in here and back me up. But it's an overstated. It is a real threat. It's a real threat. It does reduce your reaction time to the incoming threat. But just if you just consume what I said, and I'm not the expert in hypersonics, but I do know about detection systems and reaction-oriented organizations. I think it's a bit overblown, and so I go back to Tommy and just say, you're right. The Russians are it's all bluff and bluster.
Yeah, I'm constantly on the space saying this is bluster simply because the nature of the character, isn't it? That's what they do, right? They always push, but that's what as I go back to, that's what the bully in the pub does. He just pushes and pushes and pushes because this is how they see life should be. But I think as we're seeing, it is It's just talk. They haven't got anything to back it up at
Well,
all,
well,
which is why they're struggling at this point, right?
right, right. And to pardon this expression, this maybe it's an American expression. You don't pull off a knife. You don't pull a knife in a gunfight. That's what I'm trying to say, right? You don't pull out a knife if you're in a gunfight. And they're basically showing knives.
No, exactly, right.
Exactly.
And more so, what they are showing is they don't actually have any guns nearby to even do anything, right? There might be, they've alluded to their super weapon, right? That's the bully going, here you are, I've got a gang somewhere else waiting to get you a little bit further down, right?
Well, to me, and I don't mean to cheapen it, and I'm 59 years old, so I'm just going to take everyone back. I don't mean this to be sexist, but let's take it back to when the males of the listening audience were in their prime, and you're out on a Friday night, right? And there's someone with a lot of makeup on that's attractive to you. I think this analogy is not going to come off right. Maybe I chose the wrong one. But the point is, they're putting up a facade. Certainly, they can build technical capabilities to attack, but we've seen, and to defend. But what we're, and also look at the decades of space technology that's been shared between the United States and Russia. There was the Mir and the International Space Station, and they can put people into space. We know they, and largely, I think a lot of that is credited to Ukraine as far as the brain power behind a lot of that. But the point is, they are really pushing a facade that it's like a billboard. What we're seeing on the battlefield is largely different from what they can actually do sustainably for the long term. They just don't have. I read this article a week ago, and I read a similar article a year ago and 2 years ago, and so on and so forth. Their GDP can be equated to individual states in the United States or individual small countries. They may have a massive, they may be the world's oil pump, but their GDP is critically low compared to their bluff and bluster.
Yeah, so to let everyone know who's listening, so I think, I mean, let's not talk about their GDP this year, who knows what that will be, but beforehand it was about 1.7 trillion. And to put that in context, the United States and the West spent 8 trillion in Afghanistan over 20 years. So that puts their GDP into context. Keep going, Michael, thank you.
Well, I don't have much more to say other than that we're looking at a paper tiger, and I think that everything's going to play out here. We're going to watch it play out. Hypersonics aside, back to Ukraine, which is what this space is about. I think if we all went to sleep tonight and didn't wake up until 3 months later, we would find a vastly changed landscape as far as this situation. So I'm just really so proud of this website or this Twitter space, and thank everyone for your commitments, your listenership. This is awesome. Let's keep it up.
Oh, thank you very much. Very nice words, Michael. Thank you. Laughing Tommy.
Okay, so I just sort of thought of something. And by the way, I think that the hypersonic debate, like every debate about Russian propaganda, is very important for the Ukraine situation, because the public perception of the conflict and the capabilities of Russia plays a lot into the political decisions in the West. So we should always keep in mind and debunk any of their claims that are untruthful, because in this way we show how weak they actually are, and there's less of an ability for them to get away with stuff by manipulating the general public. So it's important. But about the discussions, I think we should get somebody who understands this stuff. Like it would be fine to have John Rich talk about it again, or I don't know, because what I thought about right now is, like, the Russians claim that their glide vehicle detects when it is being detected by sensors, which means it would detect the radio waves or whatever emissions. But they also claim that it's hiding behind this plasma sheath, which is impenetrable to these radio waves. So how does it detect them?
That's an excellent question. Now, I think we need someone that's more into the physics of it besides myself. But if you, going back to what I was talking about when the Apollo missions came in, or when the space shuttle re-enters the atmosphere, you cannot receive radio waves through that plasma shield that builds up. So to me, that tells any layman, you might believe what the Russians are saying, but that's complete and utter bullshit. And I'm sorry for my being abrupt about that, but how can you receive radio signals through a plasma shield? How can a hypersonic glide vehicle receive command and control functions from the ground through that plasma shield? It would have to be pre-programmed to do what it's going to do, unless I'm missing something. But I'm not a physicist.
I don't think you're missing anything, are you, Michael? Sorry, you're laughing, Tommy.
Yeah, just agreeing with Michael, exactly. All that.
Oh, you have a new hand up, John G. Feller. I don't think I've heard you before. John G.
It's been a couple weeks since I've been in here. Thanks. So it was interesting. So when something reaches that speed, either it's a re-entry vehicle coming back into the Earth's atmosphere, or let's say a hypersonic vehicle flying through low, medium, or high altitude, it creates a cloud around it of plasma or high heat, high energy. What is it? Air molecules slamming into each other? Is that correct?
That's correct. You're basically, maybe I overstate this, but the buildup of the heat is from the friction and the barrier created, from a hypersonic vehicle, and the air molecules flowing around it becoming so energized, so excited, it disturbs the atmosphere, and those molecules are part, and that's all inside the electromagnetic spectrum, right?
Okay.
So it becomes virtually impossible to transmit through it. And that's why the space shuttle developed through the TDRS satellites, TDRSS, I think it is, where they put a transmitter on the back of the space shuttle, on the back side of it, on the spine, to transmit what was going on, telemetry, flight characteristics, communications, whatever, that would transmit back out into space to a communication satellite that would beam that back down to Houston. And so they could talk to Houston while they were re-entering the atmosphere.
Okay, so radio frequency, radio signal doesn't bounce off or or does it bounce off of?
It can't get through. That's the thing. It just can't get through those.
That's right.
And that's why it can't get through the plasma shield. Does it reflect back off the plasma shield?
It just does not get through. I don't know to the degree that it reflects off of it. I think it just gets dispersed.
It would seem somewhat similar to, and this is just an understanding from books, not any personal experience, but isn't one of the ways that we track or you track underwater vehicles, whether it's a submarine or anything, lack of response? So let's say you have passive sonar or active sonar going. What should be a reflection is not a reflection. So there's simply a blank space. And it's either seen as an anomaly, and they run figures to figure out if it's an anomaly, or they determine it's not an anomaly, but yet there's not a response. So hence we're tracking this. If the problem or the perceived problem is we can't track a fast, small metal object that's a rocket, but it creates this cloud, can't we just track the plasma cloud and therefore target the incoming hypersonic missile?
So who said you can't track a hypersonic missile?
I'm saying I'm saying that that's what we're being told.
No, we're not. It's not about being able to track it. It's about reaction time, because they move so fast.
Okay.
So an ICBM launch, let's say the world ended tomorrow, based on the Russians deciding they were going to push the button and just launch against the United States and whatever else.
Mm-hmm.
We know that from their land-based systems, that's going to take what? I forget. Don't quote me. Minutes, right? The vehicle has to launch out of a ground silo or a mobile missile launcher somewhere in Russia. It's got let's say a 30-minute flight time. Once it gets up into space and then arcs over on a ballistic arc, comes over the pole to hit the United States. There's a difference between that and the greater threat, which might be their submarines. And I don't mean might be, because we have the same capability. They have submarines posted in the oceans, deep, hidden. They think maybe that we don't track them, so won't go there. But they're going to be much closer to the United States. So that timeline of alert, like when I say alert, so you have a launch in Russia of their ICBMs compared to a launch in the open ocean of their ICBMs from their submarines that are submerged. They don't have to surface to do it, but they're detected the moment that missile is ejected out of that submarine, boosted up with high pressure gas, broaches the surface of the ocean, and that booster engine on that ICBM from that submarine fires. And that submarine might be, it only has to be 12 miles off the coast, the international, the border that we have. Okay, so let's say that submarine launches a hypersonic missile instead of an arcing ballistic missile. So your timeline is reduced to minutes, vastly reduced to a few minutes. And it's about reaction time is my point.
I understand it. And so sorry, I should have. That's relating to something strategic or in terms of like a worldwide war, nuclear war, right? As it relates to Ukraine, it seems they fired the smaller version, right, off the MiGs into Ukraine. And I don't think that they tracked or hit them. So I don't know if they've followed on since March and fired them again.
So the thing, John G, so the thing to remember, hypersonic means Mach 5, 3,750 miles an hour, right? So if you've got something to stop a missile like that, it needs to be able of doing tracking said missile and then going at an extraordinary speed, right? Because guess what, right? This thing's going at 3,750 miles an hour. But there's a difference, right? So I think Michael's talking about, so that said missile has a plasma field around it. It can't communicate with anything. And this is part of the problems with hypersonic missiles, right? So it's given a position, but it can't get any GPS from it, because guess what, right? There's no communication between the missile and where it is. So there's loads of things around it. Hypersonic is going very, very quickly. But it's not a be-all and end-all a weapon, and it is not a game changer within what we're talking about, as just demonstrated by the Russians. The thing is that they're using this as another one of this is another version of them keying your car. Look, aren't we frightening? Right. So and that's literally what they do. Every now and again, I post an image, and I can't remember, of a lizard. There is a lizard that what it does is it's got these big flaps of skin to the side of its head, right? And when it's frightened, what it does is it flaps these really big pieces of skin to make itself look bigger and more frightening to the animals around it. But it does it because it's terrified. This is Russia. What they've the hypersonic missile, and I'm not saying it's not a missile. It doesn't go bang and it won't kill people, but all this does is a look. We have hypersonic missiles. This is making us frightening.
I remember during the Trump administration at one point, Putin appeared and he had a sort of infographic behind him, and they had some, I don't know whether it was the hypersonic missile or some other missile with multiple re-entry vehicles or bombs, and it was quite funny because it showed these bombs raining down on a piece of land that looked very much like Florida. And I don't know whether it was sort of saying, watch out, Donald, Mar-a-Lago is going to be turned into glass. But it was quite funny. I am going to drop down. So it's not been my most active session of co-hosting, but the conversation has been military, has been running along very nicely. Thank you everyone for your kind DMs and your patient speaker requests. And I will drop down, and I imagine it will either be Alan or Prince coming up to sit in the co-host seat next to David in just a few minutes. So good night, and maybe see you tomorrow evening. Although we've got a full day out. Cheers.
It's been a pleasure, Nick, and thank you very much. And if anyone who's sending Nick kind DMs, feel free to send him some unkind DMs as well. Put my name on it. Anyway, yes. She's going to get a flood of horrible DMs now. Yes, I've done my job. Yeah. So John G. Look, as I said, a lot of this is about them trying to be frightening, right? At some stage, in engineering and the rest of it, people will solve the problems that come with hypersonics. But at the moment, us even talking about it, whilst technically it's quite interesting, but there's not a lot in there that is really to be worried about, or us to spend a lot of time discussing. There are some technicalities, as Michael said, right? So the plasma just means that communicating. So and this is the thing with ballistic missiles. You look at a ballistic missile, how does it work, and how does it guide itself, and things that are traveling at extreme speed, which I would say that 3,750 miles an hour in our atmosphere is extreme speed. So they come with other problems. What happens if you need to change course and direction? And there are so many other things that go along with this. But I do see, Laughing Tommy, you've got your hand back up.
And by the way, I'm stepping down. It's a pleasure. So,
Oh,
good evening to
Michael,
everyone.
thank you very much.
Have a good evening, everyone.
Yeah, so John G, as far as I can understand, you're asking why those missiles that the MiGs drop, the Kinzhaos, why they are able to get flare defenses. Is that the question?
I'm sorry, was it the MiG launches this missile and why it's able to get to Ukraine?
Yeah, is that your question?
My question is, has it been able to, have they been able to figure out, did the Russian actually hit an actual target with it? Did it just hit an area, or did it just seem to just go into Ukraine and miss?
Well, the problem is that sort of with the Russians, you never know if they're actually trying to hit a playground or they just hit it by mistake. But as far as I can tell, towards the beginning of the conflict, there was the first use of the Kinzhal where it just fell outside a village. Nobody was able, maybe there was a military target there. The Ukrainians didn't report it, but the locals that were interviewed seemed pretty nonplussed. And then so they weren't talking about something getting hit or something like that. And then the later use, they were basically hitting city blocks, and I can't tell you if there was an actual military target there. So I can't tell you if they actually achieved the result. We know that they managed to hit the city block within the city with it. That's the level of confirmed information.
And sorry how it translates. When you say, what does that mean by like city block?
Well, they hit an area. That's it.
Yeah, basically, it's a pretty big bomb because the Kinzhal is the same missile. It's a modified Iskander missile, which is a theater ballistic missile. So it's a very big boom that comes in fast. You can't do anything about it. The purpose of it being strapped on MiG-31 is that it flies up so that the missile can use its entire fuel to accelerate towards the target. And that's the whole point. They basically take part of the boost phase that the missiles would have accomplished by itself and achieve that with the MiG-31. And then they release it from it. That's the genius of their technology. And it's able to very slightly adjust its course to target. And that's why it comes in fast. It's all theater ballistic missiles. It's designed to basically hit a large target. With the ATACMS or the Prism or something, you wouldn't use that to hit a truck or something. You'd use it to basically hit an ammo depot, a ship, something like that. So a bigger target. And when that hits a residential area, the result is not as pleasant. You can see the crater was, and I'm eyeballing this in my head from a memory from 4 months ago or something. So I'm sorry if I'm not correct, but the diameter looked to me something like 40, 50 meters. So it's a big missile. It's like one of those 1,500 kilos bombs that they're dropping right now.
Thanks. I mean, from what you're saying, it sounds like it's a general area kind of a weapon, and it's not even clear that it got to the general area that it needed to be or that it was originally aimed at. But it
exactly
that was perfectly what I was. Thanks.
Yeah, so basically they're stating a 5 to 10 meter accuracy, so 50% probability for it to fall within 5 to 10 meters of the target, but we've never seen it confirmed going after and hitting an actual target. So I can't tell you if that claim is true in any way.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the thing is, there's no way of knowing the accuracy, and the point is that in many things with missiles, they use many to use for their targeting, right? But they've got a plasma field around them. How do they then do that? So your normal ballistic missile, it's traveling at 3,000 miles an hour or whatever.
No, David, sorry.
Keep talking. I'm listening. I was talking about a normal ballistic missile may have a different way of targeting, right? So it'll pick up some GPS data, it makes its target on its way down, and there you are, right? So with the hypersonics, they just have problems.
So the plasma field thing is regarding the missiles that travel really fast. So we're talking the ICBMs, and the hypersonic glide vehicles, supposedly. So it doesn't refer to normal ballistic
I
missiles.
know that was my point.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Sorry, we talked past each other. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That was my point, right? So you have normal ballistic missiles don't have this problem. They can do targeting, and therefore their accuracy, right? So if we look at, say, the whatever missile it was that hit the Kerch Bridge has a level of accuracy, but that your hypersonic, well, would it be able to hit the Kerch Bridge at probably not, depending on the direction it was coming from. They are, as I said, right? They are and Latin's come up, and I will be going down after this. By the way, it's been a great day. But what was I going to say? No, I've even forgotten what I'm going to say. Latin, that's your fault. I blame you. Oh no, I was going to go back to remember with John G. Listen, everything that pretty much the Russians do is that little lizard. I will hang on, give me a second. I'm following you, following me back, and I will send you a picture of the lizard so you understand. Now here.
Oh, no, I got the analogy. I did.
Oh yeah, but I still want to send you the lizard.
Yeah, not a problem. Thanks. I'm going to drop down.
I will finish my day is done. My work is complete. Latin, over to you.
All right, David, let's have a drink.
David, Axel, I listened to Track Ruts today, and you, David, Axel, Bearded Brit, what a fantastic program that was. I really enjoyed it, learned a lot. You asked tough questions, answered them all, or ducked them all. I believe David is the one who ducked them. Well, I want to welcome everyone here to MriyaReport. We're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, the only global space every hour of every day here on Twitter. And what are we doing? Bringing you news from Ukraine, news that you vitally need, we all vitally need, because there is still so much work to be done to bring Ukraine to victory. So retweet this space, join us here, bring your friends, your family, your work associates. This is where you want to be, MriyaReport.org. Latin, welcome, and go ahead.
Hey, Alan, I was catching a little bit of that conversation, and it's kind of pointing us in the direction of tomorrow's Doolittle Wing chat that we're going to be having. Axel's here, so sorry, I'm fighting a cold. It's like my third or fourth this year, so if I break up, that's what it is. But the console that points us in the direction of I think one of the fundamental questions that I think we're going to take a stab at tomorrow in depth. We've been communicating in the back channels, trying to get an idea how to approach talk of the air war in light of what happened or did not happen in Ramstein this week. there's quite a few serious things to take a stab at. The discussion that I heard about Kinsale just made me think of the biggest question in my mind right now when it comes to the air war is, at least one of the biggest questions, is what role, what's the Russian Air Force going to look like when counteroffensive operations begin? And we know what they looked like in support of their own offensive operations weeks ago. It was a little bit underwhelming. It was yet another chapter in their involvement in this war, and it was underwhelming. So tomorrow we're going to be talking about that. I know we're going to take a look at that and a few other interesting aspects of it. So if anybody's interested in the air war, I do think that I think there's things to watch for in that domain. That's going to be, that could really have an effect on the course of the war and of Ukraine's cause. And I've said it before. I mean, sadly, I think that it's where we're going to see some of a high price paid by Ukraine's aerial defenders. And there's some things the West could have done to mitigate that. Some of it maybe was unavoidable. It was going to happen no matter what. But yeah, that's where we're going tomorrow. And I think the important thing is, I always go back to a quote that I heard early on in the war once it became clear that Russia was underperforming in some aspects, but from Michael Kaufman, well-known analyst, who said that something along the lines of that we went into the war on the false assumption that the Russian military was 8 feet tall, and now he felt that he had to convince everybody that they're not 4 feet tall. Alan, I sent you a link to I don't know if you want to put it in the nest, because it's a really nuanced conversation about the air war by some really knowledgeable people. And I get DMs about questions about the air war and what the Ukrainian Air Force is going to be able to do, and this aircraft type and that aircraft type. And the best I can do is to say, look, it's complicated. There's so many factors to it, and that conversation that I forwarded to you, Alan, is a great example of how, when you really look at it, dissected by people who really know what they're talking about. I mean, more than my pay grade, I can tell you. It's very, very nuanced, and there's so many moving parts at play. And I don't think anybody can really predict, any more than in the ground war, exactly what's going to happen. There can be educated guesses, but yeah, it's going to be difficult at times. The rest of this year, there's going to be some very difficult moments for Ukraine's aerial defenders. And yeah, I think there was a hand up.
I don't see any hands right now, Latin. It's a fantastic link you sent to me, but I think the time to put it up in the nest is tomorrow, just before or during the Doolittle Air Wing. And for listeners, that begins at 1 p.m. And that's 1300 Eastern time here in the United States. And I encourage all of you to tune in. It is always a great discussion. You can learn so much. Latin will be here. I assume, I don't know who else will be here, Latin. I know Axel will be here, Hop C probably. It would be great if Carlos was able to come back. I don't think that he's available, but this is a superb panel of air experts. The Doolittle Air Wing tomorrow on MriyaReport, 1300 Eastern time. That's 1 p.m. And I'll be here. I know that much, and I think that's the right time to put this tweet in the nest. Latin, go ahead.
Yeah, you might have mentioned it, but our friend Alex will be there. Alex is somebody that I encouraged to come on board onto MriyaReport late last year when I started following him on Twitter. Originally Ukrainian, he lives in the U.S. now, and I really liked his very granular approach to analysis of the air war. His knowledge of the Ukrainian Air Force and its weapon systems is tremendous, encyclopedic, really. Alex is going to come to us tomorrow with in the back channels we've been communicating tomorrow's going to be an honest conversation about the challenges that are being faced. There's no candy coating this. I know that on the ground there's similar dynamic playing out. There's a lot of reasons to be hopeful and be able to talk about things that Ukraine can achieve. But as that very nuanced podcast that I forwarded to you makes very clear, there are tremendous challenges. I still remain personally convinced of the ultimate outcome, that Ukraine will win. And what does win mean? It means that they will win back their airspace and they will win back their land that was taken from them from 2014 on. But it's going to be at a cost, and I don't think we can be under any illusions about that. And like I've repeated maybe too many times this week, that I keep thinking there's a lot that's going to happen. Like I said, it's a very multi-layered, complex picture, even if you just isolate the air war and the possibilities there. But I see a lot of what could be coming that's going to look like, for anybody who's familiar with it, or you can Google it. But some of what happened over Sinai in 1973, and to an extent also over Bekaa Valley in 1982. Those are comparisons that I would draw, where in that case Israel ultimately was able to overcome its enemies, but at quite a cost. And I think we're facing a similar situation here.
Latin, I really do believe that over the next 8 to 12 weeks, that's a long time into the future. But that will coincide with the Ukrainian counteroffensive. Maybe it won't come until May. We don't know when it will come. But we are about to see the air war in the skies over Ukraine. And this is partly because it's Russia's final opportunity to throw its air forces into the war. They haven't done that yet. And I am convinced that Ukraine will be ready for them, not only with its own air force, largely MiGs, but also with air defense, mobile air defense on the ground, and all along the line of engagement. Latin, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you, Alan. It's kind of one of the cards that they have to play. One of the areas that we're going to be looking at in detail tomorrow is the fact that you're mostly right, and I for quite a while I kind of assumed, because in the first few days of the war there was so much fog and confusion that for quite a while there was this persistent feeling that the Russian Air Force hadn't shown up, and in fact there had been. Because it wasn't really their doctrine, but they had shown up in the way that they expected to show up for about no more than about a week, but particularly for about the first 2 or 3 days. We're going to break a lot of that down tomorrow, and I think it's particularly relevant right now. It's not just a historical exercise, but it will give us an idea of when things open up a little more and both air forces are going to become a little more active, and the ground-based defenses start to move around a little more. So a more fluid situation, what it could look like. And it's going to now, as far as the ground-based air defense thing, I warn you, Alex is going to be coming with, anybody who follows Alex follows his account will know what I mean by that. He's very granular and he gets into a lot of information. And on the ground-based air defense, he's been crunching numbers. He was the one who warned us late last year that there's going to be an expiry date on those Soviet era systems that Ukraine depended on early on and through most of last year. There are challenges there. That's all I'll say. I don't want to take away from what Alex is going to share tomorrow, but there are significant challenges there that again, I don't think anybody can really predict with certainty how it's going to play out. There are factors in play that we know about, and maybe some that we don't know about, as far as and not just weapon systems, but electronic warfare systems, upgrades to radars, things that may have been happening behind the scenes, and without getting too much into speculation, but a lot has happened over the last year. So this is going to be something that we're going to be ongoing in analyzing here on the space.
So Latin, I understand that Jordan has been supplying missiles for these Soviet era air defense systems that Ukraine has deployed. And yes, I've also read that that missiles for these air defense systems are running out or have run out. But there are new munitions coming into Ukraine, and I think that can, it can help them sustain the air defense just when they need to, right when the counteroffensive begins.
Yeah, I mean, the structural fact that can't be changed is that both the Russians and thankfully the Ukrainians too, as part of their Soviet doctrinal heritage, have these very large ground-based air defense forces. It's an integral part of their doctrine. Where in the West we came to rely much more on fixed-wing aircraft to give us air superiority, and that is the million-dollar question right now. It's one of the things we're going to, Alex is really the guy who's going to break this down into its granular form. But the question of exactly how much is left is an open question. I mean, part of this relates to the leaks that came out, but as well, there's also the question that's been open, and I first heard it probably in the fall of last year, is can Western systems make up that gap? And that's a very important question that we need to deal with tomorrow in the conversation, because the West did not, even going back to the Cold War, did not lean as heavily on ground-based air defenses, and so that's a structural difference between the two sides, and I'm sure that's going to change. I have a feeling that's going to change, but in peacetime industry, on the footing that industry is on right now in the West, it's not like World War II where we're going to be able to just spin up and start spitting out these very sophisticated weapon systems like Sherman tanks in World War II. It's going to take time, but yeah.
So, or like Liberty ships in World War II. Yeah, ramping up the arsenal of democracy in 2023 is a lot different than 1943. It takes longer, it's more expensive, it's more complex. But the other thing I was going to say, Latin, is that, of course, the Western military doctrine relying on fighter jets and air superiority. These jets are multi-mission jets. They not only give you air supremacy, air superiority, but they can attack ground forces. They can take out the enemy's air defense systems wherever they might be found. And this is something that the West could have given Ukraine months and months and months ago, and they're still debating it. It's a sad commentary, frankly.
Well, I really like Zed Goldman's tweet last night. Really hit the mark. If anybody hasn't seen it, go check out our friend Zed Goldman's account. He really eloquently put it that this is. I won't try to paraphrase it. Just go and read it. He just it was a general reaction to another Ramstein meeting and another, lack of concrete announcements of any kind. I would have liked. I mean, we all knew that it wasn't like they were going to be able to announce that Western aircraft will be operational in Ukraine in time for operations in May or something. But unless there's an unknown, which we can only we can't really bank on that. This is going to take time. But at what point do you begin the process? Like, that's the thing for me is they keep missing the chance to again, unless there are significant things going on behind the scenes, they're missing the chance to really begin this process, because if there is ultimately a political decision, if there is hesitancy to provide fourth-gen Western combat aircraft to Ukraine, well, then that decision ultimately is up to collectively to the West and NATO, but to at least be working to bringing up a certain number of even a limited number of Ukrainian air crew and ground crew to get them up to speed on it, with the intention of making that decision later. That's part of what I can't understand is how the hesitancy to even do that. But this is where we're at. And one of the reasons when we were in the back channels today talking about, well, what are we going to discuss on Sunday? I mean, I just jumped right in and said, look, I don't want to get into that discussion again of F-15 versus F-16 versus F-18. Maybe if anybody asks, we can talk about and this was just my personal feeling. A couple of the guys agreed, but then maybe we can talk about some of the politics of it and what could be done, what could we expect to see as the next step. But I'm getting a little tired of that until I see something concrete, some kind of announcement that really points to something substantive. I'm getting tired of talking about F-18s. There's just nothing there right now. With a much more useful conversation, Alan, right now will be and this is where we're really going to dig in, I hope tomorrow, is what can we expect to see from the Ukrainians with what they have. Because I get DMs from people that I think sometimes their personal connection to Ukraine, and I can see that they're like they want information, they want to know what's going to happen here, and there's reason to be concerned. There are challenges, and there's also reason to believe that they can prevail in the aerial war, in the part of the war that I'm really focused on.
Oh, I agree with you, Latin. The discussion of F-15s, F-16s, F-18s is a carousel. It just goes round and round and round, and someone's going to throw in Gripens at some point in that conversation. And I agree with you. That's why I'm going to listen in to the Doolittle Air Wing tomorrow, because we do need to have an understanding of what Ukraine can do with its Air Force now. It's been supplemented with new MiGs or additional MiGs from Poland, Slovakia. It has some other airframes, Su-24, 25 airframes, if I'm not mistaken, and they can be re-rigged to carry some Western munitions. So it's going to be a great discussion tomorrow on Doolittle Air Wing. Be here for it. Don't miss it. It's at 1300 Eastern Time in the United States, and I'll do the math. That's 2000 hours Kyiv time. So with those two times available to you, figure out when and how you can join us.
Hey, so, Alan, can I just quickly make there's a few hands there. They may not even be about airplanes, but just a quick comment that when you post tomorrow that discussion, just so anybody who's interested, who's listening right now, who might be interested in taking that deep dive, it's a think tank from the U.S., an military aviation focused think tank, with a couple of pretty heavyweight speakers on the podcast. It's Justin Bronk, that I'm sure some of you have heard about, from the analyst from the Royal United Services Institute in the UK, and retired Major Heather, call sign Lucky Penny. This lady has a phenomenal background. I actually told Jeff today, try to get her on the dish with fish. She'd be an incredible guest. She was flying F-16s on 9/11. And she's on this podcast as well, and was just some incredible insights. I was struggling to keep up with the amount of information that she had. It was just tremendous.
Thanks, Latin. Let's go on to Laughing Tommy, Armed Dillo, Irish Times, and then we'll get the rest of the hands, and I will welcome up Prince as co-host with me tonight. Laughing Tommy, please go ahead.
Thank you, Alan. Latin, it's always a pleasure to have you in the space. I'm kind of torn between asking you questions now because I don't know, and waiting for tomorrow because I don't know if I'm going to be taking away from material for tomorrow's discussion. I wanted to ask something that occurred to me now that you're talking about how the Russians will be acting during the counteroffensive in the air. We have, at least I have heard reports that Russians are very, how should I say it, they are given a mission when they fly, and they tend to ignore the situation and don't react. For example, if they're given a command to attack a target, they'll neglect the ground unit that's in trouble and not help it out. How do you think that this level of centralized command, where they're rigid in their orders, would affect their ability to react to the situation on the ground during the counteroffensive?
Well, I'll give you a quick answer that we've discussed earlier in the week, and we've had a few other. I think with last time we talked about it was with Nuno on Thursday. So tomorrow we'll probably get into it a little more deeply. But what I'll say for now is that I think the consensus is that you're talking about partly about the way that they target, and that there seem to be some serious issues with the command side of that, the intelligence gathering side of it. They don't seem to do it as well as you would expect from a NATO standard force. And I know Nuno agreed on Thursday when we were chatting about this that once things become a lot more fluid, it's going to get pretty tough for them to. It's going to get a lot harder for them, because even in ideal conditions, we've seen them be kind of hesitant to. Now, part of that is because of the ground-based air defense situation, but so I'm not expecting a Russian Air Force that's suddenly going to pull some big surprise on us. But I think that there's like I said, they're not 8 feet tall, and they're not 4 feet tall. It's a very nuanced picture.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laughing Tommy. Armadillo, please go ahead.
Sorry, had to get to that little mute button there. Good afternoon, good evening, good night to those of you in Ukraine and further east from there. Just coming into the space here. I've been listening for a while. Always enjoy it. Don't get to do it as much as I like. One of the things I love about this space is that I get to catch up a bit on the news and the information. So I didn't really catch what all announcements there were from Ramstein. Or is it Ramstein or Ramstein? I kind of wonder sometimes.
Ramstein.
It is Stein, okay, or Ramstein, perhaps. But anyway, so I'm a little bit curious about that, but I am eternally, I was looking for weapons announcements and things like that, and I came across a little article in The Hill, and it talks about a certain number of, unfortunately, Republican senators and some senators, a handful of senators and a handful of representatives, about 19 in all, signed a letter to Biden about just complaining about the aid being sent to Ukraine, and it's. I mean, I could read some of this to you guys, but I was just really irritated to read this.
Armadillo, we talked about this a couple nights ago. That's an extremely, extremely small percentage of the Congress.
Well, yeah, I know, and that is one of the points I was gonna make on it. Is fortunately it's a small percentage, but it's still just aggravating. I wish we could just vote these idiots out. But I guess that's part of all getting the word out to people we know and say. I mean, I can give an example. I voted, and there's idiots on both sides of the aisle. If I can be, can I be so blunt in my statements here?
You can, because I was going to bring up the idiots on the other side who wrote a letter too.
Thank you. But I wish we really could, vote out some of the idiots. I mean, fortunately, the idiots seem to be very much in the minority. I think it seems like there's about 80% or so support still in Congress for sending aid to Ukraine. You guys can critique me on that, but that's the rough estimates I've noted. But anyway, so weapons to Ukraine is the topic for me, or the topic of interest. I mean, if there've been any interesting announcements, I've seen some in the last week or so, but maybe more recent ones, and I'll go on mute. Thank you.
You know, Armadillo, stay with us. We'll give you the update from Ramstein. And just about that letter, there were 3 Republican senators, Rand Paul and J.D. Vance, a newly elected senator from Ohio, who was a Trumper, and Mike Lee, who is kind of off the rails from Utah, and 14 members of the House, and these are all the usual suspects, the crazy Republicans from the House, from Matt Gaetz to uh, you know uh, Marjorie Taylor Greene. They don't have much power, frankly, in the House. And of course,
Can we just start calling them the crazy caucus? I'll look at the crazy ones, the crazy caucus.
We can call them the crazy Kremlin caucus, and that's all with K's. Krazy, Kremlin. We know all how to spell that, and caucus, KAUKUS. It's just the crazy Kremlin caucus in Congress. But as Prince pointed out, these are 17 people without much power. And Armadillo, you have a hot mic. Thanks. Without much power, and frankly, without any key seats on key congressional committees. And we've already seen congressional hearings where Republicans stand up for Ukraine in the House. We know that Mitch McConnell and the Republicans in the Senate all really support Ukraine 100%. And as you say, Armadillo, can we vote these crazies out of office? Yes, in 2024, there's going to be a big election in the United States. That's what we're aimed at. It seems like a long way away. It's really not. We need to begin to work now. So I want to go to
Alan,
Latin.
can I just say something real quick too on this?
Yes.
Thank you. I knew you wouldn't have a problem with it. I just wanted to interrupt you first. It is very interesting because we talk repeatedly on this space about the center must hold, and this is the lesson from this is what you have seen is a letter from people on the extreme far right, and in the fall a group from the extreme far left sent a letter also. Of course, they retracted theirs because they got a bunch of pushback. Regardless, it's the outer edges that are making the noise, but that center is strong and that center is firm. And I think it was on the same day or the day before this week, I watched a House Foreign Affairs Committee meeting hearing, and that hearing, with the exception of one person, was extremely supportive of Ukraine. And what I heard from Republicans and Democrats, as they asked questions of the Prosecutor General of Ukraine, questions they were asking were, what more can we do to help you? Is there technology that we can help you get to help you, manage all of this? Is there money we could, what can we do? And so those are the kinds of things we like to see happening. And it's we still need to keep on contacting our congressmen and senators because they still need to know that we are interested and that we support this and we want them to support this. So we don't focused on that instead of the fringes that are trying to make a bunch of noise and a bunch of people are just rolling their eyes at him. So thank you.
Well, Prince, the center in Congress is also at work. In the House, Jared Golden and 16 other colleagues have signed a letter and sent this letter to Biden asking for F-16 deliveries to Ukraine. And a new letter is going to be circulating very soon. Mark Kelly, a Democratic senator from Arizona, is also part of the center, the strong center, the center that's holding. And he's working with his Senate colleagues, both Democrats and Republicans. And I will mention that Jared Golden is also working with both Democrats and Republicans. In fact, one Republican member of the House, Don Bacon, came here to be interviewed on MriyaReport. And after that interview, what did he do? He signed on to Jared Golden's letter, send F-16s to Ukraine. So there's power here at MriyaReport, but mostly there's power in every one of our listeners when they contact their members of Congress, your senators, your members of the House. Let them know what you think. Let them know why you support Ukraine and how you understand Ukraine is fighting for us. Ukraine is fighting for NATO. Ukraine is fighting for all the values that we hold together. So let's go to Latin. Holy cow! I've lost the order of hands, but I think it's Latin, Irish, and then John. Latin, go ahead.
Just to Armadillo's overall question, just so you know, when it comes to procurement right now, as you probably know from what you've been following, the big thing right now is Western combat aircraft for Ukraine. And the news out of the latest meeting was that there's no move on that. So that's the second Ramstein meeting where I personally, and I think lots of other people, had hoped there might have been at least some kind of announcement. And both times nothing. So as someone who likes to analyze the air war, I'm back to where I was in February, which is really taking a hard look at what they're going to be able to do with what they have. Western fighters are coming. We just don't know when. It's not imminent.
It's not imminent, and it won't be in May. It won't be in June, but it might be in time. So Irish and then Skykiss. Irish?
Thanks, Alan. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
No, just a question for Latin. Do you think there's any possibility that Ukraine, can manufacture their own S-300 missiles? Like they have a massive, military industry, and it's very quiet, but it's a pretty old system from the 70s or 80s. Like, is there any chance that they could potentially be making their own, S-300 missiles for their batteries?
That's actually a really good question. I'm not going to answer it directly because I'm not so dialed into the kind of that side of their industry. They have a significant aerospace industry, right? For that was in place before the invasion, even exporting. I don't know about that particular one. If you're really curious about it, I recommend you ask Alex tomorrow when we do the aviation discussion, which is I think at 1 or 1:30. But what I can tell you, kind of related to that, is that I'm closely watching and trying to dig into what their aerospace industry might have been able to do over the last year with their fixed-wing combat aircraft. A little piece of information that's interesting is that prior to February 24th, I think it was in the kind of the 2018 timeframe when Petro Poroshenko was still president of Ukraine, there had been an upgrade program to their MiG-29s. There's a few of them out there. There's two levels of it. It's the MiG-29 MU1 and MU2. I think the MU2 is just a one-off. But anyways, as part of those upgrades, they tweaked the radar on it, and at the time officially said they had increased the range of the radar. That's a very significant thing for what they're facing right now. The bad side is that we know that only no more than 10 aircraft were upgraded. My question is, was there work done over the last year? I think it's likely, but that would be something that wouldn't be publicized. So fair enough. It's better that it be that way. But the other thing that I'm looking at, and again, there's nothing really to go on, is that Ukraine was also producing some of particularly the R-27 air-to-air missile, which is the one that the MiG-29 and the Su-27 carry. That's beyond visual range, the more medium-range missile, very critical for the Ukrainian Air Force right now. And I'm just curious about what they may have done there in terms of potentially could they have the potential to create a longer range version at least, which would go a long way to helping them. Again, if that kind of work was going on, and they were producing R-27, they had gotten some export contracts pre-February 24th. So that's an area that I suppose that's highly sensitive. If anything has happened there, we wouldn't hear about it until quite a bit later. But I'm hoping, because they need everything they can get right now to get as much as they can out of what they have.
As much as they can out of what they have. And we know the Ukrainians are planning to launch their counteroffensive with the military force they have now. It just comes down to a time and place of their choosing. That's what it comes down to. So I think the order of hands, if I'm not mistaken, is John, Skykiss, Al Kylo, and Lexicon. John, go ahead.
So I hopped in when everybody was talking about the impact of those opposed to funding this, and someone brought up the list of 17 Republicans that signed off on. Essentially, it's their voicing the opposition to funding Ukraine, but they wrote the letter in such a way as, we really don't want to do this unless you put these audits and safeguards and demands in place. Just to let everybody know, the senators that signed it are essentially somewhat irrelevant. That will pass the Senate, no problem. It is the Congress, however, that will provide that fund. And while those individuals tend not to be powerful in the first place, the way they got this Congress going makes each and every one of them powerful enough to stop the bill from coming before Congress. Or if it does, they can halt the whole process by calling out the speaker and removing him, or threatening to remove him. So don't discount their ability to really throw this off. It's those moderates that we would have to hammer, that would be on the Republican side. They would need to step up and put enough pressure on that 17, or I think it's really that 15 or 14 that are congressmen, or their power becomes crystal clear, and they can actually throw a huge monkey wrench in this. I mean, me personally, I've thought that Russia has played their strategy to drag this out as much as to attract Ukraine as it was to just get themselves well into that new election year. It didn't work out for them the way they wanted to, but it has worked out not for this budget year, but the coming fiscal budget year will be a problem. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, I don't actually think it will be a problem, John. And it's because, the appropriations process in the U.S. Congress is complicated. Yes, all appropriations bills begin in the House, but the Senate has its own appropriations committees. And these competing bills, as they often are, so these are competing ways to spend money in the United States, are reconciled in a committee made up of both members of the House and members of the Senate. So I don't think it will be a problem. And that's because in the US Congress, the center holds and it will continue to hold. It's very, very simple. Honestly, Ukraine is not going to lack for support in the US Congress. Skykiss, and then Al Kilo, and then Lexicon. Skykiss.
Yeah, hi. I wanted to ask Latin if that podcast is on his profile somewhere. It sounds really interesting. And I look forward to listening to it possibly tonight. Depends on what's going on, and what
I'm
I
gonna
can
DM
hear.
it to you. I'm gonna DM it to you right now.
Thank you so much, Latin. And I wanted to also say, John, that those are very good points, and also Alan, because they are, as Prince said, a very small minority in the House of some 435 seats, I believe it is. And then we have the Senate, as Alan said. I think that what we need to do is, as Cece and Ryan and I were speaking of, oh goodness, yesterday or the night before last, about calling and also sending letters, following up with letters, thanking them in advance for supporting Ukraine with airframes. And as Latin said, it's gotten kind of, well, I'm going to say it's been an interesting discussion, and I've learned a lot about airframes, but I agree with Latin entirely. Let's just say send them what they ask for, send them what they need, get the planes in the air and over there now. And that's all I wanted to say today, or at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Skykiss. Yeah, send them what they ask for. Send them what they need. Give Ukraine the tools. They will finish the job. But it is also true. Ukraine will use every military asset it has with the greatest ingenuity and confound the Russians, whether on the ground or in the air. Latin, and then Alkilo, and then Lexicon. Latin.
Yeah, quickly. I don't mind repeating, saying it tonight and tomorrow as well, and do a little air wing. That I listened to the entire, as some of you have, I'm sure, the entire news conference with Secretary Austin and General Miley, and highly scripted and very very intentional communication and wording there. And I just personally believe that there were signals there again that I have seen previously that makes me think that where we're headed here is that the American administration wants the Europeans to take the lead, or at least the first step on the combat aircraft. And I think that's where it's going to go later this year.
We will see. Al Kylo, Lexicon, and Jens.
Yeah, hi. Hi, everybody. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the conversation in the last few days. One thing, Alan, I just want to mention quickly, I really appreciate this space, how it's kind of become like pretty bipartisan, and I really appreciate it as a person that's more of a center-right person. So I really appreciate that. I think it's important to unite both sides on this particular issue, which is so critical. So thank you for doing that, and with the moderation and keeping everybody on track. So thank you for doing such a great job. This is more a question for Alan and perhaps for tomorrow. So I totally sort of reiterate about the S-300s. There was an article by David Ignatius in the Washington Post who says that 89% of the air defense was done by the SA-10s and SA-11s, which are the Book and the S-300 systems. And obviously, there's something we don't know about, which we perhaps shouldn't know about how these systems are working and how amazingly they've been coordinated and working, and how Ukrainians were able to use these systems in such an amazing way, both defensively and offensively. And perhaps that's a question for Latin. I mean, I didn't listen to the whole press conference, but there was I think they were mentioning that apparently there was a lot of discussion about air defense, and I think perhaps there's a lot of stuff that is not being discussed in public about how to maintain those systems. I mean, the Book systems can use Western munition, the AIM-7 Sparrows or whatever, and then, but perhaps something similar can happen with the S-300s. Who knows? I mean, and so maybe there's something behind the scene that at least I'm hoping that these systems are going to be maintained, new systems are going to be used, like you're saying, Alan, and perhaps that's something Alex can sort of elaborate on in a way that's, could be discussed in a public way without divulging any important information. So, but thank you very much for this space, and I look forward to tomorrow's discussion.
Thank you, Al. Latin, go ahead.
Good points. The S-300 is a critical part of their ground-based air defense because of its range and altitude. And there are questions about where the I have my doubts about how many S-300s are left, how many interceptors, how many missiles. That's something. I mean, remember that Alex, and when he first joined our space late last year, that was his big takeaway. That was the big thing that he had come to the conclusion, just crunching the numbers, and with his knowledge of Ukrainian weapons and in the numbers and just what they had in stock, that he was concerned that they were going to get to a point where they were going to run out. And there's indications that we're getting there pretty fast. So no, we don't know exactly. I would definitely ask him that question tomorrow. I think one of the areas that is open source and is has been relatively quiet recently, but it was back in around February that the commander of U.S. Southern Command, so kind of the area of from the U.S. South, Mexico South, had said that they were actively looking for countries in that region that would have Soviet-era weaponry that they'd be willing to provide to Ukraine, presumably with some kind of exchange. There have been, especially certain predictable countries that have came out right away and said no way. But I'm still looking at a couple that never said anything. That makes me think possibly that might help a little bit. But the bottom line is there are no huge stocks of these types of missiles out there outside of countries that are hostile to Ukraine. So that's a problem. It's really got to come from the West now, from the Western systems. And because we haven't emphasized that in our doctrine, it's just not the way. It's just not the way it hasn't been for about the last 30, 40 years. We don't have a lot to give, and that's. Anyways, I don't want to get into too much of tomorrow's discussion, but that's kind of where it's headed.
Yeah, let's wait for tomorrow. So armadillo, lexicon, and yens. Armadillo. Armadillo, are you speaking into a muted mic?
Well, sir, you got me as I was taking out the trash. So the wonderful, wonderful things of these Apple AirPods, which I shouldn't plug Apple, but it allows you to get far away from your cell phone while you're bopping around doing things. I was gonna take a moment, or my comment now really is just taking a moment to just share my appreciation of this space. I so much enjoy listening to really to folks who are on the left, folks who are on the right, and I could talk about my background. Many years ago, I used to vote Republican, but I will tell you, I have voted against Donald Trump twice, and would do it again. Which should be no surprise to anyone on here. I hope the Republicans do put a candidate up, or put some candidates up who will support Ukraine, number one, and who will be supporters of democracy, who will be will be those sort that would work across the aisle really on things where they can. And we'll see. I mean, I look at every candidate, and in fact, I wanted to vote because you guys know I'm in Texas, so I really wanted to vote for Beto O'Rourke. But when I started researching, I saw that he had not supported Ukraine after the first invasion when he was in Congress, and so I could not bring myself to vote for him for governor. So that'll tell you where I'm at on things. So I like a mixed government. I don't like a really strong. I really don't want one side or the other to have an overwhelming amount of power. I like it when they have to work together to get things done personally. So, but I really enjoy just listening to folks from U.S., Canada, Europe, Germany, Ireland, England. Sometimes we have people from Italy. We have many people from Ukraine. I really just enjoy listening to all of the friends across the space, and so that was really the reason for this comment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Armadillo. MriyaReport brings almost every voice here, so you can hear it. And as Armadillo says, we're lefties, we're righties, we're centrists. Mostly, we're centrists, and how we talk and the discussions we have here really draw everyone to the center. And it's in the center that we find the greatest support for Ukraine. The other thing I will say, Armadillo, there are some voices we don't welcome here, but we sometimes entertain. These are Russian trolls. They disseminate Russian disinformation, and we slap it down. I'm sure you've heard that right here on MriyaReport. But this is part of our mission, to diffuse Russian disinformation. And there is a lot of it. There's a lot of it in the United States. There's a lot of it in countries all over the world. But here at MriyaReport, we are well armed against it. We diffuse it, and we refuse it. So keep listening. Get your information here at MriyaReport. We do our best, and we really do bring you verified news from Ukraine 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we bring you Ukrainian voices here. Everyone from members of the Duma to executives in the Ukrainian government to soldiers fighting for Ukraine. So stay here with MriyaReport. We now have Lexicon and Jens. Lexicon.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. Yeah, well, to Dilla's point, I'm I'm a Ukrainian Quebecer, and I think of myself as a left wing or really progressive person. But thinking about your trouble, well, to me, what left means is really a strong feeling for human rights, and it also leads you to understand human people's demands for the rights to have their own country and their own community at a lot of levels, and to have an organized voice as a nation. So, you couldn't do anything but support Ukraine's fight for its nation. Just thinking about your troubles from these far left and crazy right, I saw an interesting article on just picking up my YouTube channel again for a while. And on Deutsche Welle English, there is a program, there's a really interesting story reported on by a bureau there of the Post, who received from an intelligence source, we don't know who, maybe you've talked about it here, because it might have been yesterday. There is intelligence from Russia saying that, indicating that the Kremlin is going full pin, we say here, what do you call it, full speed ahead, on, it is set as a priority in Europe to weaken German support for Ukraine, and their chosen way to do it, and the instructions to their agents in Europe, is to go after this party Die Linke, the left, and together with AfD, the Alternative für Deutschland, which is the German alternative, who has, I think, 13% of the popular vote. So that's a far right party. And they, without a hint of a grin, are working on these two parties together. They have lavished on, at least on AFD, if I caught them right, full paid, all expenses paid trips to Russia repeatedly. I don't know how they've probably done similar things with D-Linke. These people are such fools, they're not noticing. Well, the channel, it was the Washington Post bureau that in Berlin, was unable to get a response so far from either one of these parties, but they're working on it. Anyway, they see it as it's a very important Kremlin strategy in the information sphere, in the political sphere, to literally weaken Germany's support for and sending of weapons to Ukraine. So, this talk about horseshoe theory, but it's clear that Kremlin is very serious about this, and they have agents and they give them instructions, they have strategies, and they have money. They have a lot of money to spend, and it is dismaying to see that these people are so foolish that they can't see through. The fact that they're being hauled in from the left and from the right doesn't say something to them. Anyway, you might be interested. I saw it on YouTube. I tweeted the story because I thought it was a really quite important bit of news. So it's not the same nothing to do with the leaks from the American leakers, but this quite a separate source altogether, and from the Kremlin.
Thank you, Lexicon. As you might have seen today in the news, Germany ejected almost every Russian diplomat. I would put that word in air quotes. These Russian ambassadors, diplomats, members of Russian embassies throughout the world are rarely diplomats. They are usually working for the FSB. In other words, they're spies. And Russia responded. They ejected 20 people from the German embassy in Russia. So, eventually, no one's going to have embassy-based relations with Russia, and that will be to the detriment of Russia. Without the ability to talk to the West, without the ability to beg forgiveness through embassies, where is Russia going to be? They're going to be out in the cold, and they will understand they are now being treated as a pariah state. Jens, and then Skykiss. Jens.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Whenever I hear worry about these fringes, and the obvious answer is always the center must hold. But I also think it's important that the center must move. The center must show initiative, and the center must follow through. So the center very much has stared into Putin's deep blue eyes, or whatever color they are, and apparently seen a soul, or seen a trade partner, someone you can rely on for energy and for trade. And I think it's important that the center must get its shit together, or whatever. Pardon my French. And Germany is ruled from the center. France is from the center. So it's the US. So I think we can always worry about these fringes, but it's very important that the center take responsibility and follow through. And personally, I hope that 22 was very much the year where Ukraine, turned the tide. But I think it's very, very important that 23 is the year where the center in Europe and US and elsewhere, where we are friends of Ukraine, where we give them the tools to very much take a step towards controlling the conflict. So yeah, center must hold, but the center must also do the work.
Oh, well, Jens, I think the center is doing the work. And the interesting thing about the center is it shifts because the right moves to the right, the left moves to the left, always farther and farther off the center. And this actually brings more people into the center. So the center is getting stronger and stronger all the time. I think this is true in the United States. I think it's true in many EU countries, but I also think it's true in the national alliances that are surrounding Ukraine with support. And these are now more than 50 nations that gather in Ramstein. There have been 11 Ramstein meetings. And while we wish that Ramstein always ended with a great announcement of new help for Ukraine, what we do know is the discussions at the Ramstein meetings, which obviously include Ukraine. Alexander Reznikov, the defense minister of Ukraine, is always there. And he has very good meetings on the side, bilateral meetings with many of these 50 plus nations supporting Ukraine. So he is able to go into the corner with someone from one of these 50 nations and say, you know what, I really need this, this, and this, and I know you have it. How soon can you send it? It's not can you send it, it's how soon can you send it, because that's the kind of diplomat Reznikov is. He assumes the answer is yes, I'll send it ASAP. That's the way to have a negotiation. How soon can you send the help we need to defend our country, defeat Russia, defeat this genocidal invasion, and win back our freedom? Skykiss, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And that's absolutely the case. And I remember in previous Ramstein conferences, we might not have gotten a whole lot of information right after the conference concluded, but we did hear in succeeding days, we heard all these little lists of things that were coming out. So I think keeping our ear to the ground. And I just wanted to say a couple of other things briefly. Jens, the center itself must get centered. And Alan, that's a really astute observation on your part about how the center recenters itself. And I think that here in the United States, those of us who support Ukraine really need to look at the people who, at some point in the past, we or a family member or a close friend might have supported. But those people are just way too kooky, way too fringe, and not at all actually doing their jobs. And we need to vote them out. We need to look at their competitors. Here in Colorado, Lauren Boebert won by the thinnest margin in the entire election. And the man who is running against her now, he started his campaign because it's next year, it's next year. So we need to do everything we can, knowing in the backs of our minds, it's not just, the local political things, the issues locally in your state or your county. It's very much about support for Ukraine. And there are these members of Congress who I cheered when they were elected, when they were originally elected, but I no longer cheer for them because they have gone so extreme and they don't support Ukraine. And that's the last straw for me. So, as Axel says, peace through victory, everything we need to do for victory, and get that center recentered, help it to recenter, help our friends to understand why Ukraine is fighting. First for their own country, and then for all democracy around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Sky Kiss. Prince, wonderful to be here with you again. And we'll be here every night for years and years to come. And I don't mean that's how long Ukraine's war will last against Russia. I mean, we'll be here through victory, and then we'll be here through rebuilding. Prince.
Good evening, Alan. It's good to see you again tonight. I hope that you've had a good day, and it's a little bit earlier for me than it is for you. It's been an interesting day. I do see that Scruff has joined us, and he hasn't put his hand up yet, but I'm wondering if he's around or if he's just listening. If he has anything he wants to share with us, any news. I think we need to go to the guy who is flying the drones for Ukraine. Scruff, are you there? All right, that happens sometimes. Sometimes I think Scruff comes up to hang out with us, and there's nothing wrong with that. He can hang out, and when he has a chance to talk, if he would like to, he's more than welcome to. He knows that. In news today, there have been interesting things. I think the most recent thing is that there was a recent S-300 attack on Kharkiv, and it's still being a little bit clarified as far as what happened, and we're getting some details still coming in about that. But what I'm getting from the head of the Kharkiv Oblast, what I'm reading here, is that it was S-300s that hit the area. There has been some large-scale destruction, and the information about victims is being clarified. One of the enemy missiles hit the private sector in the village of Boilers of the Kharkiv district. Now, I don't know that there's actually a little village named Boilers. There may be. It also may be a translation thing. Using auto translators, sometimes they don't get it right. Anyway, Boilers of the Kharkiv district. Rescuers and emergency services are on scene as they're getting the details set. There in Kharkiv, a civilian infrastructure object was hit. Rescuers are putting out a very large-scale fire. Previously, 5 arrivals were recorded in the area. Now, they have not clarified how many were taken down by air defense. I'm sure some of them were. I also see indications that they have decided to continue to bomb Belgorod until morale improves or something. I don't know why they're doing it. Regardless, I do see that one of these S-300s, I think, landed in Belgorod, did not make it to its destination, fell short, whatever it was, but evidently bombings of Belgorod will continue until they decide to migrate over to Ukraine. Maybe it's I don't know. Anyway, that's that's sort of the newest news that I am aware of as far as any kind of missile hits or attacks in Ukraine. I know that they're constantly happening, but we sometimes only hear about the bigger ones. And yeah, so that's what I have that I've been looking at a little bit here. You know, you get sent things and then you want to verify things. So that's one that I was able to verify. That is a very, very large scale fire people have been sending me pictures of. And once I saw it written down from the head of the Kharkiv Oblast, I said, okay, I'll share that.
Yeah, so it was yesterday, Prince, I think, that the Russians did bomb their own city, Belgorod. Uh, an Su 24, 25, some kind of Russian jet was flying over Belgorod and mistakenly released bombs over the city. One exploded, one did not. It was a dud. And today, Russian soldiers were digging that bomb out of the ground in the center of Belgorod. This is the kind of thing we can hope the Russians do more of, bombing themselves. And you know, I guess air defense is working in Belgorod again tonight. What are they shooting at? Maybe more Russian jets loaded with bombs headed somewhere, but they don't know where to drop them. They might just drop once again on Belgorod. We'll wait and see. And yes, I have seen those videos of this very large fire in Kharkiv, apparently ignited again by incoming Russian missiles, S-300s. But there's also good news today. The Ukrainians did shoot down an Mi-24 Russian helicopter in the east. I don't know exactly where, but this is verified. Shot down 4 UAVs, an Orlan 10 drone, and a recon drone, as well as 2 Lancet kamikaze drones. This is all in the east, where the fighting is very intense. I am just going to assume it's probably around Bakhmut. That's my assumption.
Yeah, you had also mentioned sort of going over what was announced at Ramstein, and I actually migrated my list of bullet point items from Ramstein from my notes yesterday to my notes today, so that they would be available. So I'm going to just run through those real quick, so that if anybody missed it yesterday or earlier today when I said it, you can get a good idea of what actually happened at Ramstein. And this is from the Mark Milley press conference, which is I think a really good summary. I've read a few of them, and this one seems to be a good one. Of course, we've talked about the fact that F-16s are a political decision, but what they're talking about is control of the airspace. And so what they're focusing on is air defense, which also has been mentioned. Other items, as I just mentioned, the priority for Ukraine now is ground-based air defense systems to protect against Russian missile attacks. Allies will conduct training for tank crews as well as air defense operations. Abrams tanks will arrive in Germany within several weeks, where the Ukrainian defenders will begin training upon them. About 25,000 Ukrainian military personnel are currently undergoing training in Germany, with around 8,000 already having completed it and returned home. The West has provided Ukraine with over 230 tanks and 1,500 armored personnel vehicles to equip 9 armored brigades. That was discussed at a bit of length earlier today during our track ruts, and just lucky to have got people in our community who know those things. And it also makes me think of recent threads that Thomas Tyner has done And I believe he's going to be with us again a week from tomorrow on Sunday the 30th. Don't hold me to that until there's a card out, but I have heard rumors that that will happen, and we do know that things can come up. So we'll keep you posted. But for now, I would jot down Thomas Steiner, April 30th, MriyaReport, and if you have the time handy, Alan, that would be good to follow up with when I'm done with this. But anyway, the tanks and armored vehicles is enough to equip 9 armored brigades. Ukraine has received the green light for cooperation with NATO Procurement Agency, NSPA, and it was also reaffirmed and reassured that partners and allies are ready to support Ukraine as long as necessary. There was also agreement met and reached for a repair depot in Poland for the tanks and other equipment that will be needing repair. So that is a bit of a summary of what happened in Ramstein. There was also some news today that I picked up on from Finland is that they are approving a 15th package. I don't know that I have much detail on it yet, but I will say that, well, and Finland is one of the ones who don't tell us a whole lot about what they're going to do as far as support, just because that's how Finland is. But the package is set to include defense training equipment for 30,000 Ukrainian troops who are taking part in the European Union military assistance mission to support Ukraine. So we will probably hear more about that in the long run, or we won't hear anything about it. And things will just happen and we'll hear about it after the fact, because Finland sometimes tends to be that way as far as not telling us exact details of what they are providing, which is fine, because sometimes we don't need to know everything.
We never need to know everything, and we never know everything. And the wisdom of that is, why tell the Russians what the Ukrainians have in theater and what is coming in? It's very simple. You know, I heard a great joke about Finns today, Prince. I think Nick told it, but I don't know. But this speaks to exactly what you just said. The Finns rarely tell us what they are doing, how they're doing it, and when they're doing it. And so, how do you identify a Finnish extrovert? In a conversation, he looks at your shoes. I thought that was kind of funny. It's kind of like me. So when the Finnish supplies to Ukraine get to Ukraine, we'll know about them. And this actually is the fact of the matter right now. We don't know all the Western weapons that are in Ukraine. We do know how many tens of thousands of Ukrainian troops have trained on these Western systems, but we don't know just when they're going to arrive in theater. Abrams tanks, for example, are still on the way, apparently as close as Poland. Maybe tomorrow we'll see video of Abrams tanks in Ukraine. But we know Challengers are there, Leopards are there, and Ukraine, if we listen to Thomas Steiner, has well-armed brigades ready to strike. And the other thing I'll point out, and this is I think right from the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, stating we don't need to destroy the Russian military all along the line of engagement. We simply need to choose the place and the time to break through in one place. That's all they need to do, and they have the forces to do that. Prince, back to you, and then I'll try to bring up some more news as well.
That sounds good. I still am wondering if Scruff is around. Scruff, if you would like to unmute, I won't complain this time. And it would be nice to hear from you to see how you are. I was thinking about you not too long ago because I hadn't seen you for a few days. But if you're busy or if you've drifted off to sleep, either one of those is absolutely fine. Just good to see that you are around and coming up into the space, even if you can't talk. I'm not a big economics person. I don't know a lot about economics, but I do know a couple of things, and mostly the things that I have learned on their space, on this space. And so here's one thing that I heard that really sort of made me go, well, it's not like people haven't warned you. An Indian-based tanker company has lost its protection and indemnity insurance from the American Club because the Western insurer was informed that the Russian shipping company intended to transport Russian crude oil above the G7 price cap of $60 a barrel. So this is one of those situations where you messed around and you found out. And so they have lost the insurance for their little ship. And that means that they are going to have a problem. And that kind of problem is not going to be easy to solve. I don't think that insuring a ship that transports oil is necessarily an easy task. And the other thing, also having to do with India and economics, is that India, Russian arms shipments to India have been hindered recently because the increasing difficulty of finding a payment system that does not violate US sanctions. So yes, once again, they're having trouble because of US sanctions. And there, I believe, if I remember correctly, that Russian rubles can't be purchased at a fair price in Delhi, and Indian rupees have to be spent in India, if I recall correctly. That seems to stick with me because, well, that's an unusual thing. So being able to find a way to pay for the arms shipments has been a huge, huge issue. And so the shipments have had to stop. And they are not able to have those arms shipments to India right now. So saving India some money, losing Russia some money. I'm sure that India would still rather have their arms, but it's still one of those very interesting things. Ryan, I see that you have come up to the panel, and there are a couple of interesting things that I think perhaps you want to share with us. Are you willing to share a couple of things from what's happening with you while you're in Ukraine?
Absolutely. I'm going to try to talk quiet because there's two other people here in the apartment asleep, and I don't want to wake them up because I have an addiction to the MriyaReport. If ever there's anything to get addicted to, it's the MriyaReport.
And so Ryan, what can you tell us about the attacks on Kharkiv tonight?
I was on earlier this evening. We were talking, and a couple of the people here noticed they heard a sound. I honestly didn't hear the first one, but I was paying it. I was probably flapping my gums talking on here. We immediately got some messages from a friend. I got some messages from a friend of mine that lives nearby. Uh, he mentioned that uh, there was either an S-300 or some air defense explosions nearby. And while he was recording that audio to send to me, another one landed in the background, and it was extremely loud, even on his end as he was recording. So went to go check on that and went to grab some items out of the car for the other two people here at the apartment. As we were doing that, and a couple of, we decided to at least go to the stairwell, and I ran down to the car to get their stuff. We got notification that there had been 7 S-300s launched from Russia. It appeared one of them landed in Russia. 2 of them landed here in and around the Kharkiv area, and 4 more were unaccounted for. So I'm guessing they got shot down. I've heard reports of where they landed. One or both of the ones that landed struck infrastructure and emergency services. The state emergency services, or the fire department as they're called, had responded and were trying to assess the damage and contain the resulting fire. That's it for now. Everybody here went ahead and went to bed because the reports that were given were, or at least the info that was provided to us, was that they might be gearing up for a second salvo of S-300s and maybe Shaheeds as well. So they were afraid they were going to have to get up later again. I told them if they do and I'm asleep, don't bother me.
Well, they probably should bother you because you need to get to safety if there are more attacks. So our friend Roman, who's a chief of a Kharkiv fire station, he's coming actually to the United States. But is he still in Kharkiv tonight? Is he fighting this fire right
No,
now?
he's not fighting this fire. I messaged him about a week ago to let him know I was back in town. I saw a fire truck, didn't know if he was in it, so I shot a quick video of it and sent him a short message, something to the effect of "diss you," and he responded back and said, "No, ha ha ha. Not me, great pick. I'm actually in Poland at the moment waiting on my visa to come to the US. So what the hell, man? You show up in my city when I'm not in my city." And I told him, of course, that's perfect timing on my part. But then I learned that he was in Poland taking a couple of days off visiting his daughter and his wife, who have been living in Germany for a number of months now. And he was lucky enough to be extended an opportunity to come over to the US and tell some first responders and mayors of a few cities in the United States exactly what they've been dealing with here in Ukraine. He expressed an interest in meeting a person or two, and I've tried to facilitate that as best I can. I'm not sure if those people will have time. Frankly, I'm not sure if Roman will have time because after he sent me his very comprehensive itinerary, I'm not sure when he's going to have a couple of minutes to meet anybody that's not already on that itinerary. I don't want to share any of that beforehand. I'll see if he wants to
Ryan,
come. I'll see if he wants to come on when he gets back and tell everybody who he met and what he did while he was in Ukraine. But I was again completely flabbergasted and in awe of his patriotism and his love for both his city and his country. I jokingly told him, "Sorry, man, I don't know any movie stars, but if I did, I would gladly let you hook you up." Um, he responded back and said, "Honestly, I'm not interested in meeting any movie stars this time around. I just want to go tell people what's going on." And he literally said this, you can't make this shit up. It sounds corny, but he didn't mean it corny at all. He said his only interest was going and advocating for his city. And the fellow first responders here and his country, more specifically, the guy's like Johnny Appleseed. I don't know how to explain it. It's like not Johnny Appleseed. He's like George Washington, like can't tell a lie, can't cut down the apple tree type. Like it still amazes me to this day. I don't know somebody who's more bona fide hero than he is. I know personally he's been offered substantial amounts of money, multiple times the salary he makes here working in Kharkiv, to go and assist humanitarian organizations that know who he is, and he's turned down every single one of them because he won't abandon his city.
Ryan,
Yeah.
he posted yesterday, last night, my time anyway. So like 9 p.m. Pacific yesterday, that he received his visa, and it looks like he is sitting in an airport with a couple of other guys, a couple of other firefighters, and so they are a go for launch. And he posted that very busy itinerary also in that post. So
Okay, good.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
if
So
he
it
posts
looks
his itinerary, he's going to DC, Pittsburgh, Chicago, and one more, Philadelphia, I think. But
Indianapolis, I think.
and maybe it's Indianapolis, Chicago, DC, oh, and New York City. That's it. New York City, Chicago, DC, and Indianapolis. And he's meeting the mayor in at least 2 or 3 of those cities. So I couldn't be happier for him. I actually sent that itinerary to the Benjamin brothers. They're Ukrainian American heroes in my book, of a little different sort, but I think they should know who he is, and he knows who they are.
Yeah, they are keeping him busy, but this looks like it's going to be an epic trip for him, and very good for Ukraine. And
I was
and that's
thrilled to
what
know he got his visa lasts quite a while, so he'll have an opportunity to come back, hopefully after the war, and spend a little more time. And if and when he does, I'll go wherever the hell he is and meet him.
he's a pretty awesome guy. Should we
He's
ask?
larger
Go
than
ahead.
life, both literally and figuratively. He's a giant of a man, but he's a giant among men too.
Bet you he's also a very, very soft teddy bear kind of guy though too.
Oh yeah,
He really, yeah, he really strikes me that way, remembering from the documentary and his interactions.
he's just a
And
big
so
old happy-go-lucky kid in a 30-year-old body. Fearless and brave and selfless all at the same time. So, good dude. Happy to know him. Happy to call him my friend.
So Ryan, I'm wondering, what supplies have you been able to deliver in Ukraine in the last 7 days?
Where do I start? Today we delivered a whole Jeep full of children's toys and clothes and a couple of giant boxes of shoes that had about 100 pairs of shoes, brand new uh, shoes for kids. Some of them more suited for, some of them are open toed, some of them are not. Some of them are like baby shoes. A whole bunch of brand new stuffed animals. We went to a place on out east of Kharkiv and dropped this stuff off. And when we pulled up, there were a ton of kids playing out on a soccer field, older boys and some girls, and there were a bunch of young girls there as well. We pulled up to drop all this stuff off, and when we uh, opened up the trunk of the car and the van that we had gone out there in, the ladies who were called ahead of time and told to be ready to receive this stuff were kind of in awe of some of the stuff we'd shown up with. One of the ladies who was working there had her two daughters, which were not old enough to be helping us. They were probably like 5 and 6 or 6 and 7, but like these little girls were dying off to help us carry something in. So we found something light and let them, I think we handed them like a bag of diapers each. But that was a real heartwarming experience. They were extremely grateful. I dug out a couple of the things in the toy box immediately and just handed it to them because anybody that offers to help gets first pick. Um, but that was a great experience. We went and did that with Kharkiv Humanitarian, and a couple of the volunteers from Renegade drove that stuff up. Specifically, what they drove up here for was not that, but to deliver me some medical supplies and equipment intended specifically for pediatric patients. I went and met first I met a few nurses and a pediatrician that was at the regional children's hospital. And after talking to them about who I was and hopefully what I could offer them, she told me, "You're going to have to come back and talk to the hospital director tomorrow. He's already gone for the evening. By the way, what are you doing here alone? Do you travel alone?" Like, I think they were just kind of weirded out because it's not the norm for how they receive uh, humanitarian aid or offers of help. Because I'm just some Joe Schmo that walks in with a backpack on, wearing jeans and combat boots, and offering them some ambu bags and some oxygen masks and just basic stuff we had that's specifically intended for kids. And I know if anybody needs it, it's the Kharkiv Regional Hospital. Uh, I told them, hey, if you don't have a need for this stuff and you can find me a hospital that needs it more than you do, I'm happy to take it to them. Just tell me where to go. But came back the next morning. She arranged for me to meet with the hospital director and also graciously offered to do some translating for me. Met with them, and they assured me after I uh, confirmed who I was and let them know that, well, we talked about mutual acquaintances. They know a surgeon here in town that I also know. And when I mentioned that guy's name, they instantly knew I must not be a fraud. And I told him, go ahead and call him if you want. He knows who I am. Just for you guys, that's the person we delivered the food processor to back in January or February. So he knows me and I know him, and I've seen him again since then. But trying to find some medication for them specifically at the military hospital, and the director of this children's hospital told me he would get together a list of stuff they need specifically for pediatric patients. So,
Ryan, I wonder, do you often encounter doubt about who you are and what you're doing? How often do you have to verify yourself, whether it's in Kharkiv or elsewhere in Ukraine?
the first time I came here, I usually my passport did enough. honestly, my business card is my photos. I can show people where I've been in this country, and once they see you've been to Kharkiv and Konstantinivka and Kherson and all over the place, and you explain that you've been all those places just from October to now, that's usually enough. But twice this time I've been asked for my volunteer identification or some document showing that I'm a humanitarian volunteer, and luckily I have that. That helps out, but usually just word of mouth and somebody else confirming who you are and what you're doing uh, gets you pretty far. I also wasn't trying to go meet with directors of children's hospitals the last time I was here. I was just trying to be a driver.
So, Prince, I think we have some hands. Should we go along to those hands?
I think so. And Adam had his hands up first. So should we go to Adam?
Go ahead, Adam.
Dobry ranek, dobry dzień, dobranic. Everyone, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, Ryan. It's really interesting to hear everything you've been saying. Um, I'm planning on going to Ukraine in the fall to volunteer, and I'd be willing to do anything, but I have a special skill in terms of I'm good at fixing fire alarm systems, and I'm an electrician. And I messaged Roman, and he got back to me, but now I hear that he's going on this trip. I don't really want to bug him very much more, but I guess I just have one simple question for you. Do like hotels and apartment buildings and other places in Ukraine have fire alarm systems protecting the entire building? Do you know?
I have no doubt that some of the newer ones do. I'm not sure which brand you're accustomed to working with. I have a little bit of experience in hospital fire alarm systems. I used to have that work bid out and award contracts on that for uh, OU Health Science Center, but you're not going to find any Simplex Grinnell or whoever the other major vendors are here in Ukraine. Most of the construction is a little older than that, and normally they'll rely on some kind of PA system to evacuate, or frankly, a bunch of the construction here is concrete and people have fire doors. So if an apartment complex or something like that uh, catches on fire, it's usually contained to one or two units. So totally different construction standards and building types and materials and everything else. I haven't seen a whole lot of American style fire alarm systems with the pull handle and all that, but not to say that it doesn't exist. I just don't spend a whole lot of time in newer construction places that would have stuff like that.
Yeah, that's really interesting to know and finally hear, because I've been kind of like Googling around and trying to find information on what sort of fire protection like multi-dwelling buildings have in Ukraine.
None.
Because I imagine, you see those pictures of blocks and blocks of damaged apartment buildings, and I imagine if there are fire alarm systems, there's a lot of annoying beepy lobbies that could be. And all brands aside, like you can fix them up by just reconnecting wires that have been, blown up. But yeah, I guess aside from that, that would have been a dream job, just to be able to do what I'm really good at over there. But do you know of any? I've heard of Dorabot and a couple other things, but I just wanted to ask you if you know of any good rebuilding sort of volunteer opportunities over there
I don't.
that might still be available in the
I
fall.
don't immediately, but I'll keep my eye and ear out. Actually, we swung through Saltivka today as we were wrapping up delivery of the stuff for the Children's Center, and the two other volunteers that came up here to bring me all the pediatric stuff had never been to Saltivka before. I and Annika took them back to the place that she and I, basically the place she took me to when I was here in November, December. And some of it is still in the exact same condition that it was when I left a few months ago, but there are a handful of buildings that they have already gone ahead and gutted or done some demo on, and there's one or two buildings actually in Saltivka that they've already started major reconstruction on, and there are apartments going back up in Saltivka, which warmed my heart. There were also kids and families playing on some of the playground equipment, which was also awesome because that playground equipment was flagged off with red tape when I was here during the winter, and nobody was willing to go in there yet because they needed somebody to do mine clearance. But mines have been cleared and the kids are back on the playground equipment. So that was a nice thing to see, even though the playground equipment they were playing on was completely surrounded by devastated apartment buildings. When I say devastated, I mean an 8-story apartment complex had collapsed on itself in a pancake fashion about 100 yards from this playground equipment. Not the whole building, just a whole section of apartments, and you could see very clearly where the elevator shaft was, and there were still cables hanging in the elevator shaft, and there were people's houseware goods sitting on gaping open holes that used to be somebody's living room or kitchen or bedroom. Quite a mind twist of a backdrop for little kids playing on playground equipment.
Yeah, we've seen those kinds of things multiple times. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
I guess.
go ahead, Adam.
Sorry, Prince. Yeah, just if you can for me, Ryan, keep your ear to the ground because pretty good at building most things. I talk to you guys from my basement right now, where I'm framing after a little floody action, and yeah, that's what I'd love to do. But I'll do anything, and I'm going to find my way there and find something to do no matter what. But if you hear some awesome rebuilding volunteer opportunity, let me know. Thank you so much.
Will do. As I understand it, most of the new build construction stuff was stalled. I haven't seen a whole lot of construction work going on around Kyiv, but here in Kharkiv, they're trying to build back a bunch of the residential stuff because there's a bunch of people that want to come home. If they don't have an apartment to come home to, then that's not real easy to do.
Yeah, that is something that is not very compatible with a safe living situation. Go ahead,
Neither are
Skykick.
S300s.
This is true. This is true. Okay, Skykiss, go ahead. You have your hand up.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Ryan a question and then make a couple of comments to Adam. Ryan, this is regarding Ransom Roman. Oh, sorry. I have a good friend named Ransom I'm thinking about. Roman, in his visit here in the United States, will he be asking for fire equipment specifically? Why is he meeting with people and what's the general purpose of? And I'm sorry, I missed it when you first were talking about it. Not today, but you know, I guess a few days ago. So if you would just let me know what he's looking for. And a friend of the space recently moved back to Chicago. Maybe, I'll contact him and see if he's got some time to do anything to help, because I know he would want to.
Let me just read from the document. The purpose of his visit is to meet USA firefighter professionals and sponsors to promote awareness of the war in Ukraine, to increase engagement and support for citizens in Ukraine, to gain potential supportive financial donors or sponsors to help Ukraine and Kharkiv, the whole oblast, not just the city, and to foster relationships with partner organizations who have already made in-kind donations to Ukraine. So he's going to go meet some of the fire departments that have already sent them a bunch of much-needed equipment, and meet the mayors of the cities that probably or presumably helped make some of that possible. And he also wants to share his knowledge to help improve modern technologies in fighting fires and responding to emergency situations, and to gain some insight into how we fight fires in the US. He's worked very closely with some firefighters from the US and from Australia. He received one particular brand new fire truck, I believe from Poland, that damn near blew my socks off. It's got a bunch of automated equipment and stuff they can control from basically a big joystick. But when he deploys into a big apartment building, they can park this truck down in front of the apartment building, and he can go up into the building and take this control module with him and basically point spotlights wherever he needs them, or point very high pressure, small diameter stream of water at whatever place he wants to. It's pretty neat. We don't have anything like that in the US that I'm aware of. And just the volume of the pumps that were on it. I know a little bit about water transfer and pumps from having worked in my previous career field. And it has some pretty badass pumps on it.
Thank you very much.
So hopefully he's going to be meeting with some people that have already sent a bunch of stuff to him, and meeting with some people that can maybe send more stuff because they always need it. And knowing Roman, if it wasn't something they needed, he wouldn't ask for it. And if it's something that he knows somebody else can make use of, or something that they need worse, he would probably hand it over to him.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And I wanted to say to Adam that there are maybe a growing group of us who want to work in the rebuilding, whether it's a subsection, very specialized, the way your experience has been. My grandfather was a home builder in Georgia, a very highly respected developer and home builder. And I worked for him when I was very young. And like him, I wanted to be an architect. So I've studied architecture casually, mostly. I did have a class, and then I've had a lot of art classes and studied computer assisted design. So I was talking with Scruff about this the other night, and in DMs, and so I understood. I mean, when I looked at Scruff's video work, I understood how his experience factored into the excellent videos that we see him produce. And so, we should all keep our ears to the ground and see where we can plug each other into the rebuilding. And when we do go to Ukraine and we do offer our services, whether they're remotely or we can get there, we ask them first what they need. And I think, Adam, you've been doing that. And that response from Ryan just now was pretty good, in saying, well, maybe not now, but they're going to need that. And who knows, certain areas might begin rebuilding. There are cities where it's not devastated, but where an entire city block was the recipient of a bomb, a missile, fires and things that just it's not such that people could live in it. And yet there are people who want to come back,
Yeah.
like Ryan said.
Well, and that yeah, people do want to come back. And I'm sorry to interrupt you, Sky Kiss. Ryan is
That's okay.
Yeah, Ryan is getting a little tired. He's got to go to sleep. He's got to be up in a few hours. But he wanted to tell us one more story before he left. So I want to.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, I want to hand it back to Ryan. Thanks.
Two more stories real quick. Roman's a great guy. I asked him where I could go donate blood because I knew there was a donation bank somewhere here in town, but we were talking about the children's hospital thing, and he sent me a link or a location for where the blood bank was. I showed up there at about 8 o'clock one night, which is after sundown, and they kind of looked at me like I was crazy and wanted to know who the hell I was and why I was showing up to this location because it's not somewhere that's heavily advertised. I told them I was there to donate some blood, and I also wanted to get my blood type checked just to confirm because I'm not 100% sure that I remembered what it was. They told me essentially they still thought I was crazy and wanted to know, well, if you're over here and you're a volunteer, why don't you know your blood type? And I told them, well, I'm not that kind of volunteer, but I'm a driver and it's probably not a bad idea for me to get my blood type checked. Primarily, I want to donate my blood. And they said, you can't donate your blood. Ukrainians can donate blood. We don't take blood. This was all through Google Translate, but they basically told me if you're not Ukrainian, you can't donate. So, came back the next day, confirmed that I could not donate because I'm not a Ukrainian, but I was a little overwhelmed and pleasantly surprised to see that they don't need my blood because there was standing room only at the donation center, which is in a basement, so the Russians can't blow those people up anyway. But go down into essentially what's an old war bunker, and there's 2 or 3 ladies making cookies and tea and basically getting all these men and women, hydrated and getting their blood flowing so they can donate. But it was standing room only down there. And when you have that kind of community support, taking care of the guys who might have lost some of their own blood, it's heartwarming for me to see, but I wish more people can see it. I wasn't about to whip out my camera at a place like that, but somebody should do a story on blood donation here in Ukraine because it's amazing to know that there's so many people willing to do whatever they can, even if they're not a soldier. And there were tons of guys in there who were military age. There were tons of guys in there who were way, way past military age. And there were plenty of women in there too. So that was nice to see. Apparently, something has changed at some point because Roman was almost certain that volunteers or foreigners could donate blood. And then he starts tripping over himself, apologizing to me for sending me somewhere that I couldn't donate blood. And I'm like, dude, don't apologize. It's a good thing. Anyway, that was a couple of days ago. And then today, as we were heading over to meet up with people before we went and delivered the stuff for the kids. We're driving down the road, and I look to my right, and we're just driving down a big road. There's lots of car washes here in Kharkiv, just the standard kinds you pull up to and get the hose out and pressure wash your car off. But instead of a Lada or a Tesla or any other kind of car, it's an infantry fighting vehicle, like one of the big six-wheeled kinds that looks kind of like a duck or a duck boat. And there's a bunch of soldiers standing around it, one or two guys standing up on top of it, and they're pressure washing their IFV like it's a car. They had pulled out a white rag and stuck it in the barrel of the 30 millimeter gun that was on top of this thing, and they're just washing the mud off of their IFV. And I started cracking up because it's something you would only see in Ukraine. And then I pointed it out to the other two people in the car, and we all thought it was interesting. I wish I could have taken a picture. Not about to take a picture of a bunch of soldiers at a point in Kharkiv. I wish I could take pictures of all this stuff. I take pictures of as much as I can, but I don't want to make anybody feel uneasy and have a reason to pull me over and ask me who the hell I am and why I'm taking pictures of them. Especially not guys with a 30 millimeter gun on top of their car.
Yeah, well, Okay, Ryan, you're 6 minutes past your time.
Okay.
You, you
I
you
will
told me.
I will drop to listener in exactly 3 minutes.
Okay, I think Steven wants to ask you something. Go ahead, Steven.
Yeah, I I was wondering if you know of any public events he may be doing in Chicago, as I live there, and I would love to meet him if that's an opportunity.
Let me see what's on the Chicago list. I wish all of these events were public. Honestly, I wish they would just televise them so people in these cities could know who Roman is like we do. But I guess everybody can go watch the Frontline doc. I try to tell anybody and everybody I know about that just because I think it's such a compelling story. And
You could
go ahead.
I asked you the same question in DMs, so just DM it to me later. Otherwise, thanks.
10-4.
Alrighty. John, did you have
He's
something you
going to be
wanted to
giving
ask?
a press conference and
Go
a
ahead.
class at the Chicago Fire Academy at some point, and he's meeting the mayor there, but it looks like it's all stuff with firefighters as best I can tell, except for his press conference.
Yeah, I might actually just keep an eye out for any local news. I don't know.
Honestly,
uh,
go follow him and add him to your update list. Keep an eye on what he's doing from his own Twitter account, because I'm sure he'll share some of the stuff. And if anybody's not already following him, you absolutely should be. I know he doesn't spend a whole heck of a lot of time on Twitter. He's spends a little more time posting stuff to a YouTube channel he has. He's working on getting more of that stuff posted in English instead of just in Ukrainian. And I know he has a pretty compelling Instagram account, but I get on Instagram about once a month. So if Instagram's your thing, he's on Instagram. He's definitely on YouTube. And some of the videos he's posted are mind blowing. He actually sent me some videos that I don't know if he's posted anywhere. One of the first nights I showed back up here in Kharkiv on this rotation. Went to dinner with him, accidentally left some sushi in his car, and at 4 o'clock in the morning, he sends me a bunch of messages. Hey man, are you okay? Some S300s landed in town, and one of them hit a transformer station, and we're responding to the fire right now. I responded back, yeah, we're okay. Things are calmed down. I think we're going to go back to bed. And then I wake up later that morning, and he's sending me videos of where they went and dug the sushi out of the back of the car that he and I had ridden in, and all the firefighters were standing around the back of the vehicle eating last night's sushi. So he really is a daredevil.
That's sort of awesome, though. I do like that.
It was also cold enough that night that the sushi was just fine. I really should get off here because I hope I'm not waking anybody up. I am in the bathroom with the door closed, but I might get some dirty looks in the morning.
Yeah, but you're being very quiet also. John, do you have a question for Ryan real quick, or can we let him go?
Yeah, thanks for hosting, guys. And I just wondered briefly, because I know you've been driving around, what the fuel situation was over there, how that kind of works at the moment. Gas prices in the UK have dropped off slightly. They're still way more than you guys pay in the United States, but they've dropped back a little bit from some of their extreme heights over the last few days. I just wondered if how things were in Ukraine at the moment for people just Ryan who are doing a lot of driving.
Fuel prices are up from what they were in November and December, but not terribly so. And as far as availability, it's not a problem. There's a ton of gas stations pretty much everywhere you go. That's what you can always count on is gas stations and gas station hot dogs and gas station junk food.
That's great. I guess that's good news. I think it was you, Ryan. You said at one time on the space a while ago, if you ever wondered what you would have done in 1939, you're doing it now. And I just wanted to thank you for what you've done because it's been really inspiring. I wonder if I hope you're keeping a diary and maybe there'll be a book out of this or something at some point. I know that's not the purpose of it, but what you share on the space is treasured by all the listeners, and thank you very much for contributing. It's very special.
If there's ever a book about it, I assure you it will be done by a ghostwriter and my dictation because I'm not a writer.
Well, I'm a writer, and I'll if you ever want to do that, I have a book, and I'll be happy to. I've got a pretty good publisher, and yeah, I mean, it's a lot. It's a way off yet. There's other things to be done, but I would encourage you to keep a diary, just of the recollections you've shared on the space. It would be nice to have people be able to read that one time. And dictation is a good way to do a book. I could help you with that.
Well,
I'm actually driving, so I'll drop off. But
honestly,
yeah, do bear that in
my
mind.
diary is made up of photographs that can jog my memory, and all that, or the vast majority of them are geolocated, so I know exactly where I've been in the country and when, and it makes my recollection a lot easier.
That's great, and I guess they have a date on as well on the file. So yeah, it's a good way of doing it.
Okay,
After
Ryan,
we
go ahead.
left the children's
Go ahead.
center, last thing before I go, while we were at the children's center, the older of the two ladies that we were dropping all the stuff off to, her husband showed up wearing military fatigues, and the guy had to be 60 years old, but I believe he was serving as TDF. He begins to tell us that there are some unexploded ordnance in and around the neighborhood that we were in, specifically a big fat freaking missile that landed in a field or on a hillside just above a valley, and wanted to know if we knew anybody that did demining or could neutralize this unexploded ordnance so it didn't kill somebody. I know a couple of those people, and one of the other volunteers that I was with knows a couple of those people. So we told him, we'll make some inquiries and see what we can do. Apparently, this has been marked by the military, but it's not immediately adjacent to an apartment complex, so it's not deemed high priority. And I assume most of the military sappers that are working here are busy helping clear paths for Ukrainians to punch through Russian lines. I do know some people that are coming over as civilians, like Ryan Hendrickson and some of the other demining people. I know MriyaAid is training people in the Ukrainian military to do this kind of work, and I know that it's going to be years before all that stuff's cleaned up. But he really wanted to show this stuff to us, and honestly, I wanted to see how close it was to all these kids that were playing on the playground that we had just seen. And he drove us about a kilometer down the road out to a field and shows us a giant, I don't even know how to describe this. It was at least 6 inches, probably 8 inches in diameter, and it was sticking up out of the ground about 4 feet. And it was sticking down into the ground about 9 feet. But the fins were still popped out on it, and it very definitely had not exploded. We got there, and they explained that this particular valley was actually a place where people brought their kids to go hunt for mushrooms, and it's a gorgeous part of the outskirts of Kharkiv. What I was most concerned with was all the just about to be teenage boys, or the teenage boys that were playing soccer on the soccer field, knowing that it's only a kilometer away and summer's coming. I guarantee you those freaking kids will go out and take a look at that thing, even if they don't touch it, just because their parents have told them not to. So I'm going to see who I can reach out to that might be able to come and render that thing safe, or pile a bunch of sandbags up around it and blow it up. The valley that it was sitting above is all burned now, so there won't be any mushrooms growing there for a while. Luckily, the new season of grass is just springing up, but kind of pissed me off.
I can't tell you, Ryan, how many stories that I've read of kids or citizens or teenagers messing around who have blown themselves up.
I know exactly how that goes, because I used to be a kid that would go out and play on producing oil field locations, because we didn't have unexploded ordnance in Oklahoma that we had to worry about, at least none outside of Fort Sill that you really can't get on. I know kids used to get their arms ripped off playing around on pump jacks in Oklahoma, and I know curious little boys will go out and do something just because their parents told them not to. And I know this particular missile is just far enough away from anybody's prying eyes, like parents, that those little boys will decide to go do that just because it's an adventure. And that's not what needs to happen. So we're going to see if we can get somebody to get that thing out of there.
Yeah, that's, honestly, when you were talking about the kids playing on the playground, and that being safe, but there being pretty much a collapsed building right there, my immediate thought was, man, if I had been with a couple of my cousins, we wouldn't have been playing on the playground. We would have been in the collapsed building looking around and trying to figure things out. I mean, that's that in a lot of ways is the nature of kids. And, you know, of course, I grew up in a different time when parental supervision was a little bit different. You know, we were we ran out the front door and didn't come home until the street lights came on, and that's just the way it was. And our parents didn't know exactly where we were, but they knew if they stood out on the front porch and yelled that we'd answer. And you know, unless we were at a neighbor's house, and then they knew which neighbors to call. So um, you know, but in that kind of situation, if kids are out running around and just looking at things to do, I would have been totally playing in the building. I think of yeah, that's what I would have been doing. So it's understandable. And yeah, I read about at least two or three a week, if not more. It's hard and it's sad, but yeah, it's nice to see though that some Ukrainians are coming up with, especially the farmers, are coming up with some of their own solutions to take care of the mines in the fields um, themselves, and to make sure that they can safely plant their crops. So, Ryan, my friend, you need to go to bed. I feel like I'm talking to Anda or Axel now.
Yeah,
I realize you're an
this is the
adult.
part where I'm gonna sign off because I've got 4 hours. So I will come back on as soon as possible. I've got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow, but if I'm successful in what we're gonna try to do, then I'll be about as happy as I could be.
Well, you get yourself 4 hours of sleep, and you know that's just how you roll. It's how Verlaine rolls. It's how you all roll in Ukraine. You stay awake as much as you can to get as much as you can done. So um,
Well, if we do a good job and accomplish something good, then we reward ourselves by allowing ourselves to sleep in the day after. So work hard, play hard. Well, work hard, sleep hard.
there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, you go to bed, and I'm going to call on Sky Kiss's hand. And thank you, Ryan. Stay safe. Thanks for coming up and sharing a couple of stories, because we always, of course, want to hear what's happening in Ukraine from somebody who is in Ukraine. You know, we've heard a lot lately from Verlaine for the Toys for the Boys fundraiser for Rabij, and and just, you know, the amount that Verlaine works and the amount that you're working while you're there, Ryan. And when we hear people, other people in Ukraine who come on the space, the things that are being done to look after this country in the best way possible. You know, I think sometimes Scruff, even though we haven't heard from him tonight, he's sitting there in the speaker panel, and I'm not gonna push him down. I'm just gonna leave him there because I know sometimes he just likes to listen to us, um, and that's okay. We'll let him sit up here as a speaker and listen to us if that's what he's doing. Maybe he's getting some sleep because he does the stay up late kind of thing too. So thank you so much.
Good night. I'll be in touch as soon as I can.
Thanks, Ryan. Good night. Sky Kiss, you have your hand up. Go ahead and tell us what's on your mind.
Yeah, well, I sent Ryan a DM, and I'm going to be doing like basic grammar, proofreading, you know, that kind of stuff. A lot of people don't like doing that. I'm an ace. So I've just been that way most of my life. My mama, my grammarian mother, who just raised me with so many good strengths. And so I'm just thinking, amongst the other things that I'm going to be doing, possibly for Sarah, and I talked with Oscar, our friend of the space, about doing an art book or maybe several. So, we just talked in DMs about some of the things we were thinking about doing. You know, it's always good, as John said, to keep journals. And that's something as an artist and a writer that I've always done is keep journals. So even if that journal is dictating to an app on your phone, even if you have to do that later, like, in the moment you're really, really busy. I taught a number of musicians when, years ago, back when I was in New Orleans. And I told them about how, I couldn't just drop things. I was working full time back in my 20s, but I had to have a way to keep the ideas fresh. And so I could go back to a small note, and I used poetry to keep those ideas. And, a lot of us are really, really busy right now. And yet we want to be able to keep our good ideas that we have. So I keep a lot of notes. I mean, I have like postcards and post-it notes with various Ukraine Spaces notes and, among other things. But largely this last 14 months, it's been about Ukraine and efforts to help Ukraine win this war. So I just wanted to, say that to John that, there might be several writing projects, and that's really good. I'm happy that you have that publisher. That's wonderful. And I think we could actually do a number of projects that, aren't necessarily, if the author, say for instance, okay, Ryan, he's an American, I'm an American, and then we pass it off to a Brett who's, got some really good uh, previous experience. So I think, there's a lot of things we can all do. And as I say, I'm gonna, if somebody comes up and I'm on a book project, say for instance with Oscar, and we've got a group of women, mostly Ukrainians, who have a lot of input. And then someone comes up who's Ukrainian, who has a lot of the same skills that I do. I'm going to take a back seat to her and I'm going to say, I'm here if you want to ask me a question or ask what I think about something. We'll probably do that as a group. We'll meet and look at slides, photos, etc. And, just have kind of a consortium of people. And even though I've had some of these ideas, oh goodness, 10 months ago, a year ago, I've always said to my Ukrainian friends that I wanted them to just know that I'm going to take a step back and it's going to be their project. So Ryan has a really wonderful way of telling us his stories. And as he's telling the story, I don't really need the photos. The story that he tells sparks images in my mind. And, I'm like, in my mind, I'm drawing a picture of the destroyed buildings with the playground and the kids playing on the playground. And really, that's exactly what the kids need to do, Prince. I mean, I hear you. And yeah, even in New Orleans, we did the same thing. Growing up in the 60s and 70s, we did the same thing. Our mom, who was a single mother, would come home from work, and if we weren't home, we would have left her a note as to where we were. We didn't have cell phones, and we might have talked to her. In fact, I remember many, many times I called her and said, that my sister and I were going to be at so and so's house, and it was a really different time. And kids were, for the most part, really safe doing just that. And the rule number one was be back before dark and or by dinner time. And but the Ukrainian kids, they need all the play and all the just the warm and fuzzy things right now, because they've been through a lot. So
Yeah.
I think that's all I wanted to say, Prince, is that I hear you, and um I'm the same way. I mean, my sister and I don't know where we got the engineering or the all the technical brain power that we got, but we both would have been really good engineers, just because I know where I got my interest in OSINT. I know where that my father was in signals intelligence in Germany back in the 60s and 70s. So with the US Army. So I know that he's gone now, so I can say that,
Yeah.
But yeah, we've had a really wide-ranging discussion here, and so if ever I have my hand up and I'm like trying to get back to the screen because I'm texting with my kid sister back home in New Orleans just to see how she and the cat are doing. So,
All right.
you know,
Well,
okay, well, you Prince, thanks for all your co-hosting. It's been really lovely, and Alan too. Yeah,
yeah.
it's
Alan,
I don't I
Alan did it.
where is
Alan took an exit. Alan has been
oh
Alan has been fighting not feeling too well for a few days, and he's not feeling well tonight, so we told him to get out of here an hour early. So he puts in.
good. Well, everybody needs to get some extra sleep, and I slept late today, so hopefully tomorrow morning I'll be there for the Doolittle ear wing, because I didn't catch the whole thing last time, but I caught enough of it to go, yeah, oh yeah, this is really good, really interesting. So yeah, tonight I probably will drop out a little early and go listen to that podcast because Latin sent it to me.
Well, that sounds
So
like a good
I'm gonna
plan.
do that.
And
Yeah. So it makes you a more informed if you drop out of spaces for a while and you go listen to a podcast or you read really deeply in something related, and then when this time comes for the space, you might have a list of questions written down, and so you can be more succinct and also have some good questions to the people who are there on the panel. So yeah, that's going to be really interesting. So they're all getting a good night's sleep, so they can be on time and be here, and it's very informative. And I can't wait till next Sunday because it's Tyner John. Yay!
it's gonna be fun.
Yes, you're right. It's been written on my calendar for about, I don't know, a week now.
I don't even
So
think I knew about
that's
it a
all
week
that.
ago, and we just found out
Well,
about
I
it a
did
few days
because
ago.
I don't know. I heard a little bit from someone, and then I asked a question, and I asked if we had a card yet, and I think I don't know
Yeah,
if it was
cards.
Axel.
Cards.
Someone answered me back and said, "Yeah, it is on the 30th. We'll get a card up pretty soon."
Yeah, we're working on the card. There's you know, before I became a co-host, I didn't realize how much happened, and now I realize how much happened. And when I say we'll get a card out, when we get a card out, we'll get a card out. It'll happen, and especially for
Right.
Thomas, because
It'll happen.
we want to advertise because people really love it when he comes on the space. But
Oh
they'll
yeah.
get to the card when they get to the card. So that's just
Right. Well, see, they'll want to keep right now we have this fundraiser for Lane's Brigade, and we got a lot of other things going on, and we were very fortunate to have Alan come, Ryan, Ryan come and speak with us today,
Yeah.
because the man needs his sleep and deliver more stuffed toys and shoes, and it's going to be summer sometime soon. It's still pretty cold there, as he said. So, but when it gets to be summertime and the kids are out playing and it'll be good that they've got some sandals, and maybe they can be they can just be kids, just normal kids. And I know, like, a few months ago when Oscar posted that whole thing in Odessa about women painting each other's fingernails, and everybody going to the big concert at the Opera House. It was just, really lots of happy tears on this side of the ocean.
Yeah, that's all good stuff. And I think we're gonna.
That's all
So-
good stuff.
Yep, we got Nico Dale over
Skykis.
here now.
Hey,
Oh, hey,
so
Dave.
what's this podcast that Latin sent you? Could you DM me that?
Yes, I can do that. I'll do that.
Okay, thank you very
Yeah,
much. It's
but
always good
it's
to have you
really
up here.
interesting.
So,
Really,
and I
really
like your.
interesting to hear him say. Go
Oh,
ahead.
thank you. I like your new fella too. I've seen lots of alien fellas out there.
Yeah, it's something that we all did regarding the satellite that came
Yeah,
down. So we all said,
yeah,
well, let's just do this little alien thing. And I said, okay, guys, just let me know. It's really my first fella, because usually I'm that trisub, flaming trisub, which
yeah.
is good. I haven't had time to finish doing my artwork for my
Oh,
fella. So I'll be working on that sometime soon.
yeah. Well, I'll put a green filter on mine, and then I'll be an alien.
Okay, good.
So it's I'm kind of filling in here for Alan. So I will apologize now for not being right up on top of the news, because I've been spending the day going through and putting old podcasts, or not podcasts, old dishes with fishes. So the dish with fish is a regular program we have with Colonel Jeff Fisher, and I've been going through all of the old archives and manually tracking down where dish with fish occurs in this huge multi-day file, and then chopping it out and cleaning it up and making it all nice and radio ready, and then uploading it. So I think I've been contributing to the space, but I have no idea what's going on in the news. So could you fill me in, Prince, as to what is happening?
Well, with there's so much and nothing all at the same time. I mean, that sounds really, really weird, but it's in some ways it's true. But I had picked up on this story really not too long ago, and I am gonna send it to you in a DM here. We know that Russia is moving towards mobilization of more people, and this one makes me angry. They have called up a boy to come to the recruitment office. He is arriving at the military. The video is him arriving at the military commissar. This boy is blind. He's developmentally delayed. He has hydrocephalus. If people don't know what that is excess water on the brain, and that can cause a lot of issues like seizures and things such as that. He has difficulty walking. If I looked at him, I would say he may have CP. But yes, he has been called up to register to for military service. And what's infuriating about this is what's a little frustrating is that you see the children of the Russian elites being let off and not being called up for military service or to even register for military service. Yet they're calling the least of these those that really do not have any ability to even fight. Um, and it sort of pissed me off, which isn't an unusual thing. But I can tell you that I've hugged more than one kid who looks very similar to this guy. Well, he's probably a young adult. I've hugged more than one young adult who looks very similar. And if anybody tried to draft them for military service, I would go ballistic. And so I think that's why this one made me so angry. And it's one that I wanted to bring up tonight. And I just I wonder if you might have some input on that, Dave.
Well, I'm looking at it now. I can't see, but since I don't understand Russian, I need a translation. Are they? Because I don't know if the Russian media is presenting this as an inspiration story, like, oh, it's so inspiring that this boy is going to fight for Mother Russia, or are they saying that this is something that should not have happened? That
I don't know how
I
they're
can't tell
presenting it.
from.
I don't know how they're presenting it. What I am saying though is it's appalling. That's I
Yeah,
and
they shouldn't use it for either of those. Yeah,
yeah, it's
it is, and I guess that. I don't know. It reflects on the culture of that I have learned uh, over the past year. I've had some Russian friends um, for many years, and we really didn't get into this kind of discussion until the war started. And now I've realized that their society just does not value human life in the same way that ours does, and it's we can't. It's hard to understand it because it's such a different value system that it's like another planet, a completely foreign language to me. But because it looks like his mom, and I'm just looking at the interview, and from her facial expression, it doesn't look like she's mad or upset in the least. Which, of course, if this was my kid, I wouldn't even be there.
exactly right.
But yeah, it could very well be my kid. I mean, he walks about the same as my son does. Um, so it's yeah, I could not imagine the U.S. military, a recruiter showing up on my door saying, "Hey, you got a healthy 25-year-old here. Let's take him off, send him to war." Um, yeah, that's not happening.
Exactly.
So you,
Exactly. Exactly. I saw that and I saw that and I was like pissed. I was like, bookmark that, save that. You gotta bring that up because it's one of the most absurd things that I've ever seen. It is like seriously. And it's from an account that I really do trust. So, I trust
Mhm.
I trust that we may get it translated here in the next couple of days from somebody. But it's just yeah. Anyway, but
yeah, hopefully war translated.
that would be that would be an interesting one to have translated. There have been some other I like to save some medical things and and I talked about this a little bit yesterday. Um, but we all know that Wagner has been going to prisons and recruiting guys. And I ran across a story yesterday that specifically had to do with a prisoner, Russian prisoner, who had HIV. And when he was taken into custody in Russia and given a 10-year sentence, they changed his antiviral meds. And so he wasn't as feeling as good as he did before he went into prison. So when Wagner came and enticed him to go and fight, one of the promises that they made was that he would, of course, serve his like 6 months and then have his sentence, dismissed, and he would be a free man. And he would get the right antiviral meds. Well, of course, the reality is he did not get the right antiviral meds. He didn't get any meds. So he ended up in a worse position than he was when he was in the Russian prison. Well, then he got taken captive. And he's getting some decent treatment in the in the prisoner of war camp in Ukraine. He's being treated humanely and correctly. But now his big, huge fear is to be returned to Russia in a prisoner swap. He does not want to be returned to Russia in a prisoner swap. But that's one of the things that Ukraine has said very, very specifically, is that if a prisoner does not want to be returned to Russia in a prisoner swap, they will not force that upon them. So that is hopefully some reassurance for him. But it's one thing that we have heard repeatedly, or at least I have seen, and it's not something that we've talked about here, that I know of, is the prevalence of HIV and hepatitis C, specifically among the Russian prisoners who have been recruited to go and fight for Russia. And there are all kinds of risks associated with that, of course. Not to discriminate against those people, but they're singling them out very specifically. But I just think it just shows Russia. It just shows Russia to take the most undesirable of their country and put them into the meat grinder. So it was just, because and I know because of my life experience. No, I don't have HIV and I don't have Hep C, but I do have a lot of friends who have. But with the right medication, you can be pretty darn good. You can get your viral load down to 0 with HIV. So it's if you're treated well, it can be not as awful as it used to be. So just because of your bioscience and your scientific mind, I like to bring these kinds of things up when you're up, because it sometimes leads to some interesting conversation. So I thought I'd bring it up.
Okay. Well, I'm that this is something a theme that I have seen over and over throughout this war, is that Russian soldiers are continually surprised by how well they are treated by Ukrainian doctors, to the point of many of them decide that there aren't any Nazis in Ukraine after all, and that they are not going to go back and fight. This, it's complicated if you're like in the hospitals in the occupied regions. Those still have Ukrainian doctors in them. Which ones are left? And Russian soldiers are being treated by these Ukrainian doctors, and some of them are now very conflicted in their emotions, in that the Ukrainian doctor is the one that saved their life, but now they're being sent back to the front to take more Ukrainians' lives. I think it can't do very much for morale in these troops, to have that issue and then to know that their own officers are going to shoot them if they don't go to the front and do their orders. It's just, to me, a complete mess, and it, again, not giving your soldiers HIV medications they need. As you said, the modern regimen of antivirals will keep their viral load down to 0. They won't be contagious. They won't be sick. They'll have a healthy immune system. But if they're not getting those meds, their immune system crashes and they'll get sick from the common cold and die, because they're immunocompromised. And I guess those are some losses that we don't ever get in the the daily numbers we get. We get the numbers of soldiers that have been killed, but those numbers don't include the ones that just died because they could not be taken care of, or Russia decided that they weren't necessary, and that it was too much trouble to treat them rather than just to let them die and bring in some new fresh ones that they can get from the prisons, which of course are still infected with hepatitis and HIV. It seems, I don't know. I don't understand their mindset at all. What I do understand, though, is that we here at MriyaReport are here to try to answer these kind of questions and talk about these kind of difficult issues that you will not hear discussed anywhere else. So if you enjoy the discussions that we've been having here, please retweet the space, bring in more people. As you can see, the co-hosts are both fellas. NAFO is I assume the official NAFO night shift has started. So I invite all of my NAFO fellas out there, come up, get in on the conversation. No question is too stupid. That's one thing we try to make clear here, is that not everybody's an expert. I'm not an expert in this. Prince is, because she made herself one. I don't know of any co-host that works as hard as Prince in keeping up on the daily news, because she has this nice Google Drive and shares it with co-hosts, and it's a wonderful resource. I thank you for that, because I'm looking through it right now. I don't know, maybe I wasn't supposed to put that out there. Maybe it's super secret.
I don't share it with many
Is that
people.
okay, Prince?
I think you're the only person that it's shared with regularly. I have shared it with a couple of other people for a day, but yeah. Anyway, it's not that big of a deal. I wouldn't mind sharing it in the long run. It's just I'm not quite sure that I like how I'm organizing it yet. So I've been playing with that a little bit. So anyway, yeah.
Well, I see how it is. I'm the only one that needs the help.
No, it's not that.
I'm okay with that.
It's not that.
I know, but
Right.
I like to poke fun at people.
Oh yes, yes. That yeah, no, but somebody else messaged me today saying, I have no information. I don't even know what's been going on. I'm like, here, have access to that. And they were like, wow, that's fantastic. And I'm like, okay, whatever. It's just it's what I do every day, just to make sure that I can have random topics. You want another really random one that I found yesterday or the day before, that I found extremely appalling, of course, because sometimes I like to put the things that I find extremely appalling into these things. But again, not a surprise. This happened, and this actually came from the General Staff report. that came out. It was either it was probably the 0600 one because I found it before I went to bed last night. So the enemy continues to suffer losses. So on April 17th of this year, the enemy tried to carry out a medical evacuation from the temporarily occupied Luhansk region towards the settlement of Rozovo in the Belgorod region. When attempting to cross the state border of Ukraine into the territory of the Russian Federation, the Russian side did not let the military convoy pass and turned it back. Some of the enemy servicemen did not survive due to lack of proper medical care. Why wouldn't they let them across the border into their own territory when it's their own wounded people? I'm dumbfounded.
I don't know. It's like maybe they have orders that nobody's to run away from Ukraine. And once you get into Ukraine, you're stuck there
Well, we know that
till we win or you're dead.
we know that the hospitals that they're using in Ukraine are severely, over full, and the ones even in Moscow are very, very full from taking care of wounded soldiers. So, now they're trying to take, maybe they were just full up. And I don't know. I saw that, I read it, and I was like, it's insane, but it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I mean, Russia's a big place. It doesn't seem like they would run out of room.
Exactly.
So
Exactly. The story that I read that I was looking at last week about, how many Ukrainian refugees, which I always put in quotes and roll my eyes when I say it. Yeah, anyway, people from Ukraine who have been sent to Russia, the amount of them that they have shipped off to Siberia because they don't have enough population in Siberia, and they're trying to shove the people over there to do things, and to fill that population. Maybe they have a hospital there they could send them to, but if they couldn't even live to make it over the border, they were probably in really bad shape anyway. So yeah, and it's we don't want them to be able to recover and go back to fight. So it might not be such a bad thing all in all. Anyway, I feel bad for making fun of that, but I don't feel bad because you know what Russia is doing to Ukraine is just awful. Shall we go to Nick? It's good to see you today, Nick. How are you?
I'm doing great. And I'm on Pacific time, so we have friends coming over for dinner. But yes, NAPO is always on the job. And that's part of what I love about it is the fact that just like the MriyaReport, we are on 24/7 because there are fellows worldwide and there are dedicated people like yourselves. And, I could go through a list, but, who are always there to keep it going. And, the topics are wide and varied, and there's sad things and there's good things, but we have to keep our eyes on the prize because Ukraine is going to win. And that's, sorry if you're hearing clanking of silverware, I'm setting the table.
Well, just as long as you're not torturing somebody.
No, absolutely. Well, that might be when dinner's served. We'll see about that. But I have to have faith and believe that in the end, good will win out over evil because there are so many good people who are on the side of Ukraine. And it just we the planning, and we have to be quiet. If anybody knows anything, don't say anything, because if the old saying, "Loose lips shakes sink ships." Sorry, I can't talk. Anyway, and there are so many needs right now, and we do the best we can. And some people have unlimited budgets, and others of us have limited budgets. But that's why I'm glad you went 501 3C, because, and I hope there are more larger donors. And I think we haven't gotten that word out well enough, just my opinion, to say, hey, you want a tax deduction? Now you can get one. And here's the place. You want to help for Ukraine? Here's a way you can get a tax deduction and help Ukraine. So, and I just, I mean, for what I can afford to donate, what I donate, I don't get a tax deduction, but that doesn't matter, because that's not what is important to me. But to some people it is. So, I just want to see, I have very good Ukrainian friends and neighbors as well. So, yeah, and the horrors, I just can't go there. So we just have to save Ukraine, plain and simple. Sorry, I'll step down.
Thanks, Nick. I appreciate you. And I'm in the Pacific time zone also. Those of us over here on the left coast tend to stay up a little bit later than some others, unless you're a real night owl like people like Dave.
Well, I'm only in the mountain time zone, so I'm just an hour ahead of you. So, it's like I'm an hour in the future. You guys are always living in the past.
No, you know who will come on soon and tell us that they're living in the future, in the workers' paradise? The man from the penal colony.
Yes, Will, who we all know and love. Well, thank you, Nick, for bringing that up. And I'm now that you've put the thought of dinner in my head, I'm getting a mite hungry. So I didn't have a chance to have dinner yet, but I am not I'm not in any risk of starving to death. Let's just put it that way. So I'll be fine.
So, what is? Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm scrolling through a page to look at a story here for a bit.
Yeah, see how it is. It's not the story that I thought it was. It's I had a different one up. Oh man, that makes me mad. There was a news story that started out sounding like a joke, and it was what's rounded. Oh, that's what it was. It was what's rounded metal and something that Russia doesn't have, so they can't build tanks.
Ball bearings.
Exactly. The non-existence of ball bearings in Russia is becoming a bigger and bigger problem, and it's actually something that has been talked about later in the evening on the U.S. side on a regular basis for months, actually. But I'm finally starting to see it happen in the news. The lack of Russian ball bearings, um, is starting to come to the limelight a little bit more, and it's something that is going to really cause a problem for Russia and their ability to work on things like trains and tanks and other kinds of equipment that require ball bearings. And I think there's a whole lot more ball bearings in things than we even realized. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I enjoyed your Freudian slip there. Um, I saw what you did, and it reminds me of I I think this quote was brought up earlier, maybe today or yesterday. It's or it could have been a while ago because I've been listening to these I've been listening to the recordings from, I'm in March now. So I've been going through February and March, and it just all gets mixed together. Things that I hear in February and March, and then I'll get on right now, and it sounds like it's the same discussion going on. So it's hard to keep things straight in my head. But the quote was like it's a poem that starts out for the lack of a nail, a shoe was lost, on a horse, and then because the horse lost that shoe, it didn't make the charge. Because they didn't do the charge, the battle was lost. Because they lost that battle, they lost the entire war. All because a nail fell out of a horseshoe. Are you familiar with that poem?
I am not, but it makes complete sense. It makes complete sense. So, for lack of a ball bearing, Russia may lose the war.
Exactly. And that's like in what trying to remember the movie. I think it's um hmm, the Battle of the Bulge, I think. One of it wasn't the longest day but the German Panzer Blitz uh, crawled to a halt because they didn't have enough fuel. And they couldn't get to any more fuel dumps because the Allies had taken them over. So, and the Russians had that same problem early on. They ran out of fuel. Um, it's these little simple logistical things that I'm sure Putin has no concept of what's going on in the granular detail, like where am I going to get ball bearings? Where are we going to get fuel? Uh, where are we going to get men is going to be an issue pretty soon, I think.
I completely agree that is going to be an issue. And that's lack of planning and realizing that you don't have what it takes. You don't have what you need to be able to execute this mission that you decided to take upon. Um, it yeah, it just lack of planning, lack of foresight, lack of seeing what's actually really in front of you instead of the delusions in your mind. Um, and speaking of lack of seeing what's in front of you, um, there have been a couple of stories recently that have made me say, "What's air defense doing?" And what I'm finding out that air defense doing is air defense is tipping over and falling off of roads, which which cracks me up because in Melitopol saw a story that a air defense system was going around a corner and it didn't quite fit right and it tipped right on over and has destroyed the multi-million-dollar piece of equipment. And then, of course, we have the issue of the high-tech S-400 rocket system, anti-aircraft rocket launcher, which veered off the highway in a convoy with other Army vehicles. And of course, we heard about this a couple days ago. But now it is coming out that the reporter was reportedly drunk while he was driving down the road in this convoy and managed to drive the very expensive S-400 air defense system off of the road and into the ditch. I didn't even bother to look to see if the thing is totaled, to see if it's going to be working or not, if they can fix it. The driver broke his arm, failed a breathalyzer test. It just, yeah, it cracks me up. What air defense doing? Air defense doing tipping over in the road because of unskilled drivers and drunk drivers. So keep it up. It's not going to hurt.
No, it's not. So, the story I was reading through looks like it would be a good one to discuss. Um, so it's about a little town called Mukachevo, which I have no idea where it is because I haven't Googled it yet, but it's in Ukraine. And what what they are starting to do, there was a let's see, Serhiy Hirasimenko, Serhiy Hirasimenko. Um, at the beginning of the war, he noticed on his Facebook feed that it was flooded with all these videos of civilian UAVs that were being used for reconnaissance and strikes and other things. And he thought, what can I do? And he just happens to have worked on different before the war technology to interfere with drone communication. So he has started producing anti-drone guns um, that use different wavelengths to block communication of the drone with its receiver. And so these are being made in Ukraine. He's got several hundred of them already. So it says it has two functional toggles. So it interferes with GPS, it breaks off communication with satellites. Um, so if the and when that happens, usually the drone will automatically fly to the launch site. So if it's an enemy drone, of course, that will tell them where the person is or where it was launched from, so they can follow it back to where it came from and target them. And they have another uh, function that it blocks 2.4 and 5.8 gigahertz. So that will make the drone just land immediately. So they have that's to me that's again Ukrainian ingenuity. This guy saw a need. He had the technology at hand. He had the means at hand, and went ahead and started producing these. So they're being used. I think that kind of self starter that I've seen all throughout Ukraine's response to this war is a huge advantage that they have over Russia. And the Russia will sit around and wait until they're told to do something and then do it really poorly. Whereas the Ukrainians sees a need and they'll do it. Also there was oh, Dude is up here. I'll keep talking so you can sit there and wait like everybody else. How do you feel about that?
No, it's fine. I was just gonna say, yeah, no, it's great what they're doing. And it's a technique that's been worked on for a long time in different places, somewhat in the Middle East. There is a funny, and it happened a few times, so I had to jump in. And I apologize, Dave. Don't be mad at me.
No, I'm not. It's okay. I appreciate any time you come in because I love listening to you.
Well,
Your
thank you.
Canadian accent is just on point.
Oh gosh. Well, the truth is, I actually don't have an accent. You have the accent. You're American, and it's fine. I like it. It's cute. Uh, you know, but I don't know how the Canadian accent came about. I thought maybe we'd all have British accents, but maybe their accent's wrong too. Maybe we are right. I am coming to you live from the center of the planet, uh, great city of Toronto. Misunderstood, underestimated. What we do, like if you go back in history, you'll find that minus the Leafs, because we won too many Stanley Cups that we just got bored of it. But we started baseball, won a couple World Series. Sorry about that, America. And then the Raptors, we did that too. It's crazy. We're kind of an amazing group of people here in Toronto. Do visit us. We're very nice. It's a beautiful city. It's clean. It's big. A lot of things to do, and all that jazz. No, all jokes aside, the Israelis were actually really good at the whole counter drone warfare thing. They had a particular expertise of tricking Hezbollah and Iranian-made drones that went to kill children in kindergartens in Israel, and they would do something. I don't know what they would do because I'm not a smart person, but I read a lot, and they were able to convince or trick these drones to think that their batteries were running low or there was a problem, and they would have to return to the point of origin. And when they got to the point of origin, Dave, do you know what they would do?
They would probably have them attack or drop their ordnance right there.
And they would explode. They would self-destruct. It was a funny thing. Very many Iranian drone operators. I mean, that's one. Like, there's two of the highest risk jobs in the world. One is Russian colonel. Dave. One is
Yes.
your phone. Yeah. So, sorry. So there are two very high risk jobs on the planet. One is being a Russian colonel, and the second one is being an Iranian drone operator. Very bad for you. Lot of ability to progress and climb the corporate ladder in those fields. But the Ukrainians have done an amazing job of retiring a lot of Iranian drone operators. I'm not entirely sure still, Dave or Heather, why Iranian drone operators are in Ukraine. However, they've quickly departed or are no longer with us. So I just wanted to throw that in there. There is another point I want to talk to shortly, but I don't want to jump in too much, and I just wanted to say hello. Is it me you're looking for? So I will stick around, and Dave, I'm really sorry for cutting you off. I'm gonna zip it, and I know that you love our Canadian accents, as you say, and I wish I could say the same for your American accents and your spelling. It's defense with a C, capital with an A. It's crazy, you guys. All right, over to you. Sorry.
There is no Q in checks.
Oh, there certainly is. Yeah, there absolutely is. That's actually the most agreeable. I can get away with defense and capital, but checks, come on. It's a French word. Respect them. All right. Horrible.
Yeah.
Wait. So we don't get any dad jokes?
Yeah, no.
I'm just.
You can't handle it. Like my
Oh.
umbrella jokes. They just go over your head.
Yeah, that's you got to work on that one. Okay, the delivery's a little rough still.
No, it's absolutely not. I think I'm going to call you out. Dave is a liar. That delivery was smooth. It was like, and frankly, it brings me to my Roddenberry. I get a respect comment, which I don't, and neither do I deserve it, frankly.
Wait,
gentle
Roddenberry?
Did I say Roddenberry?
You said
I said
Roddenberry.
No, I didn't.
It's Rodney Dangerfield.
No, I didn't say that.
You said Roddenberry.
No, I'm pretty sure you said it, and I meant Dangerfield.
Yeah, you can't get no respect.
I get none. Well, neither did Roddenberry, frankly. You know.
Yeah, that's true. He didn't until he was dead.
Wow.
But
it's getting dark real quick. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I have to bring up the one thing I am most impressed with Toronto is that's where Rush was formed. So, my favorite band of all time.
Oh, look at that. Rush, Bryan Adams. I mean, who else?
Triumph.
My cousin was a goalie for the Leafs.
Who's that? Felix Potvin?
Bernhardt.
That's
it was in the
cool.
70s. You're too young.
I'm not too young. I was born in the 70s. Okay. A lot of people think because of my super duper good looks that I'm much younger than I am, but it's not true. Anyway, all right, listen. I wanted to talk about Verlaine. Verlaine is doing an amazing fundraiser. They're doing great stuff, and so many people have reached out. They've said hello, and so thank you on behalf of Verlaine, our friends in Ukraine fighting the good fight. I want to thank you for helping out. Recently, a private charity reached out and said we're sending $2,000. Um, we don't expect that from normal people like you and me. I can give $10 and I'm happy, but it doesn't matter. This is a collective. It's an aggregate of all the people who care. I want to let you know that we super appreciate it. I know Verlaine does. She's probably sleeping. Shame on her. She has to sleep at 4 in the morning in her time. But no, things are good. I do want to circle back later if we can. I have to step off for like 2 minutes, but I wanted to talk about Viktor Orban and some silly person Dudak from Serbia and a train ride, the magical train ride, and I thought I would share my opinion on it. I think it's really awesome. It's very important. Things are changing. The Ukrainian counteroffensive will kick off shortly. There will be monumental or monumentous, maybe monumentous changes, and it's something that we've been waiting for a very long time. I think a lot of us had an expectation that before the winter set in and before things really kicked off, that there would be bigger changes on the ground. And the most cautious of us thought, well, I think they're going to wait till the spring. Because they knew the Leopards were coming, and the Challengers, and the Abrams, and the Martyrs, and the Bradleys, and all that stuff. And it would be better to fight the good fight with all the proper equipment. So, and you know what? The time has come, and I think that's where we're at. I think a lot of our listeners feel the same way. Ukraine pays every day in liters of blood of heroes. They're a hero factory. They produce them. They've been actually producing heroes for hundreds of years, and now that the production has coalesced into an army of freedom fighters. And our friend Nuclei from Ukraine and Israel, posted a list of particular one group of people who have been fighting and dying, and it's from his own circle. There are actually hundreds more, and it's sad. But all of those people, their fathers, their mothers, their in betweeners, and they know that the cost of freedom. There's a responsibility, and Ukrainians keep fighting for it. And here we are talking, and that's fine too. But we need to recognize that this war, genocidal invasion of Ukraine by Russia, it'll be won in many spheres. It will be won in the information sphere, which we're at now, but more importantly, it'll be won in the kinetic level. Uh, Ukrainians fighting to save and protect and preserve their country, their sovereignty, their culture, their language, their people. And I think it behooves all of us to recognize that we are sitting, we are standing on the shoulders of giants. And so it's our honor, it's our pleasure. Please do retweet the space, let people know you're here. Let's get people to talk about Ukraine. Let's get people to recognize what's going on. We've been here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for over a year, 14, 15 months. A group of volunteers who just do the right thing and keep speaking truth to power. So on that note, I'll pass it back to you, Heather or Dave. And if there are any questions military related, if I can help. Definitely not an expert, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn. Thanks, Heather.
Yeah, and I know you said you need to jump off for a couple of minutes here, which I understand. But at some point, it would be great to have an update on how things went for the Ukrainian Veterans Affairs people when they were in Washington D.C. this week. I did see a video of.
They're still there.
Are they still there? Okay, good, good.
Sunday.
What's that?
They return tomorrow. Tomorrow between 8 and 8 p.m. 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. They're all going back.
Good deal. Did you see that our firefighter Fred Roman is on his way to Chicago?
I heard he wanted a pan pizza, so he had to go. Yes, I did. Thank you.
Yeah, and he's going to be there for a little while. Well, not in Chicago. He's going to like New York City, Indianapolis, Washington D.C., Chicago. I can't remember where all he's going. So it's good to see Ukrainians coming to the United States to help to educate people as to what exactly is happening. But when you can share details about the Veterans Affairs meetings and things that happened while they were there, I would love to hear it.
Well, I'll do you one better. I'll have Natalia or Katerina Teslenko come up and do it. I mean, I've been hearing throughout the week, but let's hear it from the horse's mouth. How's that?
I think that's great, and I did see also a video of a violinist of a soldier that they had with them. Violinist played the Ukrainian national anthem at some event. I think it was Friday night.
He did.
Yes, that was very beautiful.
He did. I taught him everything he knows. The strings, the bowing, everything. No, I'm just kidding.
You are a man of many talents, Yehuda. I know you.
Violin is not one of them, though. I'll be honest. I did have a violin, and thankfully people took it away from me because it wasn't good. It might have even been pretty bad. But there I go.
Yes, I started with violin and ended up with bass, and I will tell you that the only claim to fame I have was being, well, I don't think it's even a claim to fame, being part of the first orchestra to play in Czechoslovakia since 1968. Yeah, the first.
Wait, the first orchestra from America.
Yeah, yes. That's what I meant. Sorry, I apologize.
There you are, Heather. You Americano-centric individual. No, I'm
Yes.
just kidding. No, that's awesome. Wow.
Yeah, that was in 1989.
That's crazy. Well, I went from violin to kazoo and recorder, so that probably should tell you my proficiency in music.
Yeah, well, we got a couple of hands up now. I know you have to go, so we'll go through the hands, and if you have to go, you have to go, and we'll see you when later. You said you would come back, so let's go to.
I'll try. I'll stick around.
Okay, let's go to Jerome.
Good evening, guys. Good to hear everyone. And I just wanted to relay a couple new habits I've picked up as far as tax season here in the U.S. And are we the only great
drinking?
I'm sorry.
Habits? You mean like
No.
drinking, or no? I'm just kidding.
No, I actually had an 11-year.
Well, the night's still young.
Yeah,
Jerome.
I had an 11-year hiatus from drinking, and I recently started. Anyway.
Well, all right. Well, sorry about that. I didn't mean to go there. I apologize.
No, not in a bad way. But anyway, since it's tax season here in the U.S., it's made it real easy now. I give to my church, and now my new thing is to just pass along to MriyaReport. Makes it real easy for next year. Everything's in one place, and just recommend that technique. And also picked up a habit from Shaggy Fella to just kind of retweet the space and those promoted ads that show up that bug you. I just kind of share the space. He said that the other day. I thought that was a good idea. But since Yehuda's here, I thought he mentioned the other day, did we still see any movement? And you came on the other night, and I believe, and we're speaking about Kherson, was it? The area? Maybe we saw some movement of Russian troops. Is that still the trend, or not?
Yeah, no, good question. It is. I mean, nothing has changed. The information I relayed was not impending action. It was already reported. That was from the Ukrainian Armed Forces Southern Command. And how they know is this: it's one thing to move troops around; you could rotate them. It's another thing to strip the civilian infrastructure of everything from copper cables and phone cables and Cat 5s, or whatever they had there. So there's a good expectation that the Russians are pulling out. How they dress it up on Telegram and these BS stories about goodwill gestures and we're going to come back to Kherson. No, you're not. In fact, you're not going back anywhere. You're going home, or you're demobilized, right? So that's still going on. Nothing to add to there for those who are curious from Jerome's question. there have been a lot of reports from the verified reports from the Ukrainian military and OSINT communities that Russians are withdrawing from the Kherson region east of the Dnieper River towards Melitopol. And initially they were moving to Melitopol, but what's happened was we found that many of them are actually moving to Crimea. Looks like the Russians feel, or the Russian military leadership realizes they're on their death throes, so they think they're going to hold out in Crimea and it's going to be good to go. That is a lie. As what is his name, Mari? That was a lie. The paternity test came back, and Russia's losing. They're done. So nothing more to add, Jerome. But thanks for asking. Everything else seems to be the same. I hope that helps.
Always does, and always good to hear your voice. And thank you guys for everything. And with that, I'll sign off. Thank you.
Thanks, Jerome. Let's go to Skykiss real quick here.
Yeah, I just wanted NAFO Dave to be thinking about favorite songs of our favorite band from Toronto. Yeah, I was a little bit late to going back to the Rush party, and Neil, rest his soul. He's on a boat, you know. He's on a boat somewhere. He is like one of my favorite poets who ever lived, and that's just that. And
Yeah.
it's been really good to hear Yehuda talking about some things, and we all know who've been here for a long time. The old timers, as Whiskey calls us, we know that nothing is mentioned and nothing is revealed that hasn't passed a few days. You know, the time for secrecy often passes, and then we, those of us who are students of various OSINT capabilities and techniques, you know, I'm just a student. I mean, I listened to my friends the other night on hearing the report, and it was just really amazing to first of all have them show up. I just happened to be here, and they all showed up. Aaron and OPSEC, and well, there were a couple of guys missing, but they were probably asleep because they're over in Europe, and you know, a bunch of us were here, and I couldn't get on the speakers panel, but that was okay. I'm generally a listener. And anyway, those guys, they're really interesting to listen to. And sometimes, yeah, Aaron has a space on Sunday night, so I'm usually there. Sunday's a very busy night for me. I mean, a very busy day for me. I'm like listening all the time, and I'll be here in the morning, and then I've got somewhere to go, and then I'd be in meetings till you know, well after midnight my time. So thanks, Dave. Thanks for being here
Sure.
and joining Prince, and I think eventually Scruff will be up and he'll come and talk to us, and always
Yes.
glad to see him here.
Yes, Scruff has been hanging out, getting a little morning rest, I hope. And as far as Rush songs, so you should go and you should listen to Heresy off of Roll the Bones. It's been going through my mind a lot, because while it's talking about the first Russian Revolution and then the fall of the wall, it still has quite a bit of application today. I think Neil was very prescient in a lot of his lyrics. They age well over time. So and also you should know that so he died from a glioblastoma, brain tumor, And that's the specific brain tumor that I research. And his family has set up a foundation to fund glioblastoma research, which we have just received an award from. So I get a chance to do some research that will help make a difference with Neil as my funder.
Well, I thank you very much, and I'm glad to know that. I knew that Neil had this glioblastoma, and neuroscience is, well, let's see, it's second only to maybe astronomy and geology, and they're really up there together. They're favorite sciences of mine. So, and my mom was a microbiologist, and I've been interested in science. I may be an artist, but science is my hobby. So that's what I read. You know, people say, "Oh, read this book, read this," and I go, "I have no time for fiction. I'm too busy reading the really good science books that are coming out." So, yeah, that's really wonderful to know about this foundation because I didn't. And the song that has been really more in my heart is Marathon. And that is one of my favorite songs. But this has been, you know, this war, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And every single word of that song speaks to me in this time of the Ukrainians fighting for democracy, fighting for their homeland and fighting for ours.
Yep.
Thank you. I'll listen to her again. Like a flash of light.
Lightning that flashes and fades across the summer sky. Yep.
Yeah.
And
right,
I would
I'll
argue
listen to
that
Dorothy.
You guys,
I would argue that sorry, Prince.
it's okay. I'm gonna interrupt you. And you know, we try to keep things. I understand Yehuda distracted with the rush, which is all good. But
Actually, I think it was me that brought it up, so it's my fault.
oh yeah, it was the good things about Canada or something like that. Either way, but I am going to sign off for right now, and I'll be around for the evening. But I don't know how much I'll talk. We'll see how it goes, and I will be replaced by Will. So thanks for letting me hang out with you for a few hours, and we will see you tomorrow, if not before. So have a good night, and Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava. And thank you, Prince, for taking this time here as a co-host. I believe that we have Will coming up. If he can get released from prison, being that he's in a penal colony, and if he can come inside from all of the wonderful sunny weather that he's enjoying, if he can come inside long enough to hang out with us. So, and while we're waiting for him to come up here, I would say, Skykiss, that I would argue that science is much more of an art than people realize. There's a lot of art in my science that it's you know there is the logic and planning and setting everything up and doing everything, you know, setting up everything so that it functions. But in the process of doing it, and how you pipette, and you know how you take pictures with your microscope, and how you know there are some microbiologists, especially, that you can tell when you're looking at one of their pictures, because they have a certain look to them. They run them through the same set of filters, and they have the same, you know, the specific optics of the microscope they use. You can tell the difference in some of these, just like you could with a picture of art. You can tell who makes it. Will, glad you came up here. How are things in the penal colonies?
Buddy, that will never not be funny. They're going great. They're going great. And hey, as a scientist too, um, with three inventions, I'll go ahead and chip in that while I recognize there is an art and a craftsmanship to science, the fundamental of science, of course, is the scientific method. But you're talking about the question you ask, not the method you go about establishing that it becomes truth or established fact, I guess. But yeah, I think it is great to watch fantastic scientists do their work like it is to see anybody, like a fireman or a drone operator or a, I hate to say it, but a sniper do their work. You know, there is an art, a beauty to any task that you make your own and pursue to great proficiency. So, hi, thanks a lot, Dave. And because I have absolutely totally missed all the news this morning, pretty much all of it, all I can do is say hello to all the listeners in GMT or UTC +8 in this area, and please come up and raise your hand or add yourself as speaker. You can request over on the lower left-hand side. Come up and whether it's your first time here or you've been here for 6 months listening in, and you've got something you want to comment on or ask a question or add to the discussion, please do. We're going to focus on Ukraine, and unlike this soliloquy you're hearing right now, the only rule basically with me is try to come to a point within about 3 minutes. And if you're a longtime listener or speaker, you probably don't need to give your whole origin story again. But I'm interested to talk about whatever you're interested in talking about today, provided it has to do with Ukraine or Ukraine-related matters. But I am actually out of ideas. So, Dave, I'm going to hand over to you to run topics, and I'm going to try to help manage the space for you, buddy. But you were doing great with the 5 minutes I heard before I showed up.
Oh, well, we'll have an interesting night then, because I wasn't even supposed to be here. I'm filling in. So I had been working all day on editing some of our old broadcasts, and so I haven't kept up on the news today either. I'm frantically running through my bookmarks to see what's going on and what we can talk about.
And hopefully we'll get requests. But you know what? While you say you don't have anything to talk about, I'd like to hear about that. What are you putting up most recently in Spotify, and why should folks want to go pursue that stuff based on what you're listening to?
Well, so what I'm putting up is the past dishes with fishes. So Colonel Jeff Fish does the dish with fish I think it's a weekly thing. And so I've been going through specifically pulling those out from February and March that we didn't have on Spotify, putting those up on Spotify. And I spent a long time putting up a couple of Thiner-thons. You know, the Thiner-thons, they tend to go for a few hours. And I guess some of my work is to go through and shorten that to try to make it a little more digestible, because there are often some tangents that are not relevant, or there's a lot of long pauses and silences, and those get awkward when you're listening and suddenly there's this long 30-second silence. So I go through and thankfully I have a script that will take out the silences, but I still have to sort through and listen to find the tangential things and decide if they should be left in or not. So that takes a few hours, but that's what I've been doing. So Thiner-thons are up. Dishes with fishes are up.
Those Thiner-thons in particular, you must have been editing those up and heard some great content in there. I mean, there's a reason why he comes on and for a couple hours, and he's here for 7. I mean, something like that, wasn't it? 7 hours Thiner did, and he's so engaging and so knowledgeable that it's and he's well spoken that those are like going to a graduate class in a military war college.
Yeah, exactly. It's but to be honest, it kind of confuses me because I get listening to those, and the topics are still the same as to what we're talking about now, and it's often confusing to me. Did I hear that in February, or was that just something that was talked a few hours ago? Because we keep we this cycle, we keep circling through the same things over and over because they're still applicable, because the war is still dragging on, and we're still waiting for F-16s, and we're still waiting for ATACMS. Um, it's it to me, it I guess just points out how much we need. This is a marathon, as Skykis brought up. This is a marathon, and we need to keep running and keep pushing. Skykis, you've been waiting for a bit there. Have anything to add to this?
Well, thank you for the sec. Just really on scientists and the scientific method and the various technologists who we have seen. You know, my heart grieves every time there's a death, but especially when it's a doctor, a nurse, a scientist, a teacher, and of course, all the kids that have been lost. I just think about the drain. So they're having a brain drain too, and we're trying to get medical medical help to the soldiers, and we're trying to raise money to buy all the medical equipment that's needed there in Ukraine. I know there was some discussion, I think last night, about buying um, the clots, the packages that have the clotting materials that they put on the wounds immediately. And someone was telling me that it has to be the kaolin factor has to be in them. And there was um, there there are these packets that are made there in Ukraine that don't have the kaolin, and so that was really interesting because I didn't know that. It's really about emergency medicine, and very, very important because the other type without the kaolin actually makes the bleeding worse. And this was told to me by someone I absolutely respect. And that person knows a lot about emergency medicine. So just everyone, please give to Ferlene's fundraiser. It's up in the nest. We're trying to keep that running through the end of the month. And she's an original host here, and she's a great friend of the space. And she's got this brigade. We also have a lot of friends like Constantine who are constantly running specific fundraisers for either ear defenders, night vision goggles, all that kind of thing. Generally, they're very well organized. They have lists of the things they need. And I have also asked Scruff to come up with a list of things, and he did start a fundraiser. So everybody go over to his profile and get that fundraiser and start spinning that one too, because all the brigades need everything they need, and we need to give them everything they ask for so they can win this war.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think we could ever give them too much.
No, they need a lot. And I wanted to ask you something, Dave, about the Spotify. Generally, most of the, I guess the spotlight interviews that that take place here, are they generally going up into the Spotify. And I'm also thinking on Saturdays with Peter's Stories of Freedom. So much time here in the space, not generally I'm listening. I've been speaking a little bit more lately, trying to, get my questions and put in a little bit, have a little bit of input. But I'd like to know what sorts of things we're going to find and how long they might be available in Spotify. Because I'm sure there are a lot of people like me and some other people I know who are trying to catch up on these things because they're all really good. Different ways. The dish with fish, I was able to good, really good. So I'd encourage everyone to go to Spotify, but maybe Dave, you can answer a little bit about that.
Yeah. So the on the Spotify ones, as far as I know, it's going to stay up as long as MriyaReport exists because it's our account, and we have it funded. So it's as far as I know, they will be up there as long as we exist and keep it running. As far as the things that go up there, it's the work. I'm kind of going through these, as you can imagine, it's a little bit overwhelming. I have probably, I don't know, hundreds to thousands of hours. This has been going 24/7 for over a year, and we've been we've been recording and saving most of these. So it's a matter of when I can get to it. But the segments that we have regularly, like the Tinerthons, the Dish with Fish, and Stories of Freedom, and Track Ruts, and Doolittle, Air Wing, and Chuck's Bullet Points. So those are the ones. All those are the ones I'm going to put up first. And I won't promise on which order I will do it. It just depends on which ones become available because the older Twitter files are difficult to go through because Twitter is Twitter is a hot mess in so many ways, and I won't go into that. But how they record their spaces is very difficult to work with. So, but going forward, we have set up some back-end scripts that will make from starting yesterday when we bug tested it and everything's working. So we can now just grab a segment of the live stream as it's going, and so we'll be able to put up current content very quickly and not have to wait for the space to end or the space to crash and then chug through the whole thing without really having an idea where it's going to be at. Because the spaces, as they get longer, Twitter loops them back onto each other. So it's incredibly frustrating to find a big loop in the middle of your segment that you're listening to, and then you have to reposition yourself. I won't get into this. Sorry.
That is interesting and a great development, Dave. That the spaces are now capable of pushing it over there straight away. It'll both get stuff up to Spotify quicker and allow you not to miss and have to screw around as much. So that seems to be a fantastic development. Probably an accident by Elon, I guess, but we'll take it. Hey, buddy. And thanks for doing that work. That sounds like it's a tedious task.
Yeah, well, it wasn't an accident. It was some clever programming by some of our back-end volunteers.
They're great, aren't they? Bonnie and those guys,
yeah,
man, fantastic.
Yes, Carl, and he's and I'm blanking on the other one that just joined. We just got a couple new ones that are really good at coding. So I send out huge thanks to them because they're going to save me so much time.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of people who, not that it's that hard to get on the speaking co-host role. I mean, hell, look at me, I'm doing it. But there are room for volunteers throughout MriyaReport still, and if anybody in my time zone, particularly here in the Workers' Paradise of Perth or in the environs around, has a coding or background at all in doing any of that sort of digital work behind the scenes, editing, meme making, I don't care, just creative, interested in and participating in supporting Ukraine in kind of a media organization, aren't we, Dave? Kind of, that they should definitely get in contact through the website and volunteer to do some of that work too. There's amazing that there's a guy I met who lives in Sydney, who's a Ukrainian immigrant to this country, and he is the most amazing whiz bang programmer behind the scenes, Dave. It's like I mean, I knew something about programming years and years ago when I was first working in industry, but being away from it a while, seeing what some of these guys can do today, it's just amazing, and women, it's amazing stuff. And I just like stand there and go, yes, I'll just step away from the technology and tell you what I want, and off you go. They're great. I read thanks, to all the volunteers who help out MriyaReport and Maria Aid. Yeah, they're great.
Yeah, in fact, there's a volunteer form on MriyaReport.org that you can fill out if you want to pitch in. I was once a listener, just like you. Will, I think, was just a listener too for a while. I think all of us were listeners, and we got sucked in because this kind of a space is unique, and this kind of a volunteer effort is unique. Will said we're a media organization, and really we are. We are a spontaneous grassroots media organization that just came together because we support Ukraine, and that's
And
the
we're
only.
definitely not funded by the CIA, nor is NATO.
No, NAFO is definitely not. I do not have a pile of checks from the CIA here. Those are something else.
Kibble. We get kibble. That's what we get.
We get kibble. Yes, I love their kibble. But I didn't know I didn't know if I could co-host or not. So they gave me a spot, and got some good training, some good groundwork, and then they turned me loose, and here I am, tearing up their waves. And I think Will started about the same time.
Toy. It is. It's like having your favorite toy right here. Being on this space with you, Dave. Hey, so have you found? As you were around for a bit before me. What was the Ukraine subject you were talking about before I came in a while back, or do you know what they covered at all this morning? Because two things, I don't want to repeat everything if they've just covered it all, and unfortunately, I wasn't able to get up to speed. But the other thing is, it sometimes helps to repeat things because people come and go and come and go, and they might not have heard some of the important news from today. Did you hear anything at all that you want to recap from this morning, or maybe we'll get Prince back up to give us a bit of a recap?
Yeah, well, Prince would give the better recap because I dropped in and she had to give me a recap. But what we had talked about since I've been here is we've talked about some issues that the Russians have been having with taking care of people medically. How they've got, because they're getting prisoner populations, they're getting people with HIV and hepatitis. Those are things that require continual upkeep, and Russia is not so good at that. We also talked about a Russian boy that is mentally disabled.
That
Has
that one is just. I'll talk if you didn't. I'll talk to what specific failure I see there. But yeah, well, that's an amazing, shocking one, isn't it? That young kid, the hydrocephalic.
Yeah, go ahead and talk to that. you
So
might have a different point.
I think that is a perfect example of things going exactly as intended in Russia right now. We saw several months ago, Russia set up the orders from the central the Moscow administrative portion of the government that manages the conscription service, and they directed plans and to be built on how they would function, what equipment they had to have there, how they were going to go work through it, basically for uh, uh, draft enlistment people to sit inside the dormitories where university students are living, and when the call up occurs, escort them in groups of 10 down to the entrance center, the induction center. So they put out detailed instructions. You might remember maybe 3 months ago on doing that. And they went, oh no. Guys, we're just it's a preventative measure. There's no plans at all to call up draft students. And then we see now yesterday that they are actually issuing draft notices to students, kind of in Moscow universities too, and they're absolutely freaking out. And the third thing they're doing is they're issuing the call-up notices in this electronic system, and it's obviously catching a whole bunch of people they didn't intend to catch, but it's the only way they know how to do it because they're ham-fisted. And you note, if you see the draft notices that people are getting, they're still having them printed out with computer form letter, but signed with wet signatures and stamped, because if there's something they love in Russia, it's stamping things officially. We used to have a huge joke in our office when I was living there about stamping, because you had to stamp things with a company stamp so many times. It was absurd, but they love their stamping, and it's got to be placed in the right place, and the signature has to be right over. And if it isn't, you're going to go back to the start and do it all over again. Anyway, they have a really complicated bureaucratic management system that relies on stamps and wet signatures, but it's tied together now with this electronic call-up system that results in them not screening people well with their hard copy system that's in their electronic system, and that's why you end up getting a severely disabled kid who it would be the height of absurdity to send him anywhere militarily, but I think that's how it happens. What did you guys land on earlier today, Dave?
Well, we landed, that it was just shows the lack of empathy that Russians have for human life in general. That it doesn't even occur to them that they need to put some kind of a filter on the people that they're going to recruit. They just send out an email to everybody that they know of, and I guess that's
because what they'll be going off, Dave, is things like tax records, right? And what the tax
exactly.
records tell you is definitely it's the biggest, widest net they've got. So they'll throw out a tax record sort of search. They'll use that database, and they'll screen for everybody who's 18 and older, or 18 to 55, or whatever. And there's no additional information in that record in relation to your health conditions or whatever, your disability status, I don't think, in your tax records. So yeah, they just start screening and sending. But what's wrong with this mother that she didn't get on the blower and talk to these people about this? That she would put her kid in a car, have the van come, put him in the van, and then take him down to the medical office as if he was actually going to undergo his medical examination prior to induction or conscription. I mean, I don't know what the motive for Russia Channel One. This is the main Channel One. I don't know what the motive for them showing this. Maybe they're showing it because it's absurd, and the language, and if I translated the whole thing, it might say that this mother did call up and try to get him out, and then it would be exactly what you said. This would show the height, the absolute pinnacle of disdain for your society, that you would expect a disabled person to go man a trench and fight a war that it isn't worth fighting, if that's where you've got to. But it's probably just an obtuse system that shows backwardness and lack of integration inside Russia, which is also a good thing because it means that they're once again fighting with one hand tied behind their back because they're bureaucratically bound up and producing nonsense like this bureaucratically that their population needs to deal with. And of course, the public gets to see, right? Because this, as I say, it's on Russia. This is the biggest channel in Russia. It's the one that's the clearest and brightest, and it's like high definition. And some of the other ones are like looking through wax paper out in the regions. It's like the bad old days. But Russia is the channel that almost everybody would watch part of some of the day, right? To get the news or whatever they want to watch in relation to what covers for entertainment or on there. But yeah, everybody see this. So this can't be a good thing to be showing the Russian population, or they've got some absurd purpose for showing the absurdity of their system that would call people up. But I think the system is working exactly as intended, and it's trying to cast the widest. They're preparing to be able to cast the widest net possible, Dave, and actuate these tools that they've and processes they've set up in the universities, right? So we see yesterday, if you read Chris O. Wiki, that the exercise of sending up notices to people in Moscow University that I briefly touched on before goes deeper into their planning of their pre-screening. They're pre-screening students who of course you've got a deferment as long as you're in university. Of course we're not going to conscript you or mobilize you immediately to the front if you're in university. Of course we're not going to do that, right? Of course we're not, Dave. But what we are going to do is have you go confirm all your details, do a medical examination on you so that if we do need to do that ever in the future, or you fall out of school, you don't do well, you drop out, you don't toe the line, you're convicted of any minor crime, or you just don't get along with the faculty who's trying to pump your head full of garbage, maybe, you probably end up being in a trench relatively quickly. And that has to be, I mean, the chill, the absolute bone chilling fear that would go through entitled students in Moscow and St. Petersburg state universities of having to actually go participate in this complete and utter genocidal balls up. Honestly, that these guys, the bone chilling fear would be going through these guys, and the girls would be just as terrified because those kids don't expect they're ever going to have to do something like man the front lines. But perhaps, Dave, perhaps the government and the Siloviki and the military of Russia is so fearful of the coming counteroffensive that they do feel they might need to prepare to have the home guard, if you will, mobilized incredibly quickly because they're worried about the territorial integrity of Russia. Now, if they're fearful of that, that's good. Great. Get worried about that because it's not going to happen. Ukraine has no intentions to take any territory of Russia at the end of this conflict, only to remove Russia from all of its territories as recognized in the 1991 border agreement that Russia signed and was the motivating reason for Ukraine to give up its nuclear weapons, that if it had, would have prevented this war by deterrence. So Ukraine did a good thing. And if Russia is fearful of what Ukraine is going to do after this genocidal invasion, whoop-de-doo. But they're wasting more time, Dave, doing things like scaring the living shite out of their university students and then telling them, oh, no, you're not going to be called. Certainly not. But they're doing all the preparatory work. And that's why I go back and I say this thing with this disabled kid is probably just another example of the absurdity of practicing this system that they're trying to mobilize. And it wouldn't surprise me. What do you think, Dave? Would it surprise you if a whole bunch of university students at the first break in university flee the country?
I don't think they'll be able to.
Why is that, Prince? Why not?
I think that they're going to be shutting down the country, and that men are not going to be able to leave.
They did pass that other decree, didn't they? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're going to.
I think they might have much better control of the borders next time before they do their announcement about a mobilization. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that they're. Yeah, I mean, there's a possibility, I suppose, because not all of Russia is walled in. You know, there are places I'm sure that you could walk across the border. Now, if you're walking across the border to Ukraine, you're probably going to blow yourself up because that area is very mined. I There are other countries that you could possibly walk across the border with. Um, Now, I'd have to get out the map for what all countries border Russia. You could try to take a boat and get to the United States.
No, yeah,
That will
it's a sieve.
that will backfire on you. If it's a country that is opposing the war with Ukraine, you're going to get your ass sent right back to Russia. Sorry, I shouldn't have said the A word. I am a
Do
co-host.
you reckon? I don't reckon all of them. I reckon if you got in a fishing vessel and left the port of Vladivostok and sailed out around the Kuril Islands and made it look like you were going to go fishing, and then took your boat into Hokkaido and claimed asylum, they'd probably take you in and hold you. And for asylum, if you make a genuine claim under the UN Convention in 1948, during wartime, a person can still claim asylum by entering the country, a neutral or a country they recognize as being part of the International Organization for Migration and the UN Charter, and they would be at least held. I suppose it could happen that they'd redirect the boats back. I mean, that's what
What
countries have been doing in other asylum seekers.
what country was it that it was that city that you mentioned?
So Vladivostok is in the far east of Russia. It's the big port there, and then
Okay.
around the northern island of Japan, if you go out to the Kuril Islands and pretend you were fishing, you could then swing around the other side of the island, the North Island of Japan, and go into port over there. And the Japanese would be used to seeing boats in and around their area. So even if there were Russian patrol ships, military patrol ships that you'd have to avoid, your run would be short or shorter um, uh, to get to Japan than you might expect out of those fishing grounds where they'd expect you to be. They wouldn't have, they'd hassle you about fishing, but they, as long as you paid all your bribes, you'd be fine. But once you're out there, if you wanted to pop over and get to Japan and claim asylum with a whole boatload of fishermen, you could do it. But I mean, it's a big complicated thing. Basically, if I wanted to get out of Russia in the Far East, I'd walk across the Amur River into eastern China and get to a city like Harbin or someplace like that. But I don't know if I'd go to China, right? Because they probably would return you, wouldn't you think, Prince? Maybe.
I don't know if China would. North Korea might take you.
So I
Sorry.
mean, that's an interesting question, isn't it? If Russia has a decree that says no males are allowed to leave the country, and a person walked across the Amur River and got into China, like you can from Khabarovsk, for instance, which is a big city most of you have never heard of, you could claim asylum there, and the Chinese wouldn't necessarily be compelled to return you, except for trying to foment good relations with Russia right now. I guess I don't know what they'd do, but I think I'd try to get out to Kazakhstan, or if I was in Georgia, get out the other side of that, someplace else, or take the good place. Hopefully, they wouldn't return you. Is to try to get across the border into Finland.
Well, okay.
That'd be my.
So, but then this also brings to mind the story that happened last time, this fall, where two guys ended up living in the airport in South Korea for months, because they were not being granted asylum. Eventually, I believe that they were. but they lived in the airport in South Korea for months trying to get them to accept their asylum claim. So, not everybody's going to be very, very welcoming um, to to a Russian trying to flee. However,
Yeah.
that's
So under the UN Convention, they have to take you in and assess your asylum claim, and this is why I was vehemently opposed to the guy that got across the border into Norway, who was a reasonably high level wanker group guy, filmed with Prigozhin a number of times. Where they were trying to promote him as a one of their heroes, and then he escaped. But he was an officer, and he got into Norway, I believe it is, and he claimed asylum. And I was saying at the time, yeah, okay, so take him in, assess his claim for asylum, find him to be an illegal enemy combatant that is trying to flee a war that he was participating in, and reject his asylum claim and send him back to Russia. Only after getting every bit of information you possibly can out of him, right? So he probably spent 6 or 8 or 9 months being processed. But yeah, then I just hand him back over to Russia because, Wanger. But anybody who was trying to flee the country at the next opportunity, especially if they were valuable or brought valuable things with them. I mean, I'll note the outstanding offer by the Ukrainian government to pay $1 million, I think it is, or €1 million to anybody who brings a large piece of kit like a tank or a jet fighter or something like that into Ukraine or in Ukraine and delivers it to the Ukrainian side and surrenders. That sort of thing. Great. NAFO Dave, welcome back. Sorry you had a bit of a upset there.
I don't think he's really back.
Oh, weird.
Yeah,
he's a ghost.
Yes, he is. He is a ghost at the moment. So what did you think?
Prince,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. So the other thing, since I know you guys covered that thing on this enlistment thing and the kid with the disabled kid, what else happened this morning, or I guess through your day that you found particularly the most interesting thing going on in Ukraine today or around Ukraine?
Russia keeps bombing Belgrade. Sorry, it's
themselves. Did they do another one?
Well, okay. So did you hear? I mean, I'm sure most people who are listening have heard this already or read it. But you might be Australian and just waking up and didn't hear this part where it was discovered that when a bomb fell from the plane and exploded and did the injuries, there was also a second bomb that fell, but it did not explode. It was a and so they spent today digging it out and taking it somewhere and blowing it up. But yes, so there were two bombs that fell from that airplane, which I thought, and actually it's funny, I had seen it the day before, but I had only seen it from one place, so I wasn't trusting it quite yet. Then when I woke up this morning, it was all over the place, was, pictures of them digging this bomb out and evacuating people in case it exploded and all of these different things. And then I was like, yeah, I heard about this yesterday, but I'm glad to see that it's confirmed because it's still funny. And then, of course, I talk my time because it's what I have reference to. But it was very early. It was hardly early in the morning, Ukraine time. But my evening this evening, just before I started co-hosting, Kharkiv area was attacked with S-300 missiles. Ryan was actually talking on the space when it started happening, and so there was that kind of thing that happened. Now, also from that, um, one of them landed in Belgrade. Sorry. So I keep on saying they keep bombing Belgrade. It sounds to me.
Well, because they did. Because
Well,
it's technically correct. Russia bombs Belgorod.
Russia bombs Belgrade. I guess, like I said, the bombings will continue until morale improves or until they decide to defect to become part of Ukraine. But they, but what there was also a very, very large fire started. And what I have read just very, very recently is there's some confusion now because there was a very, very large fire started and it involved a gas station. Now I'm seeing some coverage saying that it's possible that this fire at the gas station was not related to um, not related to being attacked with the S-300s. It just actually happened to coincide. So, but there were a couple of hits, I believe, and the rest were taken down with air defense. I think we'll get more clarity with more time, like we always do, because these things don't always come out right away. This morning, the other thing that was really interesting that never really developed into anything, as far as I'm concerned. There was some reporting from a Russian Telegram channel, and it's Rybar. It's well known that there was an attempt to hit the Kerch Bridge last night, and
I did see that, but it was on Rybar. So yeah, I was
yeah,
going to ask you whether or not
I have seen
any
nothing.
no, yeah, nothing else, huh?
Yeah, I have seen nothing else. So I do not trust that to be true at this point.
Yeah.
I
Can I ask you about something else too? You might have seen overnight. I read last night when I came home, possibly a little inebriated from the footy, and I thought I read, but I didn't see anything more about it this morning, and probably unconfirmed. But is there some indication that that elites in Moscow and St. Petersburg were attempting to move out of the country in a concerted effort again?
have heard that elites in Moscow are disconcerted. Actually, I believe there's a tweet up in the nest about it.
Okay, but have we confirmed it from any other sources?
Well, I'm just going to say here, when it comes to Maria Dritska, I believe that she is a fairly reliable source, and you can look at her tweet. But just it's saying here that Russian elites are afraid for their future, so they are seeking contacts with Ukraine and other countries to possibly obtain security guarantees after Russia's defeat, according to the military intelligence. So yes,
cool.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. And Maria Dritska, I'm just looking at that thing now. Sometimes I have a hard time moving to the my phone gets kind of froze. Yeah, excellent. I find Maria Drutska's stuff to be particularly useful and usually and accurate. And I mean, obviously she's on the Ukrainian side, but she doesn't report garbage typically. So it seems that might have some legs.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember if I went and looked for a follow-up article on it, and I cannot recall if I did. Very typically, what I do when I see a tweet is I look for it, well, first of all, in more than one place. But I also know that people can just copy and paste other people's tweets. And sometimes I'll find one that uses a source, and that's always very helpful. But oftentimes I'll also go looking for a source myself. And there have been times when I've read something in a tweet, and and I'm just like, this just doesn't smell right. And I can't find anything about it, searching for an article about it from, several different sources, including Ukrainian sources. And so I'll just dump it and say, you know what? If it's accurate, I'm going to start hearing about it more, and eventually I'll find a source for it. So that's sort of my tried and true way. There are some
Yeah,
people, there are some
that's
people,
solid.
yeah, there are some people I trust more than others, and some people I follow who maybe don't put the link to the actual article, but say who the source is, so that I know that if I need to go and find that article, I can go and find that article. So anyway.
Yeah, that's really good summary of good practice in looking through information and vetting it critically. Something which, Prince, you do probably better than most all of us. That is great. And the last thing I do when I try to follow that then is, if I find something that looks credible but I can't independently justify it, I'll say that like a disclaimer. I'm saying right now I haven't been able to confirm this thing about the elites in Moscow from any other source, but it's interesting. It seems credible, so I just file it away for reference for later, and oftentimes then corroborating or concrete prima facie evidence comes to light to show that that was correct in the first place, and then you've got a lot more color and context for something you report at a later time.
Absolutely, and that's exactly how I do it. And it's something that I'll occasionally keep looking for. And here I do find actually a link to an article that is from the New Voice of Ukraine from yesterday. So yeah, so then I'll typically go to New Voice of Ukraine and see if I can actually find the article instead of just what Yahoo reposted, and see. And even here in the Yahoo article is a link to the New Voice of Ukraine. Um, so yeah, so that those are the kinds of things that yeah, and where it comes from then is German Defense Minister Boris Pistorius said that Russian elite is beginning to turn away from Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, according to Bill. So there's a different source then. So this source to source to source. So then it could lead me to looking for the article on Build. So it's just try to get to the original source to figure out exactly where it came from. And I have actually, there was one random piece of information I was looking for one time, and it took me through like 4 different news sites until I actually found the actual post on Facebook by by the Sumy Oblast, on their Facebook page. I finally found the exact quote I was looking for, so that I knew that it was accurate.
Cool. And also then in looking at those other sources, Bill, and you find somebody like Bill, and you see, wow, that is a credible source that does good work. And I guess the other thing I try to then do is look back where Bill Browder or whoever else, who they have used before for information sources into Russia, and see if you can go find anything about those guys currently popping up. Uh, uh, that's great. Thanks for that, Prince. And yeah, so we're going to file that away, because if we keep seeing signs of things like that, we can absolutely prove that these university students are being screened if they're sending out draft notices pretty widely and catching people that they didn't intend to catch up in this new system, and then we see further evidence of the effects that might be having inside the Russian population, especially in Muscovy. Uh, that will be informative of things that could occur later, I guess, is the only thing we could say. So that's why we keep looking at Russia. But back looking at Ukraine itself, do we see any developments other overnight? I noticed one thing in relation to the air stuff that you talked about, that that I'll just mention in passing that Ukraine has shot down a couple of they announced a couple of things in their air in the what they've done in the air side of things yesterday.
I've got it right here. Well,
yeah, a little bit interesting. So they got a MiG-24 helicopter
Yep.
and 4 UAVs, an Orlan 10, a Zala Recon UAV, and 2 Lancet kamikaze drones. So what I kind of read into that report from Noel is that, and the UK, the Ministry of Defense, the General Staff, that a MiG-24 is a ground attack helicopter that's existed for quite a while. You might remember seeing these in movies and things in the 80s and 90s. A very feared armored helicopter with multiple different attack systems to attack ground targets, but not particularly useful at doing the things like the flying really fast and throwing up at 45 degrees and launching rockets. They usually tend to use the MIL-8 for that one, which is a modified transport helicopter. This bad boy is an armored helicopter that's meant to be able to take things like even Stinger missile strikes won't necessarily kill it in one go. This one is probably more resilient and might take even more fire than one of these new alligators that's a little bit more sophisticated and has the double rotors and stuff. But this one is if you're on the ground, a nasty attack helicopter that's nice to see taken down. But what that kind of suggests to me, Prince, is that the Orlan 10 and the Zala suggest to me that Russia is trying to probe with drones and putting ground attack helicopters at risk to try to see if they can find out anything about what Ukraine is doing along the front lines. Or maybe they are foolhardy enough to try to be using close assault or close air support type missions in somewhere in the front where they're at. But the rest of it's not in support of a major offensive or anything like that. Even a blurb in the minor offensive that's going on, because the rest of the casualty rates and the armor kill rates and everything's down. Over the night, they still seem to be picking off things in the rear area, Ukraine does. But I find these a little bit curious. A couple of recon and close air support type drones, along with an attack helicopter, makes me kind of just go, a little bit. What did you think about that, Prince?
Well, the tactical side of it is not, my strong suit. So I'm not sure. And, it is now 6 a.m. in Kyiv. And so we should be getting the newest reports coming out soon. And I prefer one that's actually from Strategic Command. It is my favorite one because it's short. And we are in a really weird period of time to be hosting. We really are. We can tell you everything that's happened before, things got quiet, unless there's a missile strike or drones hitting, or, and then we try to be very careful to not give you too much information until we have it verified. So we are in a little bit of an odd period of time as far as news, because if I were to read you a military update right now, the most recent one that I have is from the 6 p.m. Kyiv 12 hours ago. But there still are some interesting things in there that sometimes do stand out. There's they're increasing patrols in Zaporizhia around Energar, and that they're checking personal documents and vehicles to be inspected more carefully at checkpoints. They're restricting visits to the areas. Employees of the FSB of the Russian Federation take control of citizens of Ukraine who have been spotted in this area. I heard I got a report the other day where they were putting children through medical tests, and children who failed medical tests were taken to Russia for treatment. Yeah, okay, I'm not sure I believe that one. Um, so we're in this weird period of time where I'm sitting here clicking refresh, waiting for that stratcom, and it's the weekend. So even though it's 6 o'clock, they may be a couple minutes late with it.
Well, I always find it to be an interesting time for that reason, like you say, because it's it's basically this is well a couple hours ago it was and this time it's uh, air attack hour, right? If they're going to do an early air assault, we oftentimes get the notifications and the alarms going off right about now. But yeah, we're basically waiting for the summary of what happened yesterday that'll come out in the next couple hours, and then we're not allowed to talk about it because I can't say the numbers if Mockers isn't here yet. So yeah, we well, I think what we're trying to do is analyze the news from yesterday as I'm trying to catch up now doing, and you are and also talk about it. You know what I like about, well, like Peter comes on, I guess we're not all that great at doing it, but some of the matters of philosophy and things that Peter, the bigger issues, the brighter issues that Peter tends to cover really well in his segment. And but I haven't got any of those today. I'm working from a I don't know basis where I'm not necessarily feeling that philosophical. But I'm as I troll through yesterday's news, I picked the bones over the stuff you probably talked about before. I do see some other interesting things, like I don't think there weren't that many attacks, and it was a quieter day on the front yesterday, but I do know that the attacks were repelled. Include some interesting things like a T-64 tank, right? So that's the kit that we saw coming into theater. That more and more you're going to see more and more the Russians relying on equipment that is far older than their best battle tanks and going to be far less survivable. So interesting to see that they brought a tank with them today during their infantry assaults. But the tank didn't fare very well, and it's an old one. So, they're clearly trying to use an infantry support role tanks, which aren't going to fare very well against anything that Ukraine is fielding, including all of the small hand-carried anti-tank missile systems, whether guided or unguided. This T-64 you could take out with a World War II Panzerschreck. You could take it out or disable it at least. So I find that a little bit interesting as well. Did did the Ramstein meetings? I mean, this is really old news now, Prince. But was there anything that you took away from the Ramstein meetings? Because I missed a lot of the discussion yesterday after that on the analysis of what happened at Ramstein. Was there anything that you found positive that was significant that came out of that discussion? I mean, I see that the Czechs have decided to ramp up their capability to modernize T-72 tanks, and there was a announcement by of clarify what the weapons they were providing from the United States was the other day. But I don't remember seeing anything earth-shattering from Ramstein. Do you, NAFO, Dave, or Prince?
NAFO Dave, are you back?
Can you hear me?
I can hear
You
you.
betcha. Bye.
Yay, I am back. I had to go through
I think you mean woo.
yeah, I had to go through 3 different versions of Twitter before I found one that worked. But which was interesting because I was using the latest version earlier today and it was working fine, and then it crashed and it would not join the space. So, but I'm back. What was the question?
Did anything come out of Ramstein from your looking at any of it in the last days? If you did, was there anything that came out of Ramstein that seemed particularly positive to you? other than the only thing I'm really seeing is, there was there was obviously no announcement on F-16s, and there was but the only significant announcement I saw so far has been the Czech Republic's decision an announcement that they were going to ramp up their capabilities to do this T-72 modification and modernization capability that they do in their factory. But nothing else. Did you see anything else that you found to be particularly good, I guess, or bad come out of Ramstein?
And no, that's I really was only looking at it to see if they said anything about F-16s. To be honest, I didn't really. That's all I'm really interested in right now, is if we can get F-16s.
You better
Yeah,
wake up
yeah,
and listen
fair
to the Doolittle tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. When's that one on?
It's 10:30
I'm
Eastern, 10:30 my time Pacific, so that's
11:30.
1:30. Yeah, that's 11:30 for you,
Yep.
Dave. And it's
Okay, so and that's AM.
yep, and so it's 1:30 Eastern time.
Cool. So that's 1:30 in the morning here in Australia. Well, 1:30 in the Workers' Paradise over there on the East Coast. You East Coasterners, you'd get it a couple hours earlier than that.
Well, since it's a worker's paradise, it's going to be really, fun and happy to be up at 1:30 in the morning, right? Because you're in paradise.
No, paradise involves the sleep of the just from approximately 11 p.m. until 6:30 a.m. Dave, that's how it works in the Workers' Paradise.
So I have a question from the audience from a while ago before I had to go through all the iterations of Twitter to figure out which one would work. He was asking something I'm not exactly sure about is he says, when does open source information become OPSEC? I thought it would be the opposite of when does OPSEC become open information, but I'm not an expert in these things.
Well, I need a little clarification on what you're talking about. OPSEC is operational security, and OSINT is open source information. Are you trying to ask the comparison between those two things?
Well, that's what he says is, I'll read it. I have a question about when open source information becomes OPSEC.
Okay, so, but note that it's not quite conflation of those two things, but those two things aren't on opposite sides of a coin, right? Open source information, OSINT, is simply information that is available in the publicly available informations that aren't restricted or classified by governments, which is these days quite phenomenally good information you can either directly derive or infer from quite a lot of things which are military. Now, when a government decided that information in the open was a problem for them, say, they might try to use operational security, OPSEC, to classify information, post it going into the public arena, and then try to eliminate it from all those areas. But they wouldn't normally try to do that because then that would highlight a government's interest in that information. But OPSEC is the operational security that you practice over your own information, especially information about troop movements, troop identification of which units, order of battle with them, so the equipment and armaments and everything they have with them. So that sort of you maintain OPSEC, operational security, over everything that would, if your enemy knew about it, could help them assist in defeating you, and you try to keep a pretty tight ship on that, which is exactly why we sometimes here have a difficulty in getting any information that's coming out of the areas we're interested in, and we have to solely rely on these like daily reports. But we do have
OSINT,
right? Open source information that we
Yeah.
can look.
he sent a clarifying question or statement. He says, "So what does uh, when does really good deduction of open source become a protected secret?" I think that means um, we have open source stuff, and if we make really good predictions or we have some deductions from that open source, we could be actually getting at something that is supposed to be secret.
That's true. That could occur. That could occur. And I think, Dave, you probably do. Prince does. I do. I evaluate things that I'm going to talk about on air or share, or like these documents leaks from the United States through that trader over there, or the other trader who helped him disseminate those things. You got to look at information when you get it and decide, is this information I'm supposed to have? Because if it's not information you're supposed to have, someone allowed you to get that information for some purpose, and that's where we're worried about that. OSINT, it's a little bit more difficult. So I would think it would be relatively infrequent that open source information that was a source of information and analysis for a period of time would become controlled under operational security, because in operational security, you don't want to telegraph to your counterpart what is really important to you. And if, let's say, if we take for a really good example that I've looked at and thought, boy, if that's saying too much. If you read Thomas Tyner's threads, right, like his thread on how a counteroffensive might progress to recapture the city of Melitopol and split the Russian forces, right? You think, holy crap, that's pretty specific. I'm not sure that I want a whole battle plan laid out there for that. But the issue is, he's not really giving anything away, because anybody who looks at the map of Ukraine and starts to look at a counteroffensive and starts to plan out options, anybody who left that option off the table for themselves without evaluation would be an idiot. And of course, Russia knows that same thing, right? So the explanation that Tyner gave in that space, or that long thread where he laid that out, was just a matter of fact, and what standard doctrine in NATO would suggest you would do. So he's not really telling the world or Russia anything it didn't know, except for those who weren't looking, right? If you read some of the stuff that comes out from Tyner and you've never paid any attention to military stuff ever before, you would think, holy wow, that's a massive leak. But it's not a massive leak. He's simply repeating doctrine and information that he has, OSINT information that he has, to outline a plausible scenario of what would happen. And we'll see, right? If Tyner gets so good and so acute at picking up things over time, or let's say you, Dave, let's say you were reading stuff every day, and every day you came on this program, and you were able to predict what was going to happen next, and you had a good record of that. I suggest to you that you might end up very popular, but I don't think anybody would in any government would come along and try to suppress you, or take you off the air, because they would not want to telegraph that Dave's the place to look for what's going to happen next, right? Dave's Nostradamus. So, yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thing to look at, and I've evaluated what what sort of operational security could be practiced, and what would be better. But I haven't seen anything, and I guess maybe you and Prince will comment on this, but the beauty of the stuff that is OSINT, that is leaking out, if you will, from Ukraine side in relation to long lines of troops walking, or long line of vehicles that are out there, strikers or tanks or any of this new equipment that's showing up, is basically, that's not leaking. That's harmful to Ukraine, because all that's doing is leaking leaking information, if you will, that confirming something's actually in country when everybody knows it's in country already, right? Because there's people watching the railway lines from Poland and watching the railway lines from Romania and Hungary. So you're not going to keep some stuff out of the open source. So once it is out in the open source, it's okay to reinforce the capability that's there if you're Ukraine in a propaganda sense, because right now, Ukraine can and should be doing everything it can to telegraph its information about what's going to happen, to make sure that be afraid, be very, very afraid, Russia. If I was a man on the front lines in Russia and I saw that brigade, 3,500 well equipped, well organized, casual and determined, marching toward wherever they were going next to an assembly point. 3,500 of those guys looked like, forget your videos of people jumping through fire hoops and stuff. That looked like a serious ass kicking coming for somebody. That brigade walking along with the NCOs, everybody in casual formation, and so releasing that stuff is just spilling out there because it's going to get covered on Russian TV. They're going to try to put some other voiceover over, or make some comment, or say these are Italian or Polish troops or whatever like that. They're going to say some bullshit, but everybody's going to see the video, and they're going to know that 3,500 guys look like they're pretty well organized and equipped to me. So be afraid. Be very, very afraid. Show me the line of strikers with a whole bunch of extra fuel tanks strapped to the back of them, like they're getting ready for a good drive. And the beauty of that stuff that Ukraine releases is they pan around, they show you exactly what they want to show you, and they don't show you any information that they don't want to show you. So there's no capability of picking up the location or anything about those things that would be harmful to Ukraine, and they're simply reinforcing information that's already out there in the public sphere for propaganda effect. And as we've talked about here on the show previously, Dave, propaganda isn't a bad thing. It's just a thing, right? You can't measure propaganda by whether or not it is good or bad. Good or bad isn't based on whether it's for you or against you. Good or bad propaganda is defined based on how good the message is and how good the message is delivered. Not necessarily if the message is for you or against you, but everybody puts out propaganda, and you'd be a fool to think that they don't. But OSINT information goes into that, hand in glove with release of information from a military or a government side to serve their purpose. But I'm not worried at this point that there's too much information getting out in OSINT that is putting Ukraine at risk. I don't think so. But maybe your questioner wants to add more, or come up and speak. Come up and raise your hand and join the conversation.
Yeah, he didn't ask any more in DMs, but yes, if you want to come up and speak, just hit that little microphone and you can come up here and speak. Though we understand if you are not in a situation where you can speak, that's fine too. That's why we have DMs. And occasionally I'll look at mine and see something. I'm sorry it took so long. One thing that I try to avoid is ever touching on anything that could give away a troop's location. That's mostly all that I screen for, is that location information can be derived from a lot of different things, and I don't like to speculate on different troop locations. I figure that if they want people to know where they are, they'll tell them. And when we're supposed to know where they are, then we'll hear from them. But until then, it's just, they're somewhere in the Bakhmut area. They're somewhere in Kherson. And that's about all
right.
I worry about.
But so a little caveat on that is, I'll tell you exactly what Russian troops are and where exactly they're at, but I won't release any of that information about where Ukrainian troops are.
Well, yeah, of course, but Russians do a good job of doing that themselves. Like that picture a few months ago of the Russian commander, and he was standing next to a model of the battle area that they had put out on the ground, and so we could see exactly what they were going to do.
Yeah, and that's an excellent example right there that you said of phenomenally poor OPSEC, terrible operational security, because you've just released a whole bunch of information that's of use to the enemy.
And of course, Prince is going to come up and say that they did that on purpose, so they were trying to throw off the Ukrainians with this fake map. Is that what you're going to say, Prince?
For what? Sorry, I was reading something and I have to sort of focus on one thing at a time sometimes, and I lose track of what you guys are talking about. You guys are talking about, just give me the subject real quick. OPSEC versus
Well, OPSEC and OSN,
OSINT.
open
Okay.
source information, and how it fits into that, and what would be defined as within the controls of operational security and what wouldn't.
But obviously, it wasn't
Oper-
important enough for you to listen. So,
No, it's not that. I actually found something really interesting. But my the way I think about it is this a piece of information that could endanger the Ukrainian soldiers? Have I happened or stumbled upon a piece of information out in the open, out in the public, out in some place where I was able to search for it that can put Ukrainian soldiers in danger? That to me is OPSEC. So yeah.
Well, to clarify,
that-
that's covered in OPSEC. You should address that in OPSEC, but the information
That's
itself
true.
isn't OPSEC. It is information on the composition, the strength and power and equipment or position of Ukrainian troops. That information is to be held very carefully and not given to the enemy, just as all information on exactly where Wagner is and on the numbers and any equipment they're using is absolutely, definitely stuff I would report from a reliable source right away, much as I will do any second now if you want to talk about Bakhmut.
Yeah. Scruff, are you there? Scruff hasn't talked to us all night. Did you guys just let him back up?
I didn't. I thought he'd been here the whole time. He's been here since I got joined.
Yeah.
Yes, but I haven't heard a word from him. So I think he dropped and went and had something. Maybe he went to bed earlier and he's just woke up and has to get started with his morning. Getting pretty late where you're at too, isn't it, Prince? It's maybe it's only about 9:30 there.
8:30.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's 9:30 here.
Pacific Mountain. What do I care?
Question of something that I have not managed to figure out through all of Doman and everybody else is trying to explain it to me because it is just very confusing to my mind. Which is the okay, which is the left bank of the
Dnipro, left bank of the
yeah,
Dnipro.
the Dnipro by
So
Kherson.
here's
Is
a
that the
primer for everybody who's never been to Ukraine. If you are on a river in Ukraine,